Age of Elves Super God Trainer Chapter 151-200. Chapter 151. Suche comes on stage, Shinedo's first show. Next, please invite Suche from Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School to play. The referee looked at the next list and still announced the next contestant, but at the same time he announced the name vaguely familiar. Immediately afterwards, a clean and handsome boy came to the competition stage. Looking at the boy's face, the referee also understood where his familiarity came from. Contestant Suche's challenge. Now, start. Seeing Suche appearing on the competition stage, the referee who dispelled his doubts came back to his senses and immediately wave your arm to announce the start of the game. Although he expressed sympathy for the next opponents, the referee was still curious about what kind of elves Suche would use to participate in this match. Come out, Shinedo. The Pokeball was thrown quickly, and the contestants beat 5-4-3. The loudspeaker on the stage, the audience knew about the elves sent by Suche, and the drowsy audience came to the spirit. Listening to the introduction on the radio, Suche directly took out his elf in the eyes of everyone looking forward to it. Shine. An ethereal murmur sounded, white light flashed, and Shine Duo's figure appeared in everyone's eyes. Shinedo. Shinedo has a white body and looks like wearing an elegant dance evening dress with a green hem on the inside. Its hairstyle has also changed to a curly shape that extends down to the lower part of the head. Its arms are green, with no clear boundaries between arms and hands. Shinedo's fingers are slender and straightly attached to the hands like wearing gloves, and the fin-like horns on the head before it evolved, moved to the chest and back after the evolution. Shinedo has spiked structures around his face, like wearing a prom mask. It has a green strap on its chest that connects to the horns, the middle, and also has glove-like arms, which looks like it's wearing a long dress. Just that the color of Suche's Shinedo is mainly blue and white, and it is the flashing elf of different colors. Wow! When Shinedo appeared, the whole venue became lively. Shinedo, I actually saw Shinedo. Brother, that's not the problem. Flash, flash. I'm sour. Not only the scene, it was so lively, the audience watching the live broadcast room during the live broadcast, the elf watching Suche also expressed their emotions in shock. I rely on. Tell me what the hell is this? Quote quote. Sour sour. Quote quote. Some elf anchors commented through the live broadcast. When they saw Shinedo who appeared in the game, their eyes instantly widened. What's more, they fell directly from the chair and spat out from their mouths. Oh, shining elf, Suche actually has a flashing elf, Shinedo. So, what kind of watch will Suche bring us next? The host commentator looked at Shinedo who appeared, and was also excited to explain the game, and at the same time activated the emotions of the audience. The audience in the auditorium looked at Shinedo, and became obviously agitated, and some male audience members showed love in the eyes. Ding 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 ding. Shinedo, keep your spirit strong. Looking at the shot disc, Suche's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he directly gave detailed orders. Shine Duo's eyes flashed. Blue light, the disc that was shot stopped in midair instantly, and Shine Duo instantly grabbed all the discs under the powerful superpower. Oh, Shinedo caught all the discs, but the discs didn't show the number of shots down. Because Shinedo just used superpower to fix all the discs, and did not directly give the discs an attack power, the machine's judgment now shows 0. The host commentator looked down, and the counter that displayed 0 was also explaining to the audience. Broken. Looking at all the discs, the referee just wanted to remind Suche, but Suche directly issued an order to Shinedo. Shine. The blue light flashed in Bang Bang Bang's eyes. Shine Duo's powerful super power exploded directly, and the disc in front of him exploded instantly. Correspondingly, the counter on the side came directly to the value of 150, and all the discs were destroyed by Shine Duo's powerful superpower destruction. I'll go. This is everyone's heart activity. Looking at Suche's Shinedo, everyone looks weakly in the direction of Shinedo, worthy of being a super queen. Oh. Auditorium on. Everyone looked at Sinead's direction and shouted loudly. My god, full marks. This Sinead is too strong. I really want to know if Sinead is also very strong at night. Go away. Player Suche has shot down all the discs. Let's give it to Suche with warm applause and congratulate him for such a good result. Looking at Suche and his elf, the host commentator directly explained the racetrack. Wow, everyone is looking at Sinead eagerly, they can't wait to watch Sinead's game. Some students from various colleges and universities in the lounge looked at Sinead's performance, and looked at Sinead's direction solemnly. There is no news that Suche still has a Sinead. Although, it was only suspicious before, but now it is completely chaos. Some school layout plans 1. 7. Looking at Sinead on the screen, some teachers and students were a little unwilling. They also hoped that the rules of this exchange competition could be adjusted to limit Suche's strength. No matter what other people think, after Suche and Sinead gave each other high fives, they took Sinead back into the Pokeball. This made some viewers watching the live broadcast, and the audience in the audience, wailed unwillingly. In the VIP seats on the high platform, some leaders of the Education Bureau and some leaders from other regions also slightly changed their expressions when they saw Suche's strength. Is no way, the move of Sinead just now can also see Sinead's strength. Everyone is not a fool, most of the leaders present have experience as trainers. With your strength, isn't that a tiger joining a flock of sheep? Chapter 152, Sinead is here. 3 sports venues of the E-Province Stadium and other venues are holding different games. On this day, Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School has the most points. First of all, it was Suche's first disc shooting competition. Suche broke all the discs, and Suche still remembered the referee's expression. Because Suche got a perfect score, calculated by percentage, Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School got a perfect score of 10. A player from Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School, also not to be underestimated, also scored 9 points for the team. Of other schools are in the 8-7 point range, and there is still a certain gap between the two universities. This also makes other schools very envious. Why? Because the other side has 2 good seedlings. One is Sun Yao from Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School. First place, 5 points. The students of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School sent Kentaro to participate, but unfortunately fell behind the Flaming Horse and got 4 points and 4 points. In this way, the points of the 2 schools have come to the same level, and the impression to outsiders is that the students of the 2 schools are competing, and no one will let anyone else. Immediately afterwards, in the part of answering questions about the knowledge of elves, Suche answered his own questions within a few minutes, and achieved a complete result and got 10 points. And Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School also won't give up. Although it scored 9 points, it also made the leaders above and the audience hooked. At present, the score of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School is 24 points, and the score of Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School is 23 points. Then, there were some interesting relay races and other games, and the scores of both sides rose again. The score of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School reached 45 points, and the score of Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School reached 43 points. Then, there is the so-called elf competition, which all players will participate in. When one of the teams wins, the team will receive points proportionally, and the eliminated players will not count towards the points. Second day, this high school exchange competition, the Elves battle will start soon. Please focus your attention here and cheer for the contestants. Oh! The E-Province Stadium, the audience waited here early, the warm applause sounded, and everyone looked at the host with excitement. I'm very happy that you can watch the players' games here. I've made everyone wait for a long time. After a day of anticipation, are you already excited? Today we will start to compete for the top 64 ranking. The host looked at the audience around him and said excitedly, then, please show the trainers of the first game on the big screens around you. In the venue of the game, waiting for all, the host commentator came to the commentary stage, looked at the impatient audience around, and explained to the audience. The 444 large screens in the competition venue flashed at the same time, and the portraits of the two players were on the screen. In the commentary of the host, the competition officially started. Today, it is a knockout match. Out of more than 200 people, 64 contestants are eliminated. That is to say, each player has a total of games today, 2 games in the morning and 2 games in the afternoon. If the challenge is successful, they can participate in the finalists tomorrow. The knockout round. The next match is Su Che from Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, against Sun Liang from the high school. After I don't know how long, after hearing the host's voice in the stadium, Su Che also left his lounge and walked towards the playing field. Come on. When they left, the friends of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School cheered on Su Che, while Su Che gave a thumbs up, saying that he had no problem. Players from both sides please enter. Because the stereo radio technology is used in the competition field, everyone can hear every command of the trainer and the collision with the elves during the competition. Therefore, there is no need for the audience to guess what the trainer's order is. Please take the place of the contestants of both sides. The referee on the side looked at the players on both sides and announced according to the rules of the game. Please advise, let's have a good game. Who was wearing a college uniform, looked at Su Che on the opposite side, and walked to his own position to say to Su Che. Me too, let's fight with all my strength. Su Che also came to his own competition position and looked at Sun Liang, who was facing him, earnestly. The form of the game is a one-on-one game. When one of the elves loses the ability to fight, the game ends. Now, please send out their own elves. The referee looked at the players on both sides of the game and issued an order directly. Come out, Big Bird. Bidiao. Looking at Su Che on the opposite side, he threw out his Pokeball, and the Pokeball opened a big biju and appeared in everyone's eyes. Player Sun Liang sent a Big Bird. I wonder what kind of elves Su Che will send. Looking at the Big Bird that appeared in the competition venue, the host commentator also explained. 5 come out, Shadow. Looking at Big Bird on the opposite side, although he felt sorry for him, Su Che still took out his Pokeball and threw it directly. Shanae. The ethereal voice sounded with a starting point of starlight. Shanae Duo's voice appeared again, and everyone in the audience shouted loudly. The barrage in the live broadcast room is also like the tide, sending barrage wildly. Appeared, Shining Shanae Duo. Player Su Che sent Shining Shanae Duo. What will Big Bird and Sun Liang do in the face of a strong opponent? The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and directly explained the situation in the competition venue. Competition, start. Watching both sides send their own elves, the referee waved his own flag to announce the start of the game. Big Bird, air cutting. Facing the opposite Shinado, Sun Liang directly gave his order. Eagle. After hearing the order, Big Bird immediately took action, flapping its wings quickly, and the sharp air blades swiftly attacked the opposite Shinado. Oh, that's right. Seeing the overwhelming attack of sharp blades in the air, Su Che smiled slightly and thought to himself without caring. Chapter 153. One-shot kill, the pressure brought by Su Che. Faced with the attack of the Big Bird, how will Shinado face it? The host commentator looked at the competition venue below and excitedly explained to the audience. Shinado, superpower is fully activated. Looking at the Big Bird in the air, there was no vigilant expression on his face. Su Che was just very calm, and gave his order to Shinado. Kidding, what is the strength of Shinado? The strength of a half-step third-level divine beast. Shanae. The blue light flickered in Shanae Duo's eyes, his arms spread out instantly, and a huge circle of superpowers spread out the airwaves. All the audience, watching the explosion of Shinado's superpower, also widened their eyes in surprise. Shinado's superpower broke out, making the surrounding space a little dull, as if something incredible was about to appear. Because Shinado can feel the mood of humans and other elves, and some can clearly see the future. Shinado has telekinetic abilities, and can even warp space, or create a black hole in order to protect the trainer of details. When the superpower broke out, the surrounding air blades stagnated directly in place, and finally turned into a breeze and dissipated. Everyone watched this scene in surprise. Oh, Shinado's powerful superpowers directly made Big Bird's attack ineffective. What a powerful superpower, the Big Bird is a little dangerous. Looking at the situation in the competition venue, the host commentator is also explaining the situation of the competition. 100,000 volts. Looking at the Big Bird in the air, Suche shook his head slightly. This kind of elf is not even an appetizer. Looking at the Big Bird in the air, Suche directly faced Shinado and gave his order. Shinai duo heard Suche's order, and immediately acted with both hands. A large number of dark clouds appeared in the air, and lightning bolts struck Big Bird. Oh, Shinai duo attacked, such a powerful 100,000 volts, big as the bird losing its ability to fight. Looking at the attack below, the host commentator also explained it seriously. Not good, the big is faster than the bird. Beagle. Before Sun Liang's command could be heard, 100,000 volts hit Big Bird, and the powerful force made Big Bird scream. The 100,000 volts produced by Shinai duo, you dare to put your head on the Big Bird, you can't catch it. Boom. The 100,000 volts hit the Big Bird, the smoke appeared, and the Big Bird fell on the field of competition. Big Bird lost his ability to fight, and Shinado won the final Zhangcheng number 2 player, Suche, and successfully advanced. Looking at the two eyes, the Big Bird in the circle, also announced the final result of the game. The outcome has emerged, and Suche's Shinado has instantly killed Big Bird with one move. It's unbelievable. The host commentator looked at the game not below and explained the game. Oh, wow. The spectators in the competition venue looked at the competition venue and cheered and applauded excitedly. What a strong Shinado. This is the elf that a trainer should have. Beautiful and powerful, I'm sour. Quote. The audience looked at the situation of the competition venue and became excited one after another, all wishing that they had an elves with the same strength as Shinado. Come back, Shinado. Looking at the opponent on the opposite side, Suche withdrew his Shinado, ignored the lost player, and walked towards his rest area. Beautiful work, Suche. Back in their lounge, some students from Zhangcheng number 2 middle school came to Suche and congratulated Suche. While other schools looked at Suche's performance, no matter what. Whether it was a teacher or a student, there was a solemn look in their eyes. They really couldn't understand why such a powerful spirit would appear in an exchange competition. And now wanting to protest the rules is also invalid. It is estimated that the organizer of Hubei province and the education department can't believe that a champion-level wizard will appear. After killing the opponent in one move, the audience in the live broadcast room and the scene, the emotions of the audience burst out immediately. Shadow Ball. Boom. The fire monkey lost his fighting ability, and Shinado won, so in this game, Suche will advance. The screaming sound of the fire monkey sounded, and the referee waved the referee flag directly and announced the final order. Oh, the referee's voice made all the audience and the players of Zhangcheng number 2 high school cheer. Although this game was short-lived, it can be seen from the size of the Huobao monkey that the strength of the Huobao monkey is not simple, but Suche is still better. This match has come to an end, the two sides have come and gone, but Suche still managed to kill with one move and won the final victory. Let's congratulate Suche for entering the next round of the knockout round, and let us applaud to express our gratitude to the trainers who brought us exciting competitions. Wow. The warm atmosphere of the competition seems to have never stopped. Suche returned to the rest area, packed his things, and prepared to leave the scene with the other students. Have participated in 2 games this morning, and I have no games of my own in the morning, so I am waiting for the 2 games in the afternoon. There was nothing to say about the knockout round in the morning, and the students of Zhangcheng number 2 middle school kept hearing the good news. Due to the large number of people in the game, several venues started the game together, and one main venue and three subsidiary venues were all activated, so that it was enough. Just that Lee is okay. Suche's strength has already made everyone feel the pressure, and everyone looked at Suche's expression with a solemn look. Some teachers are not good at arranging for their students because they have no idea what kind of elves Suche will use to participate in the competition. What is Suche doing at the moment? Suche is currently in the lounge of his own school, lining up for the students. Because the opponent in the afternoon has already come out, the teacher leading the team also wants to hear Suche's thoughts. So, Suche did his part to write and draw on the blackboard, expressed his thoughts, and made corresponding arrangements through video and some data analysis. In the process of tactical arrangement, time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the afternoon game. After the teacher encouraged the students, he assured the students to go to the game. Chapter 154, Still Crushing. Fortunately, everyone is divided into the main venue, otherwise, if everyone is separated, it will be really troublesome. During the game, some reporters came to interview. For this kind of situation, after talking to the teacher in charge, he left here, avoiding the reporters who were interviewing. In the tense atmosphere, the match in the afternoon proceeded in an orderly manner. In the last match, Suche still sent his own Shinado, while his opponent sent a big steel snake. Contestant Suche still sent his own Shinado, and the contestant sent his own elf, which is a big steel snake. The big steel snake has the steel attribute and the ground attribute, so it is just right to restrain the goblin, Xanaduo. So how will Suche and his Shinduo deal with the big steel snake with the steel attribute? Looking at the two elves appearing below, the host commentator mobilized the audience's emotions and was a little excited. I don't think this game will be killed by a second. If it is killed again, it can't be justified. Moreover, the double defense of the big steel snake is also very good. If he is killed by Shinado in this way, then this game will be meaningless, and it will become Sha 543 Nai's home court. The anchors of some big-name live broadcast studios watched the live broadcast channel of the game and explained the game to their audience. Some anchors have seen it very thoroughly. Indeed, the organizer will definitely ban the use of Shinado in this way, but the organizer will not be able to make it through. Therefore, it is most likely to change the rules of the game, but this will also be complained by the audience, it is too difficult. The game, start. Seeing that both sides sent their own elves, the referee also waved his own flag and gave a simple and clear order. Big steel snake, tie up and attack. After the opposing player heard the referee's order, he issued his own order to the big steel snake. He hoped to restrain Shinado. Roar. The big steel snake who heard the order hurriedly moved, the huge body moved, and the body circled quickly, thinking to catch the opposite Shinado. However, is Shinado really that easy to be caught? If it is so easy to be caught, then there will be no super queen in the elf world. Oh, the big steel snake directly used the binding attack. Yes, is it a good strategy to limit Shinado, but Shinado is also very fast, so it may not be effective. The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and explained to the audience in a straightforward manner. The same suspenseful tone made the audience nervous. Shinado, teleportation, shadow ball. Listening to the commentary of the host commentator, Suche just smiled slightly and directly gave an order to his own Shinado. Shinai, Sha. A voice sounded. Shinado's figure was lost in the same place, and the attack of the big steel snake came to nothing. Shinado appeared directly behind the big steel snake. Looking at the big steel snake who failed to attack and looked around, Shinado began to condense his strength. A1 purple-black shadow ball was formed in front of Shinado, and with a move with both hands, the shadow ball was quickly pushed out. Shoo! A break. Sound sounded, and the shadow ball quickly attacked the big steel snake. No, big steel snake. Behind you, use the cannon. Looking at Shinado's movements, even the trainer of the big steel snake did not expect that Shinado actually has such a speed, and its skill release speed is also unusual. Roar, bang, boom. The big steel snake turned around with its bulky body, and just wanted to use his own tricks, but the shadow ball's skill directly hit the big steel snake. The sound of the skill hitting sounded, and the powerful power of the shadow ball instantly knocked the steel snake on the opposite side to the ground, and a violent roar sounded, and the big steel snake was directly knocked to the ground. While the smoke was rising, everyone looked at the center of the playing field, hoping to know the final result. The big steel snake was hit by Shineido's skills. Such a powerful shadow ball. Did the big steel snake lose its fighting ability directly? The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and explained it with confusion. The surrounding audience were also staring at the competition venue, hoping to get the final result. The big steel snake loses its fighting ability, and Shineido wins, so the winner is Suche. Smoke dissipated, and the figure of the big steel snake reappeared in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the big steel snake's eyes were open. It fell in circles on the field of competition, obviously losing its fighting ability. The referee looked at the situation of the big steel snake and directly issued the final judgment. There was silence in the auditorium. Everyone looked at the big steel snake in the arena with disbelief. Looking at the center of the playing field, he has a new view on Shineido's strength. Wow, this Shineido is really strong. My god, he actually killed the big steel snake with one move. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a joke. However, having said that, the former champion of Lao Russia had a Shineido, and I don't know who is more powerful on both sides. In the Tiger live broadcast room, an anchor was watching the live broadcast, and was explaining the game to the audience, and it was the master anchor teacher of Elf Live. Because I am very strong and also good at some disgusting weather routines, I am called a teacher by some trainers. At this moment, he was watching the game in the live broadcast, and said in amazement. And the audience in his live broadcast room also listened to his live broadcast, recording while studying. When they heard such words suddenly, it also caused a heated discussion among the audience watching the live broadcast. The result is out. Let's congratulate Suche to the next round. Similarly, let's give warm applause to the two outstanding players, and hope they can make persistent efforts. Wow! The audience applauded enthusiastically, expressing their satisfaction with the battle, and they also further understood the strength of the elves of the contestants. Suche's Shinei duo left a deep impression on people. Everyone looked at Shinei duo's direction in surprise, and also learned more about Shinei duo's strength. King of Heaven, at least the strength of the King of Heaven. Chapter 155, Documents from the Provincial Department of Education. After a few games, Suche's Shineido left a very deep impression on people. Everyone looked at Shineido in surprise, and also learned more about Shineido's strength. This Shinei duo is definitely the strength of the King of Heaven, or at least, the strength of the King of Heaven. In previous research, after the elves have evolved to their final form, the strength is at least the peak of the elite and the early stage of the quasi-heaven king. Strength. But Shinei duo can crush the elves of this strength, and only the elves of the champion level can do this. Therefore, there is no doubt that Shineido's strength is that of a champion level elf. In the face of such a powerful elves, everyone felt a sense of powerlessness. The gap is really too big, and some tactics cannot make up. Quasi-celestial king, the elves at the level of the champion of the heavenly kings are not at the heights. A little bit, that is the difference between the sky and the earth. Moreover, Suche's elf is not. This Shineido, all the contestants who have watched the open competition know which elf in Suche's hand is simple. Say that Bangira and Fast Dragon have both defeated spirits that have not evolved. Thinking of this, all the contestants seem to have lost their fighting spirit, and everyone's faces turned gloomy. Those teachers looked at this situation and shook their heads helplessly. Others started with a king bomb, and there were still planes behind. How can I play this card? Some teachers couldn't bear it anymore, seeing that the students had no fighting spirit. They could only raise their opinions to the organizer, hoping to limit the strength of Suche. Of course, whether the organizer agrees to limit Suche's strength or not, that's the organizer's problem. The game in the afternoon continued, and in a conference hall of the EPUB Stadium, some leaders of the provincial education department, as well as representatives of some powerful big families, are holding a meeting here at the moment. The content of the meeting was whether to limit the strength of Suche's players, because Suche's strength is too terrifying, and the strength of the champion of heaven makes all the players breathless. Just the Shinado in the morning gave them the feeling that it was the pinnacle of the championship, or even the existence of a master-level divine beast. It is precisely because of this that everyone considered whether to limit Suche's strength, and also considered whether to compensate for it. Limiting strength is a good thing, but if the limitation of strength causes the opponent's displeasure, it will be a little troublesome. Suche was originally an honorary doctorate. Combined with Suche's own strength, if Suche wanted to make trouble, no one would be able to stop him. If you want me to say, directly suppress the strength to the elite level, won't this matter be solved? The discussion went on and there was no result. Just press the two levels directly, and everyone will be on the same starting line. A leader of the education department looked at the crowd, and he didn't care about the authenticity at all. When they heard the speaker, everyone frowned. The people from the education department and the organizer thought it was nothing, but the members of the big family were a little unhappy. Elite level, you are joking, even if you say so, but from the big family which of the players has 3 elite level elves? This also meant that not only was Suche restricted, but the other players were also restricted. Of course they didn't want to. The elite level is still too low, let's go to the king level. Listening to what the member of the education department said, some members of the contestants' family objected. If the elite level was really restricted, how would their own children compete? This exchange competition is not the exchange competition in front of it. It has a deeper meaning, that is, a selection for the national youth team. Get a good result. If you are selected by a national level team, then you will really be on your way. In the national team, you can enjoy the most generous treatment, elves training resources and money, and the country will give you later, and there must be the best coaches to help you improve your strength. It is precisely because of this that the clan elders and members of those players came to hold this meeting. If the rules are not changed, their children, no matter how good they are, will not be in the eyes of the national team. Therefore, most of the initiators of today's meeting are still them. Flowers. So, how are you going to tell Dr. Suche, or how to compensate Dr. Suche? The organizer and the 2 leading persons in charge of the Department of Education, the latter looked at the elders of the family, and bit the word, doctor, with a heavy voice. Hearing this, everyone understood what the 2 leaders meant. We can change the rules of the game, but this will not have a good impact on this game. The question is, how do you compensate Suche? For everyone looking at each other in dismay. That's right, how to compensate Suche is still a problem. Thinking of this, the elders and members of those big families also have headaches. The problem: Suche is just an ordinary genius trainer. He can recruit or win relationships. The key point is that Suche is an honorary doctor. A headache. The next afternoon's competition is still fierce. Although Suche's strength is a big mountain, but the strength of others is still the same. Therefore, some good players still qualified for the promotion, but some dramatic scenes also happened. Suche successfully advanced to the 2 games in the afternoon, because the opponent directly conceded defeat. This situation made those teachers angry, but they also criticized and educated the students. Under such circumstances, some players were also shaken, and they all expressed how they could possibly beat Suche, and some teachers were anxious in their eyes. Some clan elders communicated with the organizer and the education department, hoping to change the rules and limit Suche's strength, but because of too much wind, the education department learned the news. Finally, a piece of paper came down, and all dissenting voices disappeared. The provincial department of education probably means, why don't your big family have this strength? And they are still working class children. Your strength is not as good as others, and now you want to change the rules, you have to face. After a paper was written down, everyone understood the meaning of the education department, and for a while, the players who had power and family behind them were pale and speechless. Chapter 156. Fight against the master of the water system in Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School. After Su Che heard the news, he also shook his head with a smile. This document from the education office is really interesting. Su Che, who knew the news, even had a much better impression of the education department of Hubei province. The game in the afternoon was still in full swing, and all the students did their best. Hope to get a good result. When the national team comes to choose, they also have a certain chance. Afternoon, in the lounge, the teacher was talking to the students about tomorrow's arrangements, and also told everyone the main purpose of this competition. What? The National Youth Training Team, come here to screen talents. Hearing this news, everyone understands why the biennial competition is so important to the school. The main reason is that this competition is to screen, May 4th 3rd. Talent. As long as you enter the National Youth Training Team, you will further enhance your strength step by step. Of the future 4 kings and champions may really have a chance to impact. Yes, I hope you will play well and don't miss your own chances. Looking at all the students in the lounge, the leading teacher is also encouraging everyone. Their strength is very good. If they participate in this competition, they may get a good result. Down. When you go to the youth training team, you can also get an excellent coach, and your strength will also improve by leaps and bounds. Finally, you will invest in the work of the country to defend the country and win glory. Yeah, next time I'm going to win all of them. After Zhang Raiji heard the news, he couldn't hold his breath and said directly. Your all-water lineup is really hard to see, if you encounter an electric spirit at that time. I'll see what you do. On the other hand, Lu Feng looked very calm, and said to the excited Zhang Raiji. After listening to Su Che, he nodded silently. Zhang Raiji's strength was not bad, but the team's attributes were too single, and if someone targeted him, he could do nothing. It's okay, let's take one step at a time. The youth training team is not just about rankings. Chen Xing, the head of the discipline inspection department, looked at Zhang Raiji and comforted everyone. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this college exchange competition is about to start. Please gather your eyes here and cheer for the contestants. Oh. The E Province Stadium, the audience waited here early, warm applause broke out, and everyone looked at the host commentator with excitement. After yesterday's game, everyone has learned the strength of some players, and there are many star players among them. Now everyone is looking forward to today's game. The audience is on the side of the field. I hope all the contestants will start the game. I'm very happy that you can watch the players' games here. I've made everyone wait for a long time. After 2 days of anticipation, are you already excited? Today we will start the competition, the top 632 competition. The host looked at the audience around and was very excited. First of all, let's take a look at the people who are fighting today. On the display screens around, the distribution of the competition between the players appeared, Su Che and the other. Another player appears on the screen. The match time between the two sides was exactly in the afternoon, so Su Che could also rest a little longer. At noon, after eating, Su Che also began to prepare for the afternoon game, and the opponent in the afternoon game also got to know. It was the player of Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School. Like Zhang Raiji, the opponent is good at using water spirits to fight. The afternoon, the audience in the entire stadium began to cheer, hoping to see the two trainers. An excellent game. Hello everyone, next is Su Che from Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, and Shuiyu from Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School. Play the game. Player Su Che used Flash Xanadu yesterday, will he still use Xanadu today? And Shuiyu is a trainer specializing in water. Although she is a girl, her strength is not weak. What kind of spark will the two of them meet? Let's look forward to what kind of game the two players will bring us. The host looked at the players in the next game, introduced the audience to the audience, and explained excitedly. Please take the place of the contestants of both sides. The referee on the side looked at the players on both sides and announced according to the rules of the game, "Finally, I really don't want to meet you, please be merciful." Shuiyu, who was wearing blue clothes, looked at Suche, and came to her own position. "Fight with all your might. Don't have any regrets in the trainer's battle." Suche also came to his own competition position and looked at Shuiyu on the opposite side, also earnestly. The form of the game is a one-on-one game. When one of the elves loses the ability to fight, the game ends. Now, please send out their own elves. The referee looked at the players on both sides of the game and issued an order directly. "Thorn shell, please." "Hey." The pokeball threw a white light and flashed past. A figure broke free from the white light, and a moist and cold breath burst out directly. "Oh, thorn shell. Thorn shell. It is an elf protected by double shells. The body has a protruding horn. The outermost shell also has some protruding horns. The mouth begins to show." "Oh, player Shuiyu sent his own elf. It's a thorn shell. How will player Suche deal with it? Will he still use Shinado?" Explanation 1. The 7 members looked at the elf that came out, excitedly explained the game, and at the same time guessed the elf used by Suche. "Let me show you the strength of the water elf master in the 6th middle school of Zhangcheng." Looking at Suche on the opposite side, Shuiyu raised her head and raised her chest, and said with a very arrogant look, "It's my turn, Lotto." The Rotom mobile phone that was beside Suche looked at the elves sent from the opposite side, and floated out directly, using the picture book function to introduce the thorn shell. Thorn shell bivalve spirit, water, ice attributes. The shell is very hard. Even incendiary bombs cannot be destroyed, only when the attack will open. The way to repel the enemy is to forcibly close the shell and stab the thorns while protecting the body. Suche, in the face of this kind of elves, there will be a certain chance of winning if you use the elves of the electricity and fighting types. Chapter 157. Release the water. Looking at the thorn shell on the opposite side, Rotom's mobile phone directly gave the best result. "Go, Doran Baruto." Looking at the thorn shell on the opposite side, Suche threw his Pokeball directly, the Pokeball opened, and the figure of Doran Baruto appeared on the field of play. Squeak. "Why, Suche, you idiot, you actually sent the dragon-typed along Baruto, aren't you making trouble?" And Rotom's mobile phone beside him. Angrily, he tugged at Suche's ear, and gave Suche a pair of, "Hate iron is not steel." Tone of voice. Because there is a device for recording sound on the contestant stage, the words of Rotom's mobile phone can be heard clearly by all the spectators present. Everyone listened to the analysis of Rotom's mobile phone and couldn't help but nod their heads, saying that what Rotom's mobile phone said was right, and it really should be like this. Rotom's phone is right. It's no good for the dragon type to fight the ice type. The players of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School should not make this mistake. Question 16 is that I want to see Shinado. Yes, yes. Why don't you use this elf? It's not a very strong elf. You're joking, the dragon is not strong. Do you know who Suche is? Quote. Some viewers did not know the situation of Doran Baruto, and expressed doubts about Suche taking out this elf. The audience who watched Suche's live broadcast, but understood the strength of this elf, couldn't help but look forward to it. Oh, player Suche sent along Baruto, who is the quasi-god of Great Britain. Unexpectedly, player Suche sent a quasi-god level elves. Duolong Baruto is a dragon-type and ghost-type elf, and he has a certain weakness against the ice-type thorn shell, so what will Suche do to fight the opponent's thorn shell? Host commentator obviously knew the origin of Doran Baruto, and explained the situation of Doran Baruto to the audience. At the same time, he also explained the game in a suspenseful tone, which made the audience subconsciously focus their attention. Properties aren't absolute. I don't look at properties. Pulling open Rotom's phone, Suche explained Rotom's doubts, more like telling everyone. Quote. Rotom looked at Doran Baruto in the arena quietly, thinking about the problem without saying a word. Indeed, according to the illustrations and materials, the ice element does a lot of damage to the dragon element, and Duolong Baruto is not without his tricks. Competition. Start. The referee watched as both sides sent their own elves, waved their own flags, and gave the order to start the game. Do you underestimate me by not sending Shinado, but sending a dragon-type spirit? Even if it is a quasi-god, my thorn shell is very strong. That's why you lost to me. Use freezing ray. Looking at the elves sent by Suche, Shueyu felt that she was being underestimated. She said to Suche directly, and at the same time ordered her thorn shells to use ice-type tricks. Hey Ka. Looking at the opposite Doran Baruto, Thorn Armor immediately used his own tricks after hearing his master's order. An icy blue light instantly shot out from the corner of the stinging shell, attacking the opposite Doran Baruto. The reason why I don't use Shinado is because I plan to release water. Otherwise I will let my first primal elf come out, and you will be beaten by me to shut yourself off. Dragon Baruto, dodge and use Dragon Dance. Looking at the freezing light that was attacking, Suche replied to Shueyu's words. The tone of contempt for the world made his scalp tingle, and then he gave an order to Duolong Baruto. Squeak. After Duolong Baruto heard Suche's order, he immediately moved. His body circled in midair. The freezing light was dodged by Duolong Baruto and attacked on the playing field behind. Freezing rays hit the playing field, and half of the playing field formed an ice surface. And Duolong Baruto also successfully used the Dragon Dance, and the effect of the Dragon Dance was immediately displayed. Because of the feature of ability improvement, Duolong Baruto's attack increased by 2 levels, and the speed was also increased by 2 levels. Who had used Dragon Dance, was now looking at the stinging shell on the opposite side, with a look of contempt in his eyes. Are you saying I'm not strong enough? Shueyu was also a little angry when she heard this. She is the water master of Zhangcheng 6th Middle School, and someone who has defeated Sun Yao. How could he be weak? Then I will show you my strength. Thorn Shell, using the wave of water. Looking at Doran Baruto on the opposite side, Shueyu gave an order directly to the stinging shell. Hey Ka. Hearing Shellfish listened to his master's order and acted directly. A1 blue water sphere condensed in front of the shellfish and attacked in the direction of Duolong Baruto. Oh, thorn shells used water waves. What kind of tricks will Doran Baruto use to counter them? The host commentator watched the changes in the competition venue, mobilized the emotions of the audience, and still explained the situation in the competition. Dorong Baru 543 to use dragon arrows. Seeing the impact of the water fluctuations, Suche shook his head. As long as he avoided this attack, it would have no effect at all. However, Suche did not let Doran Baruto dodge, but directly let Doran Baruto use the dragon arrow to break the waves of boiling water. Squeak. After Duolong Baruto heard Suche's order, he understood what Suche wanted to do, so he directly used his own tricks. The dragon arrows formed by 2 dragons of Messia quickly spewed out from the jet holes above the head of the dragons Baruto, and attacked the opposite thorn shells. Bang! With purple dragon power, the first dragon arrow pierced through the waves of water directly, attacking the stinging shell with unabated speed. What's wrong? Stingray shells use shrink shells. Looking at the rushing dragon arrow, the opposite Shueyu didn't dare to be careless, and directly issued her own order. Hey Ka. After hearing the order, the thorn shell quickly acted, and it felt a strong threat from the dragon arrow. Quickly shrink into the shell. A faint green light emerges from the double-layered shell, and the defense power increases rapidly. Boom! Boom! 2 voices sounded, the power of the dragon arrow exploded directly, and Duolong Baruto was knocked out by this powerful attack. Chapter 158. 2 strokes to solve the thorn shell. Hookah! The thorn shell that was attacked by the dragon arrow fell behind, and the severe pain caused the thorn shell to open its shell, swaying from side to side in the arena, looking dizzy. Oh, Doran Baruto's attack hit, and the thorn shell seems to be in pain now. Why is it a little confused? The host commentator looked at this situation and couldn't understand it, but he still explained it dutifully. However, When Duolong Baruto's attack hit the thorn shell, some of the players and teachers in the audience suddenly changed their faces. They are very aware of the defensive capabilities of the thorn shell, and the attack of Doran Baruto actually beat the thorn shell like this. Could it be that Duolong Baruto is another elf of the Heavenly King level? Everyone trembled at the thought of it. It was terrifying, and it was fortunate that the thorn shell had a strong defense ability. Otherwise, Doran Baruto's attack can make the thorn shell lose its ability to fight in one move. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye can see that there are some cracks on the double shell of the thorn shell, which is caused by the attack of Doran Baruto just now. This made the teachers who led the team a bit of a headache. They didn't expect Doran Baruto's attack power to be so high. Moreover, Suchei's words are not unreasonable. He did release water. If he didn't release water, he could use Shinado and successfully win the game. Thorn shell, are you okay? Looking at her thorn shell, Shueyu finally changed her face, looked at her thorn shell in shock, and asked anxiously. Doran Baruto, Shadow Ball. Looking at the thorn shell on the opposite side, with the idea of taking advantage of your illness to kill you, Suchei issued a new order to his own Doran Baruto. Squeak. Upon hearing the order, Doran Baruto immediately moved, as if his ghostly body swam quickly, and quickly came within the attack range. Looking at the thorn shell on the opposite side, a purple-black energy ball condensed in front of Doran Baruto's mouth and attacked the thorn shell on the opposite side. No, Doran Baruto used the shadow ball. If the thorn shells don't dodge, they will be attacked immediately. What will Shueyu players do? Looking at the situation in the competition venue, the host commentator was also surprised to see the situation in the competition venue, and excitedly explained the game. Not good, stinging shellfish, hurry up and use protection. Looking at the shadow ball attacking from the opposite side, Shueyu changed her face at this time, and gave an order to her thorn shell. Late. However, it's too late to order the thorn shell to start defending. In a daze, the thorn shell finally came to his senses, but looking at the shadow ball in front of him, he couldn't use his own tricks. He attacked my face. Oh, this made me take it like this. Hey ka! The shadow ball quickly hit the thorn shell. A tragic, powerful trick formed an air current, which hit the thorn shell to the rear. Smoke filled the air, making it difficult to see what was going on in the arena. Hit! The shadow ball still hit the thorn shell. Can the thorn shell be defended? The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and explained the competition excitedly, and the audience watched the situation in the competition venue nervously. Hey ka! Stinging shell lost its ability to fight, and Doran Baruto got the won, so the winner of this competition is Suchei. Smoke dissipated, and the stingray shells were pierced. They fell to the ground in circles, apparently losing their ability to fight. The referee on the side looked at the situation on the playing field, waved the referee flag in his hand, and announced the final result of the game. The winner has been decided, the thorn shell has been defeated, and Duolong Baruto has defeated the opponent with his powerful strength. Let's congratulate Suchei player. The host commentator looked at the results below, and immediately became excited to explain the results of the game. Oh, such a powerful strength. He will be my male god in the future. It's amazing, his Doran Baruto, why is it so amazing? I remembered, he is the honorary doctor of China, Dr. Suchei. It's true that you say that, no wonder his strength is so powerful. Dr. Suchei. In the auditorium, some audience members obviously knew Suchei's identity, and they all shouted and cheered for Suchei. Come back, Stingray. You're doing well, that's my problem. The opposite Shueyu took back her thorn shell, gave Suchei a deep look, then left the competition stage and returned to her rest area. Doran Baruto, well done. Looking at Doran Baruto surrounded by him, Suchei smiled and touched Doran Baruto's head, encouragingly said to Doran Baruto. Squeak. Doran Baruto just smiled and said that he still needs to cheer. Come back. Hearing this, Suchei nodded in relief, and finally took back Doran Baruto and walked to the rest area. In the Tiger Live broadcast room, the teacher watched Doran Baruto in the live broadcast, and also commented aloud. Wow, I really didn't expect that Doran Baruto's strength is too great. Brother cute. The first dragon arrow attacked the thorn shell with 2 direct moves, and it actually played a chaotic effect. If this doesn't change the rules, Dr. Suche can directly wear the game. Dr. Suche's elf strength is too great. I'm going to compete with Dr. Suche. Forget it. Although my tricks are fine, under the suppression of absolute level strength, these tactics are useless. I'm not a coward, I'm telling the truth, okay. The teacher looked at the audience in his live broadcast room and kept chatting with the audience. I don't know why in the next game, as if everyone fought chicken blood, they all used their strongest strength to compete. Zhang Raiji didn't know where he was, but he encountered some adventures. His sea thorn dragon evolved into the Thorn Dragon King. The water and dragon Thorn Dragon Kings were durable, and he had enough physical strength to make the Thorn Dragon King win the game. So far, the players from Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School have been eliminated the least. Only 3 players have been eliminated, and there are still 12 players left. I don't know if they will have a chance to face each other tomorrow. Even if there is a chance to meet, it is to learn from each other and communicate with each other, not the kind that fights you to the death and the elves will leave hidden dangers. Chapter 159. Rest, Excessive. Back in the lounge, Suche closed his eyes. Outsiders looked at Suche as if he was sleeping. In fact, Suche's mind sank into the space of the game system. The scenery in the system space is still the same, and the elves are training step by step. Seeing Suche appear in the space, the elves stopped training and came to Suche's side to say hello. Because Suche obtained the grass-type origin slate, the life energy in the system space increased again. When all elves are training, there is no need to worry that there will be residual injuries after high-intensity training. In addition, when the elves are resting, the rich life force will nourish the elves' bodies and subtly enhance the physical strength of the elves. Similarly, when the elves are resting, life energy will also help restore the stamina of the elves. It is also because of this that the elves' endurance is guaranteed, so that Suche doesn't have to worry about the elves' bodies. Same way, Suche didn't push them too hard. As long as he worked hard and properly trained one item, Suche would be very happy. After all, the body is the capital of the revolution. If you want to defeat your opponent and reach the strongest peak, you must practice hard and maintain a good body. Meow. Howl. It's just that at 543 hours, Scaled Dragon and Hot Meow looked at Suche and expressed their intentions to Suche. Yeah, do you want to play too? In front of them and the expectant gazes behind them, Suche also smiled and nodded in response to them. Of course you can. When the time comes for the 3-on-3 match, I will definitely bring you to the stage. Roar. When some elves heard this, they roared happily and rushed towards Suche. Hey, wait. Don't. However, the bodies of the elves quickly drowned Suche's body, and all the elves rubbed against Suche and threw Suche to the ground. In this way, Suche and the elves got together in the game system space. The classmates in the lounge saw a smile on Suche's face, and some of the female classmates were stunned. When they came back to their senses and remembered what they looked like just now, their cheeks suddenly turned red. But looking at the quiet Suche, the girls couldn't help but look at him more. After a tense day of competition, all the players had a certain fear of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School. The most important thing is that Suche's strength is too strong. The face of the powerful Suche, some tactics and methods seemed to be useless in all schools, and they had imagined several situations that were all unsatisfactory. Because there is no teacher, player, or even a trainer who can break Suche's law of using elves. Most of Suche's elves are powerful, and some routines seem to have no effect on Suche. Example, today's duolong Baruto fought against the ice-type thorn shell, and he successfully won the battle, which is really unbelievable. It is also because of this that everyone in tomorrow's game is playing well. I hope to collect the data of Suche's elf. Ignoring what other people think of Suche, at this moment Suche is coming to the city next to the E Province Stadium, which is in the center of E Province, where business and technology are very developed. Point is, the high street here. Suche can buy some needed items. Coming to the commercial street here, looking at all kinds of passers-by and some elves following them, Suche's Rotom was the most excited. It can learn something from the information in the illustrated book, and it can also increase its knowledge. On the other hand, Suche and Miu were enjoying the food on the street together. That's right, Suche came here alone, and looked at the snacks that could not be bought in Zhongcheng. He was also very happy, and his saliva was drooling. Come and have a look. Fresh meatballs from the Octopus Bucket Ball shop. The Fire-Breathing Dragon Barbecue shop is discounted. Welcome everyone to come and have a look. The fresh cream cake in the big milk pot is out. Everyone who likes desserts, come and have a look. The small vendor next to him kept talking, and the smell of the food made Suche salivate. Looking at the delicious food, Suche seemed to have come to a food paradise. Boss, I want this. Looking at those vendors, Suche also ordered the food in a drastic manner, while Mizuo was also eating the food he wanted. After buying some food, Suche came to a remote place with a large bag and a small bag under the strange eyes of everyone. Release all his elves, Suche and they taste the food together. Suche himself was also facing a whole roast chicken, unloading large pieces. This is like the practice of roasting chicken in the previous life, but different from the previous life. The chicken here is very fat, and eating it makes people have a kind of taste, intoxicated. Then wrapped in a layer of honey from 3 bees, that is the real soul. Hum. Looking at the food in his hand, Suche ate it in big mouthfuls. And Suche's elves were also eating the nutritious meal that Suche prepared for them. 2 hours later, after the elves and Suche had a meal together, after relaxing here for a while, they returned the elves to their respective Pokeballs. After visiting the commercial area here, Suche returned to the room provided by the stadium, logged in online and sorted out the elves that will participate in tomorrow's game, and then washed up and rested early. Day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad you can be here and watch the contestants compete. I've made everyone wait for a long time. After 2 days of anticipation, are you already excited? Today we will start the competition. The top 32 will enter the round of 16. The host looked at the audience around and was very excited. First of all, let's take a look at the people who are fighting today. On the display screens around, the distribution of the competition between the players appeared, and Suche and another player appeared on the screen. Of the match between the two sides happened to be the 5th match in the morning. Recalling the other party's information, this player seems to be good at some sprites that the trainers don't often use. A bit interesting, Suche also smiled slightly when he looked at his competitors. Then let's not talk nonsense and get ready to start today's game. What's different from the previous game is that in the 32nd round of the 16th round, the elves used to have become 3, which is also a test of the player's comprehensive strength. Chapter 160, the top 16 competition. What's different from the previous game is that in the 32nd round of the 16th round, the elves used to have become 3, which is also a test of the player's comprehensive strength. Let's wait and see what kind of games the players will bring us today. Okay, all the viewers and friends of the live broadcast room, hello everyone. I'm your old friend. What you are watching now is the biennial Hubei University Exchange Competition. Because there is no other game, so I started to comment on this game. So, what we learned is that the next game is 3-on-3. That is to say, this is a bit of a test of the lineup. I am not talented, and I am called the master of dirty people, so I hope you will learn something through my commentary in this competition. Okay, let's watch the game next. The first game is on. Watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room, I also used humorous vocabulary to explain. Haha, the teacher is just bringing evil people. Weather team, space team, charming and hypnotic. What can you do with a sucker golem? I can solve you with one move. The barrages in the live broadcast room were joking, and then they still focused on the live broadcast. In the following live broadcast commentary, everyone listened with great interest and also learned a lot. The teacher originally had the identity of a trainer, but because of his own hobby or his own decision, he became an entertainment anchor of the elf game. With his humorous explanation style and some of his own routines, he is liked by many trainers or students, and is known as a dirty routine and a villain. Soon, Suche's battle came, and the audience in the live broadcast room were all excited, not knowing what kind of elves Suche would send to fight. The scene of the competition. Hello everyone, next is Suche from Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, and Wangming from E Province No. 1 Middle School, to compete. Competitor Suche, yesterday used a quasi-god elf like DeLong Baruto, and in the competition a few days ago, the elf used was Shining Shinado. So, in today's competition, will Suche still use these two types of elves? And Wangming is also an excellent trainer, good at using some unpopular elves, but his strength is also not weak. So, what kind of spark will the two of them meet in the match? Let's look forward to what kind of game the two players will bring us. The host commentator looked at the contestants in the next game, introduced to the audience, and explained in a tone of anticipation and doubt. Please take the place of the contestants of both sides. The referee on the side looked at the two players who walked from the rest area to the competition, and announced according to the rules of the game. Finally, the average person may surrender, but if there is a chance of 3 against 3, please come to a real game with me. Looking at Suche on the opposite side, Wangming came to his playing position and said to Suche on the opposite side. It's the same for me, so I will fight with all my strength. Don't have any regrets in the divisions battle. Suche also came to his own game position, looking at the opposite king, he was also serious. Authentic. The format of the game is a 3-on-3 game. When one side's elves lose their ability to fight, the game ends. Now, please send out both parties, their first elves. The referee looked at the players on both sides of the game and issued an order directly. Go, Magic Wall Puppet. Looking at Suche on the opposite side, Wangming took out his Pokeball and threw it towards the arena. A strange elf appeared in the field. A peculiar elf appeared on the spot, holding the invisible wall with both hands, surprising everyone. It's actually a magic wall puppet. It's really rare to use this kind of elves in the game. The magic wall puppet looks a bit like a human, and has a suction cup on its 5 fingers. Besides fighting, it is also a good helper for housework. Oh, player Wangming sent his own magic wall puppet. What kind of elves will player Suche send? At the competition venue, the elves sent by Wangming were actually magic wall puppets. Flowers, dolls of the magic wall, come out, mime. Looking at the magic wall puppet opposite, Suche also took out his Pokeball and threw it directly. Crack. Mizu appeared in the competition field. The eyes on the painted skin were staring at the opposite magic wall puppet, and the eyes were filled with fighting intent. It's actually the magic wall doll Loto. Rotom on the mobile phone on the side looked at the magic wall puppet. The data in the mobile phone changed for a while. The information of the magic wall puppet appeared on the screen, and was published by Rotom Science. The magic wall puppet is a barrier-type elves, superpowers, goblins, attributes, born good at pantomime, and as they grow more and more skilled, it seems that they can create even invisible things. Incredible waves from the fingertips can harden the air to create a real wall. Oh, in the face of the magic wall puppets, Suche sent out a phantom, and the ghost-type phantom can be said to be the nemesis of the magic wall puppets. So, what kind of wonderful performance will the two sides bring to us? Let's wait and see. The host commentator looked at the two elves in the competition venue and explained the game for everyone. Competition, start. The referee on the side saw that both sides sent their own elves, so after waving their own flags, they announced the order to start the game. Magic Wall Puppet. Use the Shadow Ball. Watching the opposite mimetic, Wang Ming launched an attack without hesitation, and gave an order to the Magic Wall Puppet. Come on. After the Magic Wall Puppet heard the order, his eyes flashed, his hands folded and he pushed forward. A purple, black energy ball quickly formed and attacked the opponent on the opposite side. The Magic Wall Puppet uses a Shadow Ball. This trick is very effective for Mitsu. How will MIMI deal with it? Watching the attack launched by the Magic Wall Puppet, the host commentator was also very nervous, watching the commentary in the competition venue. Misame, use the sword dance after dodging. Seeing the Shadow Ball attacking, Suche didn't panic at all, and gave an order directly to Miyu. Kaji. Chapter 161. The Power of Mimetic Q. Mizui looked at the Shadow Ball that had been attacked, and jumped up to avoid the Shadow Ball's attack. The petite body circled in midair, and the sword dance moves were used directly. A straight circle of sharp swords forms around the mirage, and the sword dance increases its attack. The Shadow Ball was dodged by MIMI, and MIMI continued to use the sword dance. This is incredible, MIMI's attack has increased dramatically. The commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and explained to all the spectators. Oh, this time the mimic can be done. If the Magic Wall Puppet's attack doesn't hit, it can't give MIMI a real damage, not to mention MIMI's characteristic paint skin, which is immune to an attack. In the live broadcast room of the Tiger Live platform, looking at the mimetic processing method, I couldn't help but marvel at May 4-3. Same way, when facing the mimic, I am afraid that you can only use the development of fast attack, otherwise, you will be useless if you do not break its skin. Immune to one attack. It is precisely because of this that most Phantom trainers tend to enhance the Phantom's attribute ability in the first round. Think about what you would do if it were you. What would you do if it were you? Looking at some viewers in his live broadcast room, he said to them. The characteristic of the illusion is that it is really difficult to handle. If you want to truly defeat the mimic, you have to break its skin, but the mimic's skin is not so easy to break. If it were me, I might also improve my attributes first, break the mystical painting skin, and then launch a thunderous attack. Same as above. Some of the audience in the live broadcast room listened to the questions and discussed their ideas one after another. However, on the scene of the competition, a new change has taken place. The Magic Wall Puppet directly used the power of thought. Looking at the mimetic Wang Ming on the opposite side, he frowned and issued a new order to his Magic Wall Puppet. Come on. The Magic Wall Puppet directly stretched out his hands after hearing it. His eyes turned into blue light and used the power of mind to attack, and his hands were materialized to the power of mind power in the hands of the fascination. Mystery, Shadow Ball. Watching the Magic Wall Puppet on the opposite side use a trick, Suche gave an order to Miyu. Ka. Mizuo condensed a purple-black energy ball in front of him after hearing the order, and finally flicked his tail, and the Shadow Ball attacked in the direction of the Magic Wall Puppet. Boom, boom, come on. The Shadow Ball burst out of the air and directly hit the puppet, making a dull sound, and the Magic Wall Puppet was beaten back a few steps. Before the Magic Wall Puppet's mental power was activated, the Shadow Ball hit the Magic Wall Puppet, causing huge damage to the Magic Wall Puppet, and the mimetic painting was also preserved. Oh, there have been some changes in the playing field. The Shadow Ball directly hit the Magic Wall Puppet, and the Magic Wall Puppet was damaged to a certain extent. The mimetic painting skin has not been broken yet. The attack of the Magic Wall Puppet is a little difficult. The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and explained the game excitedly. This wave has been handled beautifully, since you want to fight. Break my skin, I will attack faster than you, so your rhythm will be disrupted by me. In the live broadcast room, watching the live broadcast of the game, I couldn't help but applaud Suche's handling method. It was really amazing. The game was still going on, and everyone looked at the situation on the playing field and couldn't help but squeeze Khan. Sword dance. Looking at the Magic Wall Puppet on the opposite side, Suche once again gave an order to Miyu. Crack! The petite body circled in midair, and the sword dance moves were used directly. A straight circle of sharp swords forms around the mirage, and the sword dance increases its attack. It's another sword dance. The mirage attack came to 13,000. Point. In the live broadcast room, watching the situation in the live broadcast game, he excitedly said his mantra, which made the audience couldn't help but swipe the barrage. I plan to use the sword dance again. What kind of tricks will the magic wall doll use to deal with it? Looking at the fantasy in the competition venue, the host commentator was also looking forward to commenting, "Magic wall puppet, are you alright?" Wang Ming looked at his magic wall puppet and said nervously to it, "Come on." The magic wall puppet stood up and shook his head at Wang Ming, and then looked at the mimic on the opposite side. The magic wall puppet has stood up. What kind of collision will happen between the two sides next? The host commentator looked at the two elves in the arena, and was also looking forward to commenting on the game. You can still stand up, but your physical strength should be almost exhausted. Myth, use the shadow ball. Looking at the magic wall puppet that stood up again on the opposite side, Suche showed a calculating look on his face, and directly gave his order to Miyu. Ka. Mizuo condensed a purple-black energy ball in front of him after hearing the order, and finally flicked his tail, and the shadow ball attacked in the direction of the magic wall puppet. Magic wall puppet, use mind power to transfer. Watching the miraculous attack, Wang Ming immediately gave an order to the magic wall puppet. Come on. With both hands stretched out, a powerful psychic force surged out, immediately changing the orbit of the shadow ball, and the shadow ball attacked the ground beside it. Boom! An explosion-like sound sounded, and the shadow ball's attack was instantly diverted and landed on the open space on the side. The smoke was lingering, and the powerful shadow ball blasted a pit out of the ground. Myth intends to use 1-7 the shadow ball, but player Wang Ming reacted very quickly, and directly let the magic wall puppet change the attack trajectory of the shadow ball with his mind power. Then, as you can see, the shadow ball's attack is still very strong. Looking at the big hole formed by the shadow ball's attack, the host commentator was also trembling. If this hit a person, there would be no bones left. Mystery, Shadow Claw. Looking at the magic wall puppet on the opposite side, Suche once again gave an order to Miyu. At this time, the sharp-eyed audience clearly saw that the original mimesis in the competition venue had disappeared. Brush. Mizu didn't know when, rushed out of the smoke on the side, protruded a shadow-like claw from below, and hit the magic wall puppet directly. Chapter 162. The trick space reopens. Bang! Come on! The shadow claws directly hit the magic wall puppet, a scream sounded, and the powerful trick formed an air current, hitting the magic wall puppet to the rear. Smoke filled the air, making it difficult to see what was going on in the arena. Hit! The magic wall puppet is still hit by a mimetic attack. In the face of such an attack, can the magic wall puppet defend itself? The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and explained the competition excitedly, and the audience watched the situation in the competition venue nervously. Come on. The magic wall puppet loses its ability to fight, and the fan intends to win, so the player who wins this round is Suche. Contestant Wang Ming, please send the next elf. Smoke dissipated, and the magic wall puppet's eyes flashed. The circle fell to the ground, obviously losing the ability to fight. The referee on the side looked at the situation on the playing field, waved the referee flag in his hand, and announced the final result of the game. The winner has been decided. The magic wall puppet has been defeated. I didn't expect that Miji's petite figure would actually defeat the opponent. Let's congratulate Suche for winning the first game. The host commentator looked at the results below, and immediately became excited to explain the results of the game. My god, it's another one-shot kill. Is the power of the illusion so high? It's amazing. This is probably only his second echelon. Why is it so amazing? Yes. How exactly did Suche train? However, don't forget that he has the identity of a doctor. There must be some special way to understand why he is so powerful. Come back, magic wall puppet. You are doing well, it's my problem. Wang Ming took out his Pokeball, and the magic wall puppet turned into a red light and returned to the Pokeball. Wang Ming apologized to the magic wall puppet in the Pokeball. At the same time, Wang Ming looked at the mimetic opposite, took a deep breath, took out the second Pokeball, and threw it forward without hesitation. Raichu, please. Bang! When the Pokeball was thrown, it opened instantly. With a flash of white light, a Pokémon suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Raichu is a bipedal rodent-shaped elf, with dark orange fur around Raichu and a white belly. Like Pikachu, Raichu has 2 brown stripes on its back, a long, thin black tail end that is electro-optical, flat and yellow in color. It doesn't have fingers like Pikachu, instead it has small round palms. Under the small black eyes, there are yellow air pockets, and its feet are large and brown. Its bifurcated ears are brown on the outside and yellow on the inside, and have a curled portion at the end of the ear. The player Wang Ming sent was Lei Chu. To be honest, Chu is an uncommon elf in the competition. What kind of exciting showdown will the 2 players bring to us? The host commentator looked at Raichu who appeared, and also explained the game for everyone. It's my turn, Lotto. Rotom looked at Raichu who appeared, and after giving up the video, he started to explain it through the illustration material. Raichu, mouse-like elf, electric elf. The long tail can be like a ground wire. Protect yourself just as well, so even high-voltage electricity won't paralyze it. Electric shock can sometimes reach 100,000 volts, and if you accidentally touch it, even the Indian elephant will faint. When the electricity in the body accumulates to a certain level, the character will become aggressive, and it looks like it is shining in the dark. After speaking, Rotom continued to look at the field of competition on his mobile phone and started video recording. Fortunately, it wasn't Raichu of Alola. Although Raichu was relatively small, he was extremely fast. Likewise, Raichu can store a lot of electricity and can use tricks like 100,000 volts. Well, if you are fast, there is a trick to restrain such a spirit, it is you hit the muzzle. Competition, start. The referee looked at the situation on the playing field, waved his own referee flag directly, and gave the order to start the game. Mischief, use 10 volts to attack the opponent. Facing Suche, Wang Ming did not dare to be careless, and directly issued his own instructions. Raichu leaned back slightly, the electrical bag on his face flashed quickly, and a strong electric power was condensed in his body, and a bright yellow current quickly attacked the opposite side. Mystery, jump up and dodge, use the trick space. The face of the attack, Suche calmly looked at Mimu and gave an order directly. After the card fan jumped up to avoid the bright yellow attack, he turned his body, and a huge amount of energy poured out. A square space is formed, wrapping the playing field into it. Boom! The attack of 100,000 volts failed, and a piece of scorched earth was formed in the back, and the sparks flickered, all revealing the power of 100,000 volts. Oh, Mitsu managed to escape Raichu's attack while using the trick space. Looking at the 2 elves in the arena, the host commentator was also surprised and stood up excitedly to explain the game. I'm going, this 543 is wonderful. Open the trick space directly. Raichu is a little passive now. Tiger Live broadcast platform, in the live broadcast room, watching the situation in the live broadcast game, directly clapped the table and applauded. The trick space skill, in the live broadcast room, all trainers know this skill. Of my favorite skills to use when playing space teams. Appeared, space. This trick has a wonderful space. It has caught up with the speed directly, and the magical attribute gain is still there. It's over, Raichu is gone. The audience in the live broadcast room, watching the situation in the live broadcast room and the competition venue, all felt sorry for Raichu. This game, Wang Ming did not hurry to find a solution to the trick space, so it would be really difficult to fight. It's actually a trick space. Wang Ming looked at the looming magic space around him, and his face became gloomy. What kind of skill is the trick space? As an elite in the school, he also knows the function of this skill. In general, the advantage of Raichu's speed no longer exists. Then, you can only look at paralysis or some changing skills to interfere with the mirage, so that you can have a chance. And collect. Chapter 163, Crush Raichu. Friends, viewers, you are watching the college exchange competition, the fifth game of the 32nd 32 top 16. Player Wang Ming is now playing against player Su Che. Player Wang Ming's first magic wall puppet has been defeated, and now he sends Raichu. Player Su Che still uses Mitsu, and at the same time, in order not to be passive in terms of speed, MIMI directly uses the trick space. Then, let's see how Wang Ming will handle the trick space, and what kind of exciting games the two sides will bring us. Let's wait and see. Looking at the two elves in the arena, while the contestants were facing each other, the host commentator continued to explain the game. Raichu, use Mad Volt. When he missed a hit, the opposite Wang Ming responded quickly and issued a new order to Raichu. Thunder. Raichu took action immediately after hearing the order, wrapped his body in bright yellow electric light, and charged towards the opposite Mizu. Crazy Volt covers the whole body with electricity and slams into the opponent to attack, but it also takes a little damage. Raichu used Crazy Volt, and the speed is very fast. This kind of trick hits MIMU, but it just knocks off MIMU's painting skin. Does player Wang Ming still have a backer? How will player Su Che deal with it? The host commentator looked at Raichu, who was attacking with a puzzled look in his eyes, but he still explained the game. Myth, use the Shadow Ball. Looking at Raichu, who was rushing over, Su Che smiled and nodded before giving an order to Miu. Ka. Miu looked at Su Che's intentions, and immediately understood what Su Che meant, and used his own tricks directly. A purple-black energy ball in front of him, and finally flicked his tail, and the shadow ball attacked in the direction of Raichu. Bang! Under MIMI's control, MIMI's attack directly hit Raichu, and the powerful power immediately stopped Raichu's movements, and Raichu's attack trajectory was suddenly changed. Miu just stood in the original, and easily changed Raichu's attack trajectory. Mad Volt was interrupted and turned back to the side. The shadow ball hit Raichu. Unfortunately, Raichu's Mad Volt was interrupted and changed Mad Volt's direction. Looking at Raichu's state, the host commentator commented with regret. Wow, this hand is so beautiful, I wouldn't be able to handle it like that. In the live broadcast room of the Tiger Live platform, watching the game in the live broadcast, I couldn't help applauding. No one really thought that in the face of Raichu's attack, Su Che and Miu would use this method to deal with it. The most important thing is the skill of the trick space, which increases the release speed of the mimetic skills. It is precisely because of this that the mirage attack is so fast, so the trick space is really a very practical skill. In the live broadcast game, watching in the live broadcast room. During the live broadcast, the situation in the competition venue changed again. Miu, Shadow Claw looked at Raichu, who had turned back to the side. How could Su Che miss such an opportunity, and once again ordered Miu to attack. Click. Brush. A sound of breaking through the air rang out, and Miu rushed out from where he was and came to Raichu at some point. The speed was so fast that Wang Ming didn't react, and he said that it was too late and that time was too fast. Mi intends to stick out a shadow-like claw from under the painted skin and hit Raichu directly. Bang! Thunder! Facing the sudden heavy blow, Raichu let out a scream, was directly knocked into the air by Mizu, and landed at the back of the arena. Raichu! Wang Ming's face changed greatly when he saw this scene, and he shouted anxiously to Lei Chu Dao. The mimic's attack is dead. Facing the Mi mimic that has opened the trick space, Raichu's speed is still a little slower, and the attack of the shadow claw hits directly. However, the trick space also has a certain number of rounds. Can Raichu hold up? The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue, and also explained the situation of the competition. Lei. Facing Wang Ming's shouting, Lei Chu stood up as expected and looked at Miu on the opposite side. Very good, Raichu. Use electromagnetic waves. Looking at Mizuman on the opposite side, he directly ordered Raichu to use a transformational skill. This type of change is a move that cannot directly cause damage. The power of such moves is all zero, although some moves can indirectly cause damage to the opponent by applying abnormal conditions. However, changing moves include but are not limited to changing the opponent's or one's own ability value, and applying abnormal states or state changes to the opponent. It can restore its own physical strength, change the weather, change the state of the field, and remove the abnormal state of itself and the team. Raichu stood up. After Wang Ming gave the order, he used electromagnetic waves. This is indeed a good response. Looking at the situation in the competition venue, the host commentator excitedly explained the competition. It's a bit interesting, electromagnetic waves. The idea is really beautiful. Mimic, use it and keep it. Seeing Raichu on the opposite side using the skills, Suche also nodded. This skill can indeed make Mi Mimic somewhat passive, but his Mi Mimic also has tricks that can resist the opponent's electromagnetic waves. Looking at the attacking electromagnetic waves, Suche gave an order to Miji. Mi immediately used her own tricks after hearing the order. A green light enveloped Mi, blocking the attack of electromagnetic waves. It was the omnipotent trick to hold on. Masho intends to block the electromagnetic waves with guard. Now Raichu is a bit passive. The host commentator looked at the shields around the mirage. His face changed suddenly, and he quickly explained the game. Mystery, Shadow Claw. Seeing that Raichu's attack failed, and while the effect of the trick space was still in effect, Suche immediately gave an order. Crack! After hearing the order, Mi Mew rushed out and came behind Raichu in an instant, which surprised Raichu. Immediately after, Mew protruded a shadow-like claw from under the skin and hit Raichu directly. The fans plan to use the shadow ball directly. The huge force made Raichu fly out directly, and while flying out, Suche then gave an order to Mew. Chapter 164, Lichiu defeated. Naughty Thunder Bomb. If this electromagnetic wave hits, maybe Raichu still has a chance to drag it to the end of the trick space, and maybe a Jedi counterattack. In the live broadcast room of Tiger Live platform, watching the game in the live broadcast, he also explained the situation of the game. Seeing Raichu using electromagnetic waves, he gave a pertinent statement, but then he became excited. Hold on, I'll go. This trick is used, it's over. Raichu has gone far in this round. Looking at the live broadcast of the game, I couldn't help but sigh. If electromagnetic waves were used at the beginning, there might still be some opportunities to attack. Now that your physical strength is at this level, it will be slower to use electromagnetic waves. What's more, the trick space is still open. Your Raichu's speed is now inferior to the opponent's. You didn't seize the opportunity at first, and now it's useless. The Shadow Claw hit, and Raichu suffered a certain amount of damage. Now Raichu should lose his ability to fight. Wait, Suche added another Shadow Ball. It's over, this one. Raichu has really gone far. After the Shadow Ball hits Raichu, it is estimated that Raichu will not be able to fight anymore. This game has become a free-for-all situation again. Looking at the situation in the live match, the final decision indicated that Raichu had gone far. The scene of match 543. Fans plan to stick out a shadow-like claw from under the painted skin and hit Raichu directly. With a scream, Raichu was instantly knocked out by a powerful force. Fantasy, keep chasing, use the Shadow Ball. The huge force made Raichu fly directly out, and while flying out, Suche then gave Mi Mew an order to pursue the victory. Click. After Mi heard the command, the eyes on the painted skin suddenly lit up, and a purple, black energy ball condensed in front of him. Finally, with a flick of the tail, the shadow ball attacked in Raichu's direction. No, Raichu, hurry up and use the light intensity. Looking at the shadow ball that was attacking quickly, Wang Ming didn't dare to be careless and gave his order directly. Raichu turned his body in midair, facing the mimic on the opposite side, watching the shadow ball attack. Raichu suddenly opened his hands. A wall of nothingness slowly formed, but halfway through the formation, the miraculous shadow ball attacked and hit Raichu bang. A dull voice sounded, and Raichu was stunned and flew out again. Thunder. Raichu, who landed on the ground, made a faint sound and struggled to stand up, but in the end, his eyes were open. The circle fell on the field of play. Raichu has lost his fighting ability, and the fans intend to win. The player who wins this round is Suche. Contestant Wang Ming, please send the next elf. Looking at Raichu's eyes, the circle fell to the ground, and the referee on the side looked at the situation in the competition field, directly waved the referee flag in his hand, and announced the final result of the competition. The winner was decided. Raichu was defeated, and I didn't expect Mizuo to defeat the opponent again in the second game. Let's congratulate Suche for winning the second round. The host commentator looked at the results below and immediately became excited to explain the results of the game. Wang Ming lost again. Wang Ming's companions stared at Wang Ming's performance in disbelief. Looking at the situation in the arena, the teacher on the side looked at Wang Ming on the opposite side, and analyzed the students. Indeed, a single mistake in the game often leads to a total loss. In the teacher's opinion, Wang Ming should give the highest priority to using changing skills. Only in this way will we have a chance to resist the opponent's attack. Now it's too late to say anything, we can only wait for the last round. This light wall is too late, your speed is not as good as others. You can only play with injuries, can't fight it hard. In the live broadcast room of Wang Ming, he also expressed his opinion while watching Wang Ming's order from the light wall. At the game, come back, Raichu. You did a great job. Wang Ming took out his Pokeball, and Raichu turned into a red light and returned to the Pokeball. Wang Ming apologized to Raichu in the Pokeball. At the same time, Wang Ming looked at the mimetic opposite, took a deep breath, and hesitated to choose his own elf. Friends, viewers, you are watching the college exchange competition, the fifth game of the 32nd 32 top 16. Player Wang Ming is now playing against player Suche. Player Wang Ming's two elves have been defeated, and now he will send a third elves. Then, let's take a look at what kind of elves Wang Ming will send, and what kind of exciting games the two sides will bring us. Let's wait and see. Looking at the two players on the field, while the players were facing each other, the host commentator continued to explain the game. Player Wang Ming, please send your third elf. Who was hesitating? The referee looked at Wang Ming and immediately faced Wang Ming. The end, Wang Ming took out the third Pokeball and threw it forward without hesitation. Naughty Thunderbolt, please. Bang! When the Pokeball was thrown, it opened instantly. With a flash of white light, a Pokémon suddenly appeared in front of everyone. A red and white figure appeared on the field of play. This was a large ball-like elf, bouncing on the spot. Naughty Thunderballs are round sprites without arms and legs that look like an upside-down Pokeball. Result: many in-game trainers try to pick them up in unmanned power plants, mistaking them for props on the ground. Its pre-evolutionary form is a Thunderbolt ball, which looks like an ordinary Pokeball in shape and color. The Naughty Bomb is inverted red on the bottom and white on the top and has a mouth. Oh, it's actually a Naughty Thunderbolt. The wizard Wang Ming sent as a Naughty Thunderbolt. In previous competitions, Naughty Leiden was rarely seen. What would be the difference between Wang Ming's Naughty Leiden? Let's wait and see what kind of game the two sides will bring us. Looking at the elves appearing in the competition venue, the host commentator held a microphone and explained the game. Chapter 165, Doran Baruto plays again. Naughty Thunderbolt. Is this kind of elf can be used? What team does he want to play? Naughty Leiden has not played 10% of the game in the past, but he took out the Naughty Leiden directly. What does this mean? What can your Naughty Thunderbolt do? Wait, if his Naughty Thunderbolt can be electromagnetically levitated, then I probably know what he wants to do. Looking at the Naughty Thunderbolts in the field of competition, I suddenly remembered something, and then changed the topic and explained the competition track. I remember that the skill of electromagnetic levitation is. Electromagnetic levitation is also called electromagnetic levitation. It uses the magnetic force generated by electricity to float in the air. During the round, the elves can float in the air. But what's the use of this trick? The audience in the live broadcast room listened to the commentary and did not understand why they said that. If you look at it, you will know that there have been players who used naughty thunderbolts before. And most of the naughty thunderbolts tactics are the same, and you will know when you look down. In the live broadcast room, looking at the dense question marks and puzzles on the screen, he also explained to all the audience. Competition venue. In previous competitions, naughty lead-in was rarely seen. What would be the difference between Wang Ming's naughty lead-in? Let's wait and see what kind of game the two sides will bring us. Looking at the elves appearing in the competition arena, the host commentator held the microphone and explained the competition in a tone of doubt and expectation. All the spectators looked at the situation in the arena, and also expressed their great confusion about the wizard Wang Ming took out. Naughty lead-in is actually a very popular elf, and you can really take it out for competition. But the problem is, no one wants to spend a lot of time and energy training this kind of elves. So, no matter is in the game. In the usual gym battles, the chances of seeing naughty thunderbolts are very rare. The audience also wanted to know how the naughty thunderbolts came to fight against the fans. Competition, start. The referee looked at the spirits of both sides, waved the referee flag again, and issued his own order. Mystery, Shadowclaw. Looking at the naughty thunderbolt on the opposite side, Suche chose to attack first. Because there were not many rounds of trick space, Suche decided to attack first. Ka. After Miu heard Suche's order, the eyes on the painted skin lit up and immediately moved. Brush. A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Miu came directly in front of lead-in. Bang. The fan intends to stick out a shadowy claw from under the painted skin and hit naughty lead-in directly. A dull sound, the thunder bullet was directly hit and then withdrew, sliding a long distance on the field of play. The shadow claw hit, the naughty thunderbolt was thrown out by the fan, and the effect of the trick space is still there. The proud speed of the naughty thunderbolt has been limited. The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and still explained the whole game. Just this. Impact force, use the skill of rolling to attack. Wang Ming looked at his naughty thunderbolt and gave his order directly. Hey, naughty lead-in looked at the situation on the opposite side, acted directly, charged forward from the rear, and rolled quickly. Bang! Mi was too late to dodge and was hit by a naughty thunderbolt. Mi suddenly let out a scream, and the painted skin on her body was instantly knocked off. The mimetic painting skin was directly destroyed, and the upper part of the painting skin suddenly crooked. The skin of the mimic has been dropped. It is worth mentioning that this is the first time Mi has been attacked. After 2 consecutive games, the Mi's body has finally stopped. Looking at the situation in the competition venue, the host commentator commented in surprise. Oh. The audience was also shocked when they saw this scene, and immediately cheered. They didn't want to see it all the time. The contestants were crushed by Suche. Although the crushing situation is equally exciting, they also hope to see a series of reversals. Ka. At this moment, the air around the competition venue suddenly cracked, pieces of light curtains cracked directly, and the miraculous magic space shattered directly. This is incredible. The trick space that the fans plan to use is also shattered now. Is the game going to be reversed? The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and immediately commented with excitement. This game is really hard to say. The speed of the naughty thunderbolt is very fast. It exceeds the elves of the same type of race. Although the speed of the fantasy is fast, it is not fast. What's more, I feel that this phantom should be a very slow elf that trains both attacks. Otherwise, the first 2 elves won't be so fast and lose their fighting ability. In the live broadcast room of Tiger Platform, watching the situation in the live broadcast game, frowning and explaining the game to the audience. If he wants to win with the fan fiction, he can only use the trick space again, but according to the current situation, the naughty thunderbolt will never be given to the fan fiction machine. Looking at the naughty thunderbolt and the mimetic, I said my own thoughts. Come back, mimic, in the game. Slight smile, Suche made a move that was unexpected to everyone, and saw that he took out his Pokeball and put the Mizuo back into the Pokeball. Player Suche has withdrawn his fantasies. Is he planning to replace an elf? The host commentator looked at Suche's actions and took the fans back directly. It's not one-on-one. What's wrong with changing the elves? The surrounding audience and the host commentator, Suche rolled his eyes, directly retracted his fantasies, took out a one Pokeball and released a new Pokemon. Doran Baruto, it's up to you. Looking at the naughty thunderbolt on the opposite side, Suche directly released his elf, which was Doran Baruto. Squeak. The head and tail of the Triceratops are more and more transparent to the back like a ghost, and it is the quasi-god Doran Baruto. Chapter 166. Dragon Arrow of Duolong Baruto. Oh, contestant Suche took back his fantasies and sent Doran Baruto again. Looking at Doran Baruto who appeared on the field, the host commentator was puzzled, but he explained the game anyway. Dragon Baruto, Dance of Dragons. Looking at the naughty thunderbolt on the opposite side, ignoring the gazes of the opponent and some audience members, Suche gave the order on his own. The effect of the dance is immediately manifested under the characteristics of Doran Baruto. Due to the improvement of the characteristic ability, Doran Baruto's attack and speed have been greatly improved. Duolong Baruto used Dragon Dance, so what will Wang Ming do with Naughty Thunderbolt? Looking at the situation of Doran Baruto, the host commentator looked at Naughty Leiden, hoping to know Wang Ming's next order. Speeding up. So, Naughty Thunderball, Electromagnetic Float. Looking at Doran Baruto in midair, Wang Ming immediately gave his order. Tiger Live Platform, in the teacher's live room. Okay, the Mimic Shadow Claw attack hit the Naughty Thunderbolt, and the Naughty Thunderbolt was sent flying. Because the sword dances twice, we can see that the Naughty Thunderbolt still takes a lot of damage. Oh, the Naughty Thunderbolt took the opportunity to use the rolling trick and hit it. The attack of the Naughty Thunderbolt hit the mimetic, and the mimetic skin was destroyed. At this time, there is no room for conjuring tricks. To make matters worse, brother, to be honest, if it was me, it would be a little uncomfortable and my mentality would explode. The current situation is that it is impossible for the fan fiction to use the trick space again. If you want to use the simulacrum, you can only use the trick space again, but according to the current situation, the Naughty Thunderbolt will never give the simulacrum a chance. Wait, it's time to change the wizard. I really didn't expect this one-hand operation. Who would have thought you would tell me? I thought you would continue to play with this momentum. Is it so realistic? Fans are obviously still strong enough to continue the game. Look, the players and commentators on the opposite side are stupid. My god, Dr. Suche's move was really sudden and disrupted the opponent's plan. Dorong Baruto is on the field, that's not right. Hurry up and attack. If you don't attack the newly appeared elf, you are a little weaker now. Sure enough, the dragon dance is used, and trouble is trouble. Dr. Suche's elf is originally strong, but this time you lose the opportunity. It's very difficult for you to take advantage of it. The fantasy just now is a good example. Okay, the electromagnet has floated out. It's really hard to say that you lose. Don't underestimate this transforming skill. This skill is a god-level skill among the fast electric elves. However, there is still a problem. That is, there are some problems with Wang Ming's lineup. If his Naughty Thunder Bomb can use electromagnetic floating, then he should use the Naughty Thunderbolt in the second round, otherwise he will not be as passive as he is now. Watching the live broadcast in the live room, I started my own commentary. The content of the commentary was very detailed. Some trainers or students listened carefully. Naughty Thunder Bomb, electromagnetic float. Looking at Doran Baruto in midair, Wang Ming immediately gave his order. Hey! After the naughty thunderbolt heard the order, the electricity from the whole body surged out, bursting directly into the field of play, and pieces of rock flew up. And the naughty thunderbolt also floated in midair because of this trick, waiting for the next order. Naughty thunderbolt, keep using rolling attacks. Looking at the surrounding stone environment, Suche didn't quite understand what the other party wanted to do, but Wang Ming's next order made Suche understand what the other party wanted to do. Hey! Naughty Thunderball showed a weird smile, rolled in midair, hit a stone directly, and the stone in midair bounced and hit continuously. However, the target of every impact is always Doran Baruto. Dragon Baruto, the dragon dance escape. Seeing that Doran Baruto was about to be hit by an attack, Suche quickly gave an order to Doran Baruto. Squeak! Doran Baruto hovered in midair for a while, dodging the attack directly, enhancing his attack and his speed again. Thanks to the 4-level increase in speed, Doran Baruto is able to maneuver easily in midair, dodging the attack of Naughty Thunderbolts. One round of attacks, the Naughty Thunderbolt's attack was directly blocked by Doran Baruto. Naughty Thunderbolt uses electromagnetic levitation. Such a skill changes the surrounding magnetic field, and Naughty Thunderbolt can float in midair. Then Wang Ming gave the order of rolling tricks, and the Naughty Thunderbolts collided with each other with the surrounding stones and rushed directly to Doran Baruto. However, Doran Baruto evaded this attack and used another dragon dance. Oh! Naughty Mines bounced off the surrounding stones, and finally attacked Doran Baruto. But because of Doran Baruto's 2 dragon dances, Doran Baruto's speed has been greatly improved, and Doran Baruto has avoided the attack of the Naughty Thunderbolt. Looking at the offensive and defensive battle below, the presiding commentator felt a sense of enthusiasm, immediately. Explain the game out loud. Bang! Another dull voice sounded. Doran Baruto dodged the Naughty Thunderbolt attack again, and the 2 sides returned to their original positions. Doran Baruto, use the dragon arrow. Seeing the Naughty Thunderbolt stop, Suche gave an order to Doran Baruto. Squeak! The triangle's eyes are fixed on the Naughty Thunderbolt, and Doran Baruto is ready to use his own tricks. A loud roar, Duolong Baruto aimed at the Naughty Thunderbolt, and in the firing hole on his head, 2 dragon arrows formed by Duolong Messiah quickly attacked the Naughty Thunderbolt. Dragon arrow is a continuous attack, and only Doran Baruto can learn it. Naughty Thunderbolt, don't be afraid, use 100,000 volts. Looking at the tactics used by Duolong Baruto, although Wang Ming did not know the effect of Duolong Baruto's tactics, he also knew from the game that this kind of tactics should be a continuous attack. Chapter 167, End. Naughty Thunderball, use 100,000 volts. Facing the attack of Duolong Baruto, Wang Ming also issued a new order to his Naughty Thunderbolt. Hey! The bright yellow electric current is wrapped around the Naughty Thunder bullet, and finally the bright yellow electric current greets Doran Baruto's attack. Bang! The 100,000 volts used by the Naughty Thunder bomb directly hit Doran Baruto's dragon arrow, and the first dragon arrow was knocked out by Doran Baruto. However, a dragon arrow continued to rush up from the rear and attacked in the direction of the Naughty Thunderbolt. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the Naughty Thunderbolt was attacked by Doran Baruto and flew out, showing a very painful expression. Seeing this, Wang Ming was also shocked. How could the Naughty Thunderbolt be the strength of the late King of Heaven? How could he look like he was severely injured? Not only the audience was surprised, but even the host commentator was very surprised. This situation was really unexpected. My God, the characteristic of Doran Baruto is not the rarest ability improvement. In the live broadcast room, watching Doran Baruto in the live game, suddenly a flash of light flashed, as if remembering something excited. I don't know the strength of Duolong Baruto, let's say it's a quasi-king. I don't know if you can see it in the 2 dragon dances. Dragon Dance's speed has been increased by 2 levels, but Doran Baruto's speed has actually avoided the continuous attacks of Naughty Thunderbolts. Although Duolong Baruto's speed is very fast, according to the attack speed of the Naughty Thunderbolt, Duolong Baluto will at least be attacked, but this Duolong Baluto directly escaped. And the strength of the attack is so strong, it should be increased by 4 levels, which is the power of 2 sword dances. However, Doran Baruto has only used Dragon Dance twice, and his attack and speed have been increased by 4 levels, so I think its characteristic is that its ability is improved. I'm so jealous of this feature. The ability to enhance this feature is similar to the opposite of the feature. But unlike naysayers, the effect of this feature is of improving attributes has been increased by 1 level on the original basis. The effect of the original trick attribute reduction has become an increase in the attribute ability value. He slapped the table and explained in a sour tone. Quote. Sour. I know, so perverted. Listening to the commentary, everyone watching the commentary widened their eyes, and after the barrage stopped for a second, it erupted again. All the audience expressed that they are sour, they have the same special characteristics of the elves, they want to subdue a special elves, but for various reasons, they only come across them. Now hearing that Doran Baruto has this characteristic, everyone is suddenly sour, and some active people begin to move their minds. However, this characteristic is 1 in 10,000. If you go to subdue Doran Baruto, it is estimated that the most common characteristics are still there. This Doran Baruto may have been created by poachers, or parental relationships, or after some adventures. Therefore, I advise some of you not to have any crooked thoughts, not to mention Doran Baruto, who is not so easy to conquer in the wild. Looking at the situation in the game, he also explained to his audience. Naughty Thunderball, are you alright? Seeing the state of Naughty Leiden, Wang Ming suddenly became nervous and shouted at Naughty Leiden. Hey, Naughty Thunderbolt felt uncomfortable, struggling in the electromagnetic floating field. In that state, it seemed that he would lose his ability to fight at any time. Dragon Baruto, Dragon's Dive. Looking at the state of the Naughty Thunderbolt, everyone knew that the Naughty Thunderbolt was over. Seizing this opportunity, Suche directly issued an order to Duolong Baruto. Squeak! He shouted in mid-air, and flew into the air in an instant. Duolong Baruto's eyes were bright, and he started to charge directly, and the blue dragon energy enveloped his body. Dragon-shaped energy quickly formed around Duolong Baruto. The energy dragon in mid-air looked in the direction of the Naughty Thunderbolt, and a purple light flashed in his eyes. Roar! A sky-shattering roar sounded, causing the audience to cover their ears. The dragon-shaped energy swooped directly towards the Naughty Thunderbolt below. Along the way, a dull sonic boom sounded, and this move was the dragon's ultimate move, Dragon's Dive. No, Naughty Thunderbolt. Watching Duolong Baruto's attack, Wang Ming panicked, anxiously watching Naughty Lei's trajectory. Almost instantly, the attack came in front of Naughty Leiden, making Naughty Leiden subconsciously feel a danger. The power of the whole body was also released, and the most common self-destruction was used. Kai! Boom! The sound of the explosion sounded, forming a huge airflow, so that the audience had to cover their eyes with their hands. Doran Baruto. It was also at this time that Duolong Baruto's dragon dive directly hit the Naughty Thunderbolt, and the sudden violent explosion made Suche's complexion change greatly, and he shouted in the direction of Duolong Baruto. However, a large amount of smoke surrounded the playing field, so that all the spectators could not see the situation in the playing field. Duolong Baruto used the dragon's dive and directly hit the Naughty Thunderbolt, but the Naughty Thunderbolt may have felt the threat, and actually used the big self-destruction directly. There is smoke in the field of play, and it is not clear what is going on between the two sides now. Then, did Doran Baruto gain the final fighting ability, or did the Naughty Thunder Bomb explode and make both elves lose their fighting ability? Because I can't see the situation in the competition field clearly now, the host commentator can only guess and explain the competition. Squeak! The smoke dissipated, and Doran Baruto appeared in midair, his breath calm and unharmed. And the Naughty Thunderbolt fell into a big pit, obviously losing the ability to fight. Naughty Leiden is incapacitated, and Doran Baruto wins, so the winner of the 5th match is Suche, Looking at the two elves in the arena, the referee on the side also waved the referee flag and announced the final result. Chapter 168. Advancement, Scaled Dragon Evolution. Appeared. The final winner is Suche. After fierce competition, the winner of the 5th match came out, and that is Suche. The host commentator looked at the playing field below and announced the final result of the game. Oh. Under the announcement of the presiding commentator and the referee, all the audience came back to their senses and applauded enthusiastically. This game made all the audience shout out that it was wonderful. Whether it was Suche's fantasy or Dalong Baruto, they were all very powerful. Of course, what is even more powerful is that Suche's own command and tactics, from the tricks used by the elves and their state, Suche can understand and order his elves to use the tricks that are beneficial to him. Therefore, when Suche competes, he often forms a crushing situation. Seeing this, some trainers are speechless. Is this the strength of a top trainer? Not only the strength of the elves, but also the strength of his own tactics. Come back, naughty thunderbolt. Wang Ming also withdrew his naughty thunderbolt, looked at Suche, lowered his head and left the game. Doran Baruto, come back. Watching Wang Ming on the other side leave the game, Suche didn't say anything. If this setback would make the opponent slump, then his future achievements would not be much higher. Shaking his head slightly, Suche recalled today's game, organized the game situation in his mind, and recalled whether there was something he didn't do well. Hey, look at Wang Ming, is that the expression of being beaten to autism? However, if it were me, I might also be beaten to autism. Looking at the live broadcast of the match, I noticed Wang Ming's expression, and he also smiled and teased. I admit, the teacher's strength is too strong. Too watery. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at this situation and left, and the live broadcast room was full of joy. Okay, don't talk about me, let's continue to watch the game. Congratulations to the host for defeating the opponent. The system rewards. The best ghost attribute Originium 2, the best dragon attribute Originium 2, the best ghost attribute Originium. The stone condensed by the mysterious law of power, used by ghost elves, there is a certain chance to enhance the qualification and improve the strength level. The best dragon attribute Source Stone. The stone condensed by the secret law of power, used by the dragon elves, there is a certain chance to enhance the qualifications and enhance the strength level. Nice, good stuff. Looking at the competition rewards given by the system, I couldn't help thinking in my heart. You must know that this is the most excellent item, and now the system is really generous. Before, Suche had been exchanging these things, and the money was spent in the system. However, some power-enhancing props are often expensive, so Suche didn't know how to control his game character, and how many times he challenged the champion of the 4 heavenly kings before he collected the money to exchange the props. Because there is no cheat code or the like, Che has been in the rest time, controlling the game panel, and clearing the level one by himself. In the game panel, Suche can also choose the spirit that will manifest next. But again, the conditions for manifestation are very harsh, so now Suche has only manifested 4 elves. Other elves accept the captured elves. System rewards for completing tasks under certain conditions. Back in the lounge, Suche took out his pen and paper, and wrote and drew on the paper, obviously arranging the direction of the next elves' training. Then, he supported his head with his hands, closed his eyes and sank into his own game space. The scenery in the system space is still the same, and the elves are training step by step. Seeing Suche appear in the space, the elves stopped training and came to Suche's side to say hello. Immediately afterwards, Suche did not see the figure of the scaled dragon among the elves around, and looked around. Suche looked in the direction of the scaled dragon. I saw that the ray of light on the scaled dragon was up and down, and the breath was very unstable, as if it was about to evolve. Can't you suppress your strength? Then I'll help you. Arriving in front of the scaled dragon, Suche took out 2 top-quality dragon attribute source stones and threw them directly to the scaled dragon. Om! A strange sound sounded, the scaled dragon directly absorbed the external energy, and the two top quality dragon attribute origin stones suddenly turned into powder. After absorbing the energy of the dragon attribute originium, the scaled dragon can no longer suppress its own power, and begins the transformation of life level, that is, evolution. Roar. The white light lasted for more than 10 minutes, the last roar sounded, a powerful momentum swept the audience, and a huge figure appeared in everyone's eyes. The figure that appeared was the scale-armored dragon, which was covered in scaly armor. Most of its body is gray, with a small, tooth-like spike on each side of its upper and lower jaws, and its top is covered by a fine arrangement of scales. The evolved rod-tailed scale dragon is even bigger, and because of its strong scale protection, its physical defense and special defense are very high. When the stick-tailed scale dragon senses that something is approaching, it will shake and sound the scales of its tail to inform the other party of its existence. The stick-tailed scale dragons have gleaming scales, which are said to be used to drive away the darkness that enveloped the world. Perhaps because of this, it is believed that the reason why the rod-tailed scale dragons are eager to fight is to gain the strength to defeat the darkness. Of Li Mahao, will send the opponent flying into the distant sky. Of the impact of the arm-tailed Scaliosaurus swinging arm also changes the surrounding terrain. Thinking of the explanation given by Lao Ren before, Su Che understood the general direction of the future training of the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon. However, I haven't read the information about the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon. Thinking of this, I meditated on the eye of exploration in my heart, and the data of the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon appeared in front of Su Che's eyes. Name: Stick-tailed scaled armored dragon attributes. Dragon, Scrambler qualification. Purple level, Heavenly King midterm height, 2. 4 weight, 98. Features: dust-proof intimacy, 255 because the first thing I saw at birth was Su Che. The intimacy of the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon was full for Su Che. Chapter 169. The appearance of the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon. Looking at the data of the stick-tailed scale dragon, Su Che showed a proud look in his eyes. The average scales-tailed dragon is about 1.5 inches tall. 6 right, but the height of his own cane-tailed scale dragon is 2. 4 or so. For melee attacks, the attack power of the scales-tailed dragon is definitely stronger than that of the normal scaled-tailed dragon. Congratulations, stick-tailed scale dragon. Looking at the stick-tailed scaly dragon that appeared in front of him, Su Che opened his hands, looked at the stick-tailed scaly dragon with a welcoming gesture, and said to it with a smile. Roar. The evolved rod-tailed scale-armored dragon, feeling the powerful power in its body, immediately roared excitedly and looked at Su Che excitedly. Just when I was about to go forward and hug Su Che, I suddenly remembered my body shape. I couldn't help but stop the movements in my hands, rubbed my head embarrassingly, and looked at Su Che in front of him and lowered his head. Hee hee. Looking at the stick-tailed scaly dragon in front of him, Su Che hugged the head of the stick-tailed scaly dragon without hesitation, and the two exchanged affectionately. Okay, take a rest. Let a few big brothers help you master your strength, so that your strength will be improved again. 5. Looking at the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon in front of him, Su Che showed a sense of pride in his eyes, but he also reminded the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon to face the stick-tailed scale-armored dragon. Roar. The stick-tailed scaled dragon listened to Su Che's words and nodded as well. Of course it understood what Su Che meant. Squeak. Immediately after all the elves did their own business, Su Che took out again the top-quality dragon attribute source stone that he had previously rewarded, and the 2 ghost attribute source stones, and looked at Duolong Baruto. Duolong Baruto also roared excitedly, looking at the things in Su Che's hands with anticipation. Durong Baruto, this is your reward. You should be able to use this thing now to hit the level of the peak of the king, and go to retreat. Because Duolong Baruto's training had reached a bottleneck period, he took off the weight-bearing exerciser on Duolong Baruto's body, and then Su Che handed the things in his hand to Duolong Baruto. Squeak. Duolong Baruto roared excitedly, took the 3 attribute origin stones with his mouth, came to the bottom of the stone slab, and began to practice with the power of the slab. The next step is the training method of the scales of the scepter. Similarly, the original training method does not work. A new training method, so as to improve the strength of the scaled dragon. Thinking of this, Suche moved out of the system space, opened his eyes and took out his sketchbook. Suche immediately began to write and draw, watching the game by the way to see if there were any tactics worth learning. The competition between the top 32 and the top 16 was over, and only a few people from the second middle school made it to the top 16. Suche, Chen Xing, Zhang Raiji, Wu Yu, Lu Feng, and one more player entered the competition. And Zhangcheng No. 6 High School only had 2 players who entered the final competition, and the others were some school players from other cities. The face of such a competition situation, the teachers leading the team in some schools did not look good. You must know that in previous competitions, several players entered the finals. Unknown reason, this year's competition encountered some very strange opponents, and the strength of most of the contestants has not been fully exerted. First, it was probably because of his state, because of the pressure Suche put on the players, and the second reason was that some elves really cooperated well with the players and showed their due strength. To be honest, this is also the first time the host commentator has seen this kind of competition, and some leaders on the high platform of the competition are frowning slightly while watching the competition below. To be honest, these leaders were disappointed with the players in this competition, except for some powerful elves, and then they did not see any outstanding operations. To be honest, except for one contestant, Suche, they didn't want to watch the rest of the contestants. Suche's self-confidence performance, as well as those powerful elves, as well as the voice and performance of giving orders, all revealed Suche's strength. This also made the leaders hope to see Suche's next game, and they have high expectations for Suche. Day 2. Okay, everyone, the long-awaited college exchange competition starts now. Today is the round of 16 and 8. Let's see what kind of game the players will bring us today. With the words of the host commentator, the background music of the battle sounded in the competition venue, and all the players were ready to go, with blazing flames burning in their eyes. Because today's round of 16 and into the quarterfinals, the players in the competition are all very strong, and the remaining players are ready to give their best today. Who enter the top 16 competition must select the top 8 from their 16 trainers, and then participate in the 8-4 competition. This competition, it was really a fight of gods. Most of the players who entered the competition had their strength at the peak of the elite and the early stage of the quasi-celestial king. Such strength, to fight ordinary gyms, you can also fight against gym trainers, but it may be really difficult to fight some advanced gyms. Of course, if those gym trainers were willing to release water, they might actually get badges. Then, please use the big screens around you. The big screens will show their opponents. I hope the contestants will work hard. In the venue of the competition, 444 screens flashed at the same time and the names of all the contestants appeared on the screen. In the commentary of the host, the competition officially started. Oh, are the two sides in the first match between Suche from Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School and Hilu from Zhangcheng No. 6 High School. Then, please enter the field and start the first game. Next is Suche from Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, and Hilu from Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School, to start the competition. The way the game is played, 1-on-1 for singles. Please stand on their respective platforms and send their own elves. The referee waved the competition flag and looked at the two people who came to the competition stage. Stand-tailed scaled dragon, please. Looking at Hilu opposite, Suche smiled slightly, nodded and threw out his elf. Roar. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Chapter 170th. One Trick to Kill. Roar sounded, the elf ball opened, a figure broke free from the white light, and the rod-tailed scale-armored dragon appeared in everyone's eyes. Oh, it's actually a stick-tailed scale-armored dragon. After Duolong Baruto, contestant Suche actually has a second, quasi-god level elf-leveled stick-tailed scale armored dragon. The host commentator looked at the stick-tailed scale dragon that appeared, picked up the microphone and explained the game loudly. As the stick-tailed scaly dragon, Suche's scaly dragon has evolved. Wow, really handsome. Stand-tailed scaled dragon. I remember it seems to be a dragon type and fighting type elves. In the lounge of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, everyone looked at the elves sent by Suche, and their eyes widened. They still didn't know that Suche's scaled dragon had evolved. All the students and teachers looked at the stick-tailed scale armored dragon with envious expressions in their eyes. That is a dragon-type elf. It is still a quasi-god level elf. If you have a quasi-god level elf and cultivate it carefully, you will be a god level elf in the future. Player Suche sent his own cane-tailed scale armored dragon. What kind of elf will player Hilu send? Looking at the cane-tailed scaled dragon in the arena, the referee on the side explained the game curiously. Cane-tail scale armored dragon. Come out, Ice Ghost Protector. Looking at the stick-tail scale armored dragon on the opposite side, Hilu threw his elf ball directly after thinking for a while. White light flashed, and a strange elf appeared in everyone's eyes. Hey Hu, Ice Ghost Protector. It is a round elf composed of a black stone core. On both sides of its head, there are two large black cone-shaped horns. Its skin is covered with ice. The ice receded on the sides, eventually forming a mask like a hockey goalie, revealing the black stone skin behind it. It has icy blue eyes, large flat teeth, and it looks a bit like a football. Faced with the stick-tailed scale armored dragon, contestant Hilu took out the ice-type elves, but the ice-type was restrained by the fighting-type elves. Let us wait and see what kind of competition the two sides will bring us. Looking at the two elves in the arena, the host commentator explained the game with some excitement. It's my turn, Lotto. Ice Ghost Guard, face like elf. Reinforce your rock body with ice armor. The genie has the ability to freeze the moisture in the air into any shape. Same way, it has the power to control the ice freely, which can make the prey freeze and immobilize in an instant, and then taste it beautifully. Looking at the Ice Ghost Guard opposite, Rotem used his picture book function to remind Suche. Competition, start. Seeing that both sides sent their own elves, the referee waved his own game flag, and immediately the order to start the game was given. Stand-tailed scaled armored dragon, dragon dance. Looking at the Ice Ghost Guardian opposite, Suche didn't worry about him at all, so he let the stick-tailed scaled armored dragon use his attribute-enhancing skills. Roar, crack, kala. The tail of the scaled dragon made a sound, and then the dragon danced on the spot. The purple halo on its body circulated, and the speed and attack of the scaled dragon increased. Quote. Ice Ghost Protector, use freezing light. Looking at the action of the stick-tailed scale armored dragon, Hilu didn't want to miss such an opportunity, and directly issued an order to his Ice Ghost Guardian. Hey! After the Ice Ghost Protector heard the order, a blue light began to emerge from the middle of the two horns on his head, and an ice blue light moved towards the direction of the rod-tailed scale armored dragon and attacked quickly. Ice Ghost Protector uses freezing light, and it is a good choice to use freezing light when rod-tailed scaled armored dragon uses dragon dance. Frozen light hits, it will cause huge damage to the opponent. Looking at the situation in the competition venue, the host commentator stared closely at the competition venue, not daring to be careless for a moment, and explained the competition for the audience. Stand-tailed scale armored dragon, dodge. Strengthen the fist. Looking at the freezing light attacking from the opposite side, Suche smiled slightly and gave his order directly. Roar. The purple light flashed in the eyes of the stick-tailed scale armored dragon, and he directly avoided the attack sideways, and his fists were glowing with fire, and he attacked the opposite Ice Ghost Protector. Flowers ka. Freezing light hit the rear of the playing field. Half of the playing field was frozen, which shows the power of freezing light. The freezing light was avoided by the stick-tailed scale dragon. It's really incredible. The speed of the stick-tail scale dragon is too fast. The commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and told everyone in amazement. Bang! Hey! A dull voice sounded, accompanied by the screams of Ice Ghost Protector. The attack of the stick-tail scale armored dragon hit the Ice Ghost Protector and hit the Ice Ghost Protector to the rear. Boom! The Ice Ghost Guard was attacked by the rod-tailed scale dragon on the ground, and a large amount of smoke was suddenly stirred up in the playing field. Smoke dissipated, and the Ice Ghost Protector collapsed in a big pit. His eyes were full of circles, obviously he had lost his ability to fight. Ice Ghost Protector loses his ability to fight, and the wand-tailed scaled dragon wins. Player Helu, please come up with the next elf. Looking at the two elves in the arena, the referee on the side also waved the referee flag and announced the final result. What? Looking at the situation in the competition venue, everyone in the competition venue looked in surprise at the direction of the cane-tailed scaled dragon and the Ice Ghost Guardian, and their eyes widened in surprise. How is this possible? It came out. In the first game, the scepter-tailed scaled dragon won. The scepter-tailed scaled dragon has such a strong attack ability. I didn't expect to instantly kill the Ice Ghost Guardian, which makes people really can't believe it. The host commentator looked at the competition venue below and announced the final result of the competition. His tone was full of amazement at the scales-tailed dragon. You know, because Snowdooji, the predecessor of Ice Ghost Protector, lives in deep and cold caves, and sometimes hides in deep and dark places on top of high mountains. In large crevasses created by moving glaciers. Facing the natural environment, the Ice Ghost Guardian's defense ability is actually quite good, but what makes people unbelievable is that such an Ice Ghost Guardian is actually killed in seconds. This stick-tailed scale armored dragon is definitely a quasi-celestial king going up, otherwise it wouldn't be so scary. Thinking of this, the opposite Helu, some leading teachers, and even some spectators shuddered. Chapter 171. Snow Demon Girl vs. Hot Meow. There were also some viewers who thought of the elves that Suche had used before, Huailong and Bangira. In total, Suche had 4 quasi-god level elves in his hands. This kind of team makes people envious, but also a little frustrated. A young trainer actually has 4 quasi-god level elves, and the strength of these elves is also at the level of a heavenly king. Ice Ghost Protector loses his ability to fight, and the wand-tailed scaled dragon wins. Player Helu, please come up with the next elf. Looking at the two elves in the arena, the referee on the side also waved the referee flag and announced the final result. Seeing that his Ice Ghost Protector lost his ability to fight, Helu also widened his eyes in shock, disrupting his plan. It turns out that I still think that with my own strength, I can, May 4-3. Supporting Suche's attack, but Suche's stick-tail scale armored dragon directly used a move, which directly made the Ice Ghost Protector lose its fighting ability. Come back, Ice Ghost Guardian. Looking at the incapacitated Ice Ghost Protector, Helu picked up his Pokeball and pointed it in the direction of the Ice Ghost Protector. The Ice Ghost Protector turned into a red light and returned to the Pokeball. So, what kind of wizard do you use next? Hello, audience and friends, this is me. Today, let's take a look at the competition scene of the college exchange competition in Hubei province. Today is the 16th quarterfinal match. Let's take a look at today's match. I'll be in charge of the match commentary. On the Tiger Live broadcast platform, he appeared in the live broadcast room as usual and began to explain the commentary of the game. Okay, the first game is Hey. Is the first game Dr. Suche interesting? The first match was with Dr. Suche and another player, Helu. Dr. Suche didn't know what kind of elf to use, but player Helu looked at his previous matches, and it seemed that he used an ice-type elf. As expected, contestant Helu took out his Ice Ghost Guard, while the elf used by Dr. Suche was a stick-tailed scale-armored dragon. Stand-tailed scaled dragon, oh yo. This elf is a quasi-god level elf. The strength of this elf should not be underestimated. This is a quasi-god elf in the Madai region. Looking at the situation in the live game, he directly began to explain the elves of both sides of the game. As for an elf like Ice Ghost Guardian, the powers are relatively balanced. Ice Ghost Guardian's ice attribute ability is so powerful that it can learn Absolute Zero. Other new moves include Earthquake, Spinning Ball, and Big Bang, and since Ice Ghost is a fully evolved sprite, it can also learn Ultimate Impact and Destruction Light. However, the only drawback should be that its abilities are too balanced, so the durability of the Ice Ghost Guard may not be very good. And because of its own scales, the stick-tailed scale dragon has very good physical defense and special defense, and it is an elf that is very suitable for defensive counterattacks. And then because it's a fighting system, its close range is very strong, and it also uses some sonic tricks. Okay, let's watch the game. A brief introduction to the two elves. Looking at the two elves in the arena, they explain the game in the live broadcast. Okay, the scaled armored dragon starts. It's just a dance of dragons, improving its speed and attack. It seems that the stick-tailed scale armored dragon should be a physical attacker. Ice Ghost Protector used the freezing light directly. This decision is correct, but can it be hit? It didn't hit, but the speed was still a little slower. The stick-tailed scale armored dragon counterattacked, and directly used the enhancement punch. If it hits, what will happen? I'll actually kill the Ice Ghost Protector, the stick-tailed scale armored dragon, in an instant. The Ice Ghost Guard who lost his ability to fight during the live match, his eyes widened in surprise, and he slapped the table and said in disbelief. No, the characteristics of the stick-tailed scale armored dragon are not iron fists and strong men. Although there is a bonus for physical attacks, the enhancement fist is only a bonus after hitting. Could it be that the strength of this rod-tailed scale armored dragon has reached the level of a heavenly king? As if thinking of something, he directly said his guess, which stopped the barrage for a second, and then broke out again. No way, although the stick-tailed scale armored dragon is a quasi-god level elf, it can't be so strong. It's a bit uncomfortable, to be honest. Maybe if I were on it. You are not alone upstairs, and neither am I. Me too. Really, wow, Hilu's next game is not good. If you want to face the stick-tailed scale armored dragon, it is equivalent to facing the elf who used a sword dance, and then the opponent strengthens himself. Speed. It's not easy to fight, it's not easy to fight. If player Hilu uses an ice-type elf again, he will most likely be beaten by Dr. Suche. In the second game, let's see what elves will be used by both sides. In the live broadcast room, watching the barrage, I also explained the game for everyone, and looked forward to what kind of elf player Hilu would use. In the game, it's up to you. Come out, Snow Maiden. Hilu looked at the direction of the stick-tailed scale armored dragon, took back the Ice Ghost Guard, and took out a 1 elf ball again. Snow. The elf ball turned on and the white light flashed, and a figure emerged from the white light, a elf floating in the air, directly appearing in the field of play. Oh, contestant Hilu sent the next elf, the snow demon girl of the ghost type He-Bing type. Do you want to target the scales-tailed dragon without being attacked by the scaled-tailed dragon? 1. 7 inches. This idea is really good. Then, will Suche still use the stick-tailed scale dragon? The host commentator looked at the elves in the competition venue, and after expressing his thoughts, his eyes involuntarily looked in the direction of Suche. Come back, stick-tailed scale dragon. Looking at the snow demon girl Suche on the opposite side, she took out the elf ball, the stick-tailed dragon took out its own elf ball, and the stick-tailed dragon turned into a red light and returned to the elf ball. Oh, player Suche took back the stick-tailed scale armored dragon. What kind of elves is he planning to send next? Looking at the situation in the competition arena, the host commentator stood up and looked at Suche's direction curiously and excitedly. Come out, Hot Meow. Chapter 172, Hot Meow vs. Snow Demon Girl. Come out, Hot Meow. Taking out a new Pokeball, Suche took out his Pokeball without hesitation, and threw it into the playing field. Meow. The Pokeball opened, and a figure flashed through the white light to break free from the white light. It was Suche's strangely hot Meow. Normal hot cats have black and red stripes, but Suche's hot cats have white and red stripes, and they are bigger than normal hot cats. Oh, contestant Suche actually sent hot cats, and they still flash. Genie, it's incredible. So, what kind of game will the two sides bring us? The host commentator looked at the flash and hot meow, and was also excited, explaining the game loudly. Snow Demon Girl. Snow Demon Girl has no feet, and floats in the air like its corresponding elf, the Ice Ghost Guardian. According to the description of the investigation of the material, it looks like a body part, but it is actually hollow and therefore surprisingly light in weight. Its body. Very similar to a kimono, especially the red belt on the waist, which is similar to the girdle of a kimono. It looks like the ear-like arm 16 hangs around the head, and the wrist is bright, more like a kimono. Of its arms have patches of pale blue. Snow Maiden's hands have 3 little fingers, and her head looks like a sideways drop of water. There are 2 ice crystals and some holes on the top of the head, through which you can see its purple skin. In fact, according to the data, those are holes. From 2 holes, the blue eyes of ice crystals with yellow sclera peer out, its white mask. Below is a small mouth. Dr. Suche actually took back the cane-tailed scale-armored dragon. This decision is not bad, because the Snow Demon Girl has the ghost attribute, but it is not easy to fight. Next, Dr. Suche will use, what kind of elf? I'm going. Fuck it, fake it. The flash is hot meow my god. It's just that the hot cat is the Usangia. You actually received a flash, and you can buy lottery tickets even if you are not a trainer. I'm so sour. In the live broadcast room of the Tiger Live platform, watching the live broadcast of the game in the live broadcast room, he shouted directly. Quote. Sour. Looking at the hot meow in the competition venue, the audience in the live broadcast room watched the live broadcast game and played such a barrage one after another. This is the first 3 Shining Royals that have appeared in front of the public, and there is no semicolon. This is the only one that a trainer will be very envious of. Some viewers looked at hot meow with jealousy and greed in their eyes. Some of the powerful trainers in the family moved, but thinking of Suche's identity, they should just leave it alone. Competition, start. Seeing that both sides of the game sent their own elves, they were envious of hot meow, but the referee didn't delay and waved his arm to give the order. Snow Girl, Shadow Ball. Looking at the hot cat on the opposite side, Hilu also took back the envy of the snow. The Snow Demon Girl folded her hands together, and a purple, black energy ball quickly formed in front of the Snow Demon Girl. The Subble attacked in the direction of the hot cat. The Snow Fairy directly used the shadow ball. What will the hot cat do? Watching the Snow Demon Girl in the arena launch an attack, the host commentator looked at Hot Meow with concern, and the worried tone made all the audience in the arena subconsciously cheer up. Hot Meow, dodge the attack horizontally and use Ghost Mars. Looking at the attacking shadow ball, Suche gave the order without panic. Meow. Boom. Hearing Suche's order, Huoben Meow moved, and a deep shout sounded. Huoben Meow jumped up directly, dodging the Snow Demon Girl's shadow ball attack. The shadow ball hit the playing field behind, and the powerful force blasted the playing field into a deep pit, and the ice debris splashed from the frozen playing field behind. Meow. Looking at the playing field in the back, Hot Meow was also slightly startled, and then used his own tricks. Hot Meow let out a loud roar, and a purple flame appeared in the fire bag on the neck, which appeared directly in front of Hot Meow, which was the trick of the ghost fire. Then, Hot Meow slapped the flames hard, and the stars quickly shot out along the ghost fire, and the purple ghost flame wrapped the high-speed stars and hit the Snow Demon Girl directly. Oh, this move made some of the big leaders in the audience widen their eyes, carefully analyzed this move, and nodded after understanding the principle of this move. Generally speaking, only Heavenly King level elves can use the 2 tricks together, because their own control is very powerful. However, the strength of the hot cat in front of him is obviously not at the level of the king, but it can use the same tricks. I have to say that its trainer is very good. The mutual use and cooperation of unique tricks is a very dangerous way, because with excellent controllability, it is possible to prevent the tricks from losing the balance of power and explode directly. This is also a sign that other elves of the 543 heavenly kings can do it, but this hot meow, obviously not an elves of the heavenly king level, can actually do this. It is really unbelievable. Oh, is the skill used by the hot cat a combination skill of ghost fire and high-speed star? Could it be that hot meow is also a heavenly king level elf? Snow Demon Girl is a little dangerous like this. Looking at the attack launched by the hot cat, the host commentator became excited and boldly guessed the strength of the hot cat. The opposite Hilu was also taken aback, and the whole person became a little flustered, but this was a game, and he still forced himself to stabilize his emotions. Snow Girl, use ice hockey protection. Seeing hot meow's attack, Hilu came back to his senses. Knowing that it was too late to avoid the opponent's attack, Hilu directly issued an order to the Snow Demon Girl. Listening to Hilu's order, everyone was very puzzled. The Snow Demon Girl should not have this skill. For a while, everyone looked in the direction of the Snow Demon Girl, hoping to know the situation of this trick. Even Suche was no exception. Snow. The Snow Demon Girl moved after hearing the order, and in the eyes of everyone, the Snow Demon Girl raised her hands. A stream of frozen air was blown out of his mouth, forming an ice ball around his body, covering his entire body. Bang bang bang. Chapter 173. Explosion and Burning. Chi 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 chi. The ghost sparks smashed on the tricks released by the Snow Demon Girl, and the sound of explosions sounded, accompanied by a strange sound. The intense heat melted the ice ball, and the ice ball's defense melted in the steam, revealing the Snow Demon Girl inside. Bang bang bang. Snow. Although the Snow Demon Girl's ice hockey defense is powerful, it is estimated that it can only defend against ordinary physical contact tricks, and long-range attacks like this cannot be defended. Hit the Snow Maiden and make the Snow Maiden let out a scream. Snow Girl. Seeing that Snow Demon Girl's ice hockey protection was broken, Hilu panicked and confirmed the Snow Demon Girl's condition loudly. According to his thinking, Snow Demon Girl's ice hockey defense should not be broken so quickly, and should only be restrained by hot meow. The Snow Demon Girl was able to spit out cold air at -50 degrees, and its cold air could instantly freeze the opponent. Logically speaking, the ice hockey defense wouldn't be broken so quickly, but I didn't expect it to be broken by the hot meow, which is really unexpected. Shui. Feeling her master's worry, the Snow Demon Girl looked back at Hilu and told Hilu not to worry. Great. Snow Fairy, use Blizzard. Looking at the hot cat on the opposite side, Hilu directly faced his Snow Demon Girl and gave the order to attack. Snow. Looking at the hot meow opposite, the Snow Maiden carried out Hilu's order and instantly used her own tricks. Hands. A violent blizzard spewed out from his mouth, sweeping towards the direction of the hot meow. Oh, Snow Maiden used Blizzard. This skill is actually not very effective against hot meow. Next, how will contestant Suche and hot meow face the attack of the Snow Demon Girl? Watching the Snow Demon Girl's attack, the host commentator explained the game directly and curiously. All the audience looked at the competition venue and watched the next game with anticipation. Hot meow, use the accumulating flame attack. Looking at the blizzard used by the Snow Demon Girl opposite, Suche gave an order to hot meow. Meow. Hot meow heard Suche's order. Flames began to emerge from the fire bag, and all the hairs on her body began to burst into flames, and hot meow was wrapped in flames. Hot meow is wrapped in flames, and the skill of blizzard is easily resolved by hot meow. The blizzard was blowing in the direction of the hot cat, although the audience felt a little cold, but there was a lot of heat around the hot cat's body. Meow. Huoban Meow started to act, rushing towards the opposite girl, and the accumulating flame attack would directly hit the Snow Demon Girl. Oh, in the face of Snow Maiden's blizzard, hot meow is not afraid at all. With the energy storage flame attack, the powerful heat resolves Snow Maiden's blizzard. The energy storing flame attack will hit the Snow Demon Girl, will the Snow Demon Girl be like the Ice Ghost Protector before? Looking at the Snow Fairy Girl and the host commentator explained the game, so that everyone could not take their eyes off the field. Snow Maiden, use the Shadow Ball. At this time, Lu, who was on the opposite side, smiled slightly and directly ordered a new order. Order. Snow. The Snow Demon Girl folded her hands together, and a purple, black energy ball quickly formed in front of the Snow Demon Girl. Finally, the Snow Demon Girl pushed hard, and the shadow ball directed towards the hot meow in front of her and attacked directly. Boom! The shadow ball directly hit the hot cat, a loud noise wafted around the smoke, and the hot cat was directly knocked out and landed at the back of the playing field. In midair, Hot Meow's energy-storing flame attack was directly broken by the shadow ball, causing Hot Meow to suffer a lot of damage. The shadow ball hit, and the zero-distance attack directly hit the Hot Meow. Even if the Hot Meow was attacked, it also suffered a certain amount of damage. Looking at the state of the hot cat, the host commentator looked at the Snow Demon Girl, and also explained the game excitedly. Hot Meow, the electric light flashes, the energy storage flame strikes. Looking at the Snow Demon Girl opposite, Suche directly issued a new order to her Hot Meow. Meow. After the Hot Meow heard the order, her whole body was covered with white light. Like a bolt of electric light, she quickly charged towards the Snow Girl. At the same time, the fire bag on the neck erupted directly, and another huge flame enveloped the Hot Meow and attacked in the direction of the Snow Demon Girl. Boom! Snow. Before the Snow Demon Girl could react, she was directly hit by the sudden burst of Hot Meow. The attack she used hit, and the explosion sounded, causing the Snow Demon Girl to cry out in pain. Hit by Hot Meow's attack, the Snow Demon Girl was bubbling with steam all over her body and stepped back for a distance. The energy-storing flame attack just now brought huge damage to the Snow Demon Girl. The attack of the energy-charged flame attack hits, and what this trick brings to the hot cat is the state of speed gain. This time, the Snow Demon Girl is a bit passive. Although the Snow Demon Girl is fast, can she counterattack in the face of Hot Meow's energy-storing flame attack? Looking at the hot cats in the competition venue, the host commentator explained the competition to the audience, and then watched the Snow Demon Girl. Snow Maiden, are you alright? Seeing the state of the Snow Demon Girl, Lu became anxious and looked at the Snow Demon Girl and said, Snow, there's no time for you to look around now. Hot Meow uses the charged flame strike. Looking at Lu on the opposite side, Suche said to him, and then gave an attack order to Hot Meow again. Meow. After the Hot Meow heard Suche's order, how are you? A flame erupted from her body again, and she charged towards the Snow Demon Girl on the opposite side. How can you succeed? Snow Demon Girl, use the freezing beam. Seeing the hot cat attacking the Snow Demon Girl, Lu gave an order to the Snow Demon Girl. Snow. The ice blue light condensed in the mouth of the Snow Demon Girl, and a light burst out of the sky, attacking the direction of the Hot Meow. Meow chanting. Looking at the freezing light that was attacking, Hot Meow just turned slightly to the side, and avoided the attack of the freezing light. Bang! Snow. The Snow Demon Girl screamed again and stepped back. Her whole body suffered a lot of trauma. Blast and burn. Looking at Hot Meow's attack direction, Suche immediately eyes lit up and he gave his order directly. Meow. Chapter 174. The Snow Demon Girl is defeated. Dialga Sea Lions play. Hot Meow, explode and burn. Hot Meow's eyes lit up when she heard Suche's order, and the fire bag on her neck suddenly dinged. A large amount of flames erupted from the whole body, bursting directly towards the Snow Demon Girl. Boom! Huge flames erupted directly from the Hot Meow's hair and fire sac, and the powerful flame power climbed directly onto the body of the Snow Demon Girl. Snow. The Snow Demon Girl couldn't help but let out a scream. Her whole body was enveloped by the power of flames. The Snow Demon Girl of the Ghost and Ice types was still somewhat passive when faced with such an attack. In the arena, an explosion sounded, and an explosion sounded. The air waves spread around, and the smoke filled the air, and everyone couldn't see the situation in the competition field. The explosion and burning directly hit the Snow Demon Girl. The Snow Demon Girl's situation is not optimistic. Can it survive the attack of Hot Meow? The host commentator looked at the situation on the playing field, looked at the playing field with concern, and explained the game for the audience. The worried tone made those spectators subconsciously look at the field of play, their eyes fixed on the field of play shrouded in smoke. They dare not let go of a detail. Phew, the breeze blows, and the smoke disperses. Hot Meow 543 and Snow Demon Girl. The figure reappeared in everyone's field of vision. Meow. I saw Hot Meow bubbling all over. A lot of heat, panting in place, because after using the skill of explosion and burning, Hot Meow spent a lot of physical strength. Is a lot of hot air coming out of the whole body. After using the explosion and burning, the temperature in the body is overheated, so the whole body is in a state of hot air. Snow. The Snow Demon Girl was also standing on the other side. After being hit by the flames of the explosive and burning tricks, the Snow Demon Girl was steaming all over her body and looked like she was crumbling. The end, the Snow Demon Girl couldn't bear the Hot Meow's attack, and fell into the arena, her eyes flashing circles. She obviously lost her fighting ability. The Snow Demon Girl lost her fighting ability, and Hot Meow won, so the winner of this round is Suche. Please send a new elf from Hilu. Looking at the Snow Demon Girl who was incapacitated, the referee's flag suddenly waved and the final result was announced. The winner has been decided. The result of the match between Snow Demon Girl and Hot Meow has come out. The tricks you and I have used are very powerful, and in the end, Hot Meow is better. Then, let's wait and see what kind of wizard Hilu will use next. Looking at the situation in the competition venue, the host commentator looked at the Snow Demon Girl with regret. Let's see how the second game will play out. Player Hilu sent an elf like the Snow Demon Girl. It's not too strong, it can only be said that it's normal. The starting hand is the Shadow Ball, but the Hot Cat avoided it. The skill used by the Hot Cat is a good combination of skills. With high-speed stars and ghost fires, can you burn your opponents? If you can, this skill is also a good skill, but I don't know if the Hot Cat is at the level of the king. I don't think so. What do you guys think? If Hot Meow is a Heavenly King level elf, then the release of the trick just now will definitely be faster. The Snow Demon Girl directly blocked it with her own freezing air. It's not bad. Player Hilu knows that he is skilled. Use the special power of your own spirit. Watching the program of the live game, on the Tiger Live platform, I also watched the live game broadcast in my own live room, explaining the game for everyone. The Snow Demon Girl used Blizzard. To be fair, Blizzard isn't a very good skill. However, Hilu player still used this skill. I don't know if he has any plans. The Hot Cat here uses the Energy Storage Flame attack. The Energy Storage Flame attack is actually a very good skill, which can enhance your speed. Because of the Blizzard's attack, we can see that Hot Meow's Energy Storage Flame attack was consumed a little, but it still came to the Snow Maiden. Oh, Snow Maiden used the Shadow Ball, and the zero-distance Shadow Ball hit the Hot Meow. After the Hot Meow was attacked, she was directly hit by the state of accumulating flame attack. The next step should be to find an opportunity to attack. Oh wait, Dr. Suche didn't give up. He directly used a flash of electric light and an energy-charged flame attack to directly hit the Snow Maiden. This time the Snow Maiden was really hurt. Hot Meow used the explosion and burning. It's not good. If this move hits the Snow Maiden, even the Snow Maiden can't stop it. If it hits, what will the result be? It came out, as expected. The Snow Demon Girl has lost her fighting ability. Let's congratulate Dr. Suche for winning this game again. Watching the live college exchange competition, I explained it to the audience in my live broadcast room. Come back, Snow Maiden. Go, Defang Sea Lion. Take out Snow Fairy's Elf Ball. Snow Fairy turned into a red light and returned to the Elf Ball. Opposite Hilu again took out his Pokeball and threw it towards the playing field. Roar! The white light flashed, a huge figure broke free from the white light, and a sea lion-like elf appeared in everyone's eyes. Dig a sea lion. Digga has a layer of blubber under its skin, mainly blue, with a thin white ring around its neck and lines on its fan-shaped tail. There are 2 long tusks on it. The tusks have a round nose and yellow eyes, and a large tuft of white fur on the face and neck. It's my turn to play, Loto. I'm really sorry I didn't explain it earlier because of the situation at work, Loto. Defang Sea Lion, Icebreaker. Ice, water attributes, and well-rooted fangs can crush even a ton of icebergs with one blow. Fat is thick, and it is very calm even under the freezing point. While crunching the iceberg with its huge fangs, it swims around in the sea under the freezing point. The thick fat can rebound and attack. The leader of the protective group will desperately defeat the enemy who invades his territory, and sometimes his teeth will be broken during the battle. Oh, the elf sent by contestant Hilu is the Dia Sea Lion, and the Dia Sea Lion is restrained against the hot cat. What will contestant Suche do next? Looking at the Dia Sea Lion in the competition venue, the host commentator analyzed the situation and couldn't help but look in the direction of Suche. The Defang Sea Lion is indeed a very difficult opponent. Come back, hot meow. Meow. Chapter 175, Lucario comes on stage. Come back, hot meow. Meow. Hot meow responded after hearing Suche's order. Her body turned into a red light, and returned to her Pokeball. Oh, player Suche has taken back the hot meow. What kind of spirit will he use next? Looking at Suche's movements, the host commentator looked at Suche, as if Suche was going to do something earth-shattering. All the audience looked at Suche with anticipation, including the teachers who led the school, and the audience who watched the live broadcast were also looking forward to it. Because, according to their understanding, Suche should send his main elf in this round. However, there are only a few of Suche's main elves, and they don't know which one they are, so they are all looking forward to it. Come out, Lucario. Looking at the Defang Sea Lion on the opposite side, and feeling the audience's gaze, Suche naturally wouldn't let them down. Out his Pokeball, Suche threw the Pokeball directly, feeling the fiery waveguide coming out from the Pokeball. Luca. The elf ball opened, and a figure in the white light broke free from the white light and appeared in front of everyone. An invisible momentum spread out to the surrounding. It is a bipedal, dog-like human-shaped elf that appears in everyone. The fur on its body is mostly blue and black. Its front paws have short thorns on the back and chest. It is the popular elf in the fighting system, Lucario. Lucario's snout and ears are long, and when he opens his mouth, he can see the upper and lower jaws each have a pair of canines. The fur on the torso is cream-colored, and the blue fur on the thighs resembles shorts. There are 444 appendages at the back of the head, which lift up when Lucario senses or manipulates the waveguide. Lucario can use the waveguide to predict the opponent's movements, and Lucario also has the ability to use the waveguide to attack in the form of wave missiles. It can understand human language and communicate with humans through telepathy. Lucario is a proud elf, but extremely loyal to his master. Lucario is born with a sense of justice. Lucario in the wild often lives in the mountains far away from humans to hone his fighting skills. Oh, Lucario, it's actually a waveguide elf Lucario. The rarity of this elf is no less than that of some strange colored flashing elf. Lucario, even some trainers, the dream elf, I didn't expect to see Lucario here, it's really exciting. However, in the face of the fighting and steel-type Lucario, how will Hilu and his Defang Sea Lion respond? The host commentator looked at Leo appearing at the competition venue, and shouted loudly, revealing his love for Lucario in his words. However, he also did not forget his own beginning and made an analysis of the two elves on the playing field. Wow! The teachers who led the school in the audience were incredulous, and then looked at Lucario in the arena with envy and solemnity in their eyes. Since Suche has the confidence to send Lucario, it means that the strength of this elf should not be underestimated. It is an elves at the level of heavenly kings. And because of the existence of the steel system, Lucario's durability can be said to be very good. Generally, except for restraint skills, it is difficult to have skills to deal damage effectively. Competition, start. The referee on the side looked at Lucario, who appeared in the arena, looked back at Lucario with admiration, raised his referee's flag and gave the order to start the game. Tiger Live platform. In the teacher's live room, Hot Meow just exploded and burned very violently, making the Snow Demon Girl directly lose her fighting ability. He took back the Snow Demon Girl and sent the last elf to Fang Sea Lion. However, let's be honest. The attributes of the Defang Sea Lion are really good. Combined with its characteristics of ice and water, it has a lot of physical strength. It is an elf suitable for protracted battles. Moreover, judging from the state of the Dia Sea Lion, this Dia Sea Lion should have the strength of the Quasi-King Peak. Such strength is already very good. It seems that in order to compete for the championship, the teachers and school officials of Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School have put in a lot of hard work. Flowers, it's a pity, they encountered a monster-like player. Dr. Su Che's Lucario, let me directly say that it is definitely a heavenly king. Then, let's see how the two sides will deal with this game. In the live broadcast room, watching the live broadcast of the game in his own live broadcast room, he began to explain the game to the audience. Even Lucario, we won't lose. Defang Sea Lion uses Freezing Ray. Looking at Lucario on the opposite side, although he envied it, he also realized that this was a competition, and immediately he gave orders to his Detooth Sea Lion. Roar! After hearing the order, the Defang Sea Lion opened its mouth to condense a mass of ice blue energy, which finally formed a ray of light and attacked Lucario on the opposite side. The Defang Sea Lion has used the freezing light, and its power is very incredible. How will Su Che and his Lucario deal with it? Looking at Lucario in the arena, the host commentator watched the battle in the arena and explained the game excitedly. Lucario, use the waveguide, bounce off the attack. Looking at the freezing light that was attacking, Su Che didn't care either. Lucario could just bounce off such a powerful freezing light. The audience who heard Su Che's order also widened their eyes in surprise, while who was opposite, also looked at Su Che's direction angrily. Looking at the attacking freezing light, Lucario turned sideways, stretched out his arm, and aimed his palm at the incoming freezing light. Behind Lucario's head, 444 appendages started No Wind Automatic, which is the sign of Lucario, who is using a waveguide. The freezing light came to Lucario's palm, and to everyone's surprise, Lucario's palm seemed to have an invisible power that defended against the freezing light's attack. The freezing light's attack for the ground spread out, and the competition field around Lucario was suddenly frozen by the scattered freezing rays of light. Seeing the power of the waveguide, everyone looked at Lucario's direction in surprise. Chapter 176. Mysterious Skills, Champion Level Strength. The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue, and was also excited, watching Lucario and the Defang Sea Lion, explaining the competition. Oh, the freezing light was really bounced off. Lucario used the waveguide to bounce it off directly. What a powerful force. My god, this Lucario is definitely at the top of the Heavenly King's Peak. The freezing light was directly bounced off. After it's over, player is gone. Watching the game in the live broadcast, explaining the game to the audience in the live broadcast room. I don't know what Lucario's next attack will look like, but I already know that the Defang Sea Lion will be miserable next. While watching the live game on the screen, I did not forget to explain to my audience. It's miserable, how miserable it will be. 543. Didn't you say it? The Defang Sea Lion can't beat the opponent, and it is estimated that he will be beaten as a fool. It's a little uncomfortable. It seems that Dr. Su Che's strength is really strong. I'm afraid only the champion can suppress him. Quote. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the game, listened to the commentary, and also sent barrage. Since Lucario is here, let's show you something interesting. Lucario, the waveguide is fully open. Profound Yin-Yang Dragon Fist. Su Che looked at and his Defang Sea Lion, who was on the opposite side, shouted loudly, and gave Lucario an order. Lucario also shouted after hearing the order, ran quickly, turned into an afterimage, and punched the defanged sea lion on the opposite side. So fast. Lu looked at Lucario's figure. A cold sweat broke out all over his body, and he looked at Lucario in shock. Whoosh. Boom. I saw a sound of breaking through the air, and Lucario quickly came to the front of the defanged sea lion. With both hands in a circle, a fist-closing action was made, and the terrifying power was condensed. Roar. Blue power is formed, and the two dragon shadows quickly converge to form a one dragon head. You look closely, the two dragon-shaped energies are very similar to the nine-clawed golden dragon in the legend of the previous life. Finally, the energy on Lucario's fist converged to form a dragon head, and the dragon head let out a roar. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lucario directly hit the defanged sea lion with a fist. Boom. Roar. Lucario didn't dare to neglect, and quickly, a violent roar sounded, superimposed with the screams of the defanged sea lion. Originally a very large dia. After being attacked by Lucario, the heavyweight defanged sea lion was knocked out in an instant. Boom. Another roar sounded, and the defanged sea lion was beaten up and flew high, and finally landed on the playing field. A dull sound rang out, and the solid ground cracked open one after another, and a wave of air swept through the field of competition, filled with smoke. Okay, what a powerful skill. Is this a legendary skill? It is said that only at the level of the champion of the Heavenly King, can you comprehend this kind of power together with elves. I didn't expect contestant Suche to actually use this kind of power. It's incredible. Look at the love in the playing field. Case, the host commentator also began to roar, his face flushed and he was obviously in a very excited state. My God, this must be a profound skill. This contestant is not bad. As expected of the youngest doctor, it is not a false name. It's a neat game. Lucario doesn't seem to be consumed. It's hard to say that Lucario's strength is at the championship level. Some sharp-eyed spectators looked at Lucario's direction, and couldn't help but look solemn. It was too powerful. After this game, Lucario's strength has been known to everyone, and the leaders on the high platform looked at Lucario Leo, not knowing what he was thinking. His eyes twinkled slightly. The outcome is already decided. The defanged sea lion loses its ability to fight, and Lucario wins. So, the final winner of this competition is Suche from Zhongcheng No. 2 Middle School. After the smoke dissipated, the referee watched the situation on the field, and saw that the defanged sea lion was unconscious in the center of the competition field, lying on the spot without any movement. So, the referee looked at the situation in the arena, waved his flag, and declared the winner of the game, while Lucario stood there, looking aloof, as if the battle just now had damaged it. Doesn't look like much. I lost. Alas, the defanged sea lion is back. You did a great job. It's my bad command. The final verdict sounded. Looking at this scene in the arena, Lu seemed to be unable to believe his eyes, but he still took back the defanged sea lion. Sure enough, one move is gone. This is Lucario. This is the strength of the champion of the king. No, this Lucario's strength is definitely at the champion level. It won't be so easy to use mystical skills if it's not at the champion level. Looking at the situation in the live game, and also looking at the bullet screen, expressing their own views, some viewers stopped sending the bullet screen, and carefully thought about the teacher's explanation. Because it should be at the championship level, I checked the information, and this profound skill is often the last resort. Agree with the statement above. This profound skill is very exhausting the elf's physical strength, and it is also the last resort of the champion trainer. Yes, I just don't know if the other elves of Dr. Suche have mastered such profound skills. In general, there are only 2 or 3 trainers at the championship level, and elves have mastered such skills. 7, but I don't know how many Dr. Suche have mastered. Some viewers in the live broadcast room thought for a long time before agreeing with the answer. In fact, they had already guessed it, but they just didn't want to admit it. Then, they left messages in the barrage to express their opinions. Lucario, you did a good job. Come back first and have a good rest. He stepped forward to praise Lucario, and then gave Lucario a slap in the face. Suche also took out the Pokeball and put Lucario back. And this match was also declared over. Suche succeeded and qualified for the top 8. On the other side, Hilu returned to the area where his school was located. Although the teacher's face was very gloomy, he still comforted the other party. Chapter 177, The Opponent of the Quarterfinals. The next game is still going on. It is worth mentioning that Zhang Raiji and Wu Yu are facing each other, and the two sides also fought back and forth. However, when the water arrow turtle appeared at the end, Zhang Raiji still lost the final game by one move. Although there were some regrets, Zhang Raiji was also very open-minded. After all, my family is not as rich and powerful as Wu Yu's family, and I can't collect some top-quality origin stones for evolution and strength, so my own improvement is relatively slow. However, due to the stability of the improvement of strength, the elves were very good in attack, defense, and even physical strength, and persisted tenaciously. Suche watched Zhang Raiji's game in the lounge, and couldn't help nodding. Zhang Raiji was indeed a very persistent person, and his elf strength was also not weak. Although they lost the game, they were also recognized by many spectators. Some leaders also nodded and looked at both sides, expressing their agreement. The game continued, because Zhang Raiji and Wu Yu's early civil war made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, and some of the leading teachers from colleges and universities 16 watched the game and relaxed. If all Zhangcheng No. 2 middle school is promoted, it's really hard to say. Strengthen your mind. Just as the teachers were relaxing, an order sounded, causing everyone's eyes to subconsciously look towards the field of play. Hudi. It was a Hudi, holding the spoon in his hand, with blue light flashing in his eyes. Powerful spiritual force poured out violently, directly knocking the opponent down. This scene also made the faces of those teachers sink. As expected, it was Chen Qing from Zhangcheng No. 2 middle school. He was so powerful. Suche couldn't help nodding while watching this scene. Hudi's strength surpassed that of the other. Elves with superpowers are inherently difficult to deal with. Chen Xing's Hudi should be close to the strength of the Heavenly King, so Hudi would be more difficult to deal with the bonus of his strength. If it wasn't for the last time Fan planned to open the trick space, he really wouldn't necessarily have beaten the opponent. On the side, he sewed his own painting skin, watching the video showing Hudi's figure. After taking a look, he continued to sew his own painting skin. After the seam of the new painting skin was repaired, Miu came to the front of the new painting skin, the main body drilled out of the gap under him, and the purple smoke entered the new painting skin. After a while, the painting skin next to it gradually stood up, and two small dots like eyes appeared on the painting skin, and the mimetic painting skin was replaced. The game continued, and the competition venue was in full swing. Suche could clearly see that after the director's screen cut to other places, some staff-like clothes were clearly writing something. The coach of the national youth training team, a thought flashed in his mind. Suche kept his head silent, paid attention to it and continued to watch the game. After noon, the opponent of the 16 and 8th finals Wu appeared. Looking at the selection on the screen, a ray of light flashed in Suche's eyes. In Zhangcheng No. 2 middle school competing for the top 4, namely Suche, Wu Yu, Lu Feng, and Chen Qing. In Zhangcheng No. 6 middle school, only Sun Yaoyi advanced to the competition, and the other 3 were relatively outstanding students from key colleges and universities in other cities in Yi province. Because the game is calculated according to the points system, the first place is still No. 2 middle school, with 52 points and 52 points. While the points of other schools are basically around 40 points. Now the score has been pulled very far. As long as the players of Zhangcheng No. 2 middle school can persevere, then the final champion of the game will be Zhangcheng No. 2 middle school. Next, the opponents we are going to face are also not weak. I hope you can use all your strength and don't continue to hide your 10 yuan. Looking at the students in front of him, the leading teacher also encouraged the students. Yes. Wu Yu, Lu Feng and Chen Xing looked at the leading teacher, and then firmly answered the leading teacher's words. Suche on the side looked a little absent-minded, nodding his head dizzily, as if I was about to fall asleep. Okay, everyone, the competition for the quarterfinals will begin soon. Let's take a look at the finalists. Host commentator watched, and the many contestants who appeared on the screen immediately explained to all the audience, and also announced the next process of the contest. Because of the maintenance work of the competition venue, the competition between the top 8 and the top 4 will be held in 2 days. During this time, I hope that many players will abide by the rules of the competition. So, today's game is here, see you in 2 days. After that, the host commentator left his commentary platform first and walked outside, and some audience members also left in an orderly manner. Really, today's game is really a pity. I should use the water wave, maybe I can play a chaotic feeling. In the rest area of the sports venue, there is a renovated canteen, which ensures that the players, staff and even some spectators who have played these days have meals. Just that the dining area of the contestants is separated from the dining area of the audience, because I am afraid that some audiences will not know the importance and hurt the contestants. Dinner table, Zhang Raiji was shouting and shouting, recalling the result of today's game, and shaking his head helplessly. Come on, my elf used a secret treasure to improve, and you are like me when you don't use a secret treasure, it's already very good. Listening to Zhang Raiji's complaints, Wu Yu squinted and said to Zhang Raiji. On the other hand, Suche didn't speak, he just looked at the Manian werewolf and Mimu beside him, sitting at a table each, watching the two elves ask each other's taste. After seeing Manian werewolf and Miji, who were very satisfied with the food here, Suche nodded and continued to eat his own food. Hearing Suche's movement here, both the contestants and the students of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School looked at the Manian werewolf with admiration. Why? Because this is also the first, distinctive maned rock werewolf. Some of the contestants were taking pictures, and everyone's gaze made Manian wolf and Miu feel a little uncomfortable, so they could not help speeding up their meal. However, under Suche's touch, the main rock werewolf and Mimic's emotions returned to normal. Sometimes I really envy Suche. His strength and elves are good. It would be great if I had half his luck and strength. Zhang Raiji looked at Suche and his elves, and said to himself with a sigh. Chapter 178, Suche's Training. If you spend more time reading books with elves and train your elves, you will have the same strength as me. Hearing this, Suche rolled his eyes silently, looked at Zhang Raiji beside him, and said to Zhang Raiji. If I can really read books and train elves, I can catch up with you, my strength will not be this level. When Zhang Raiji said this, he gestured to the teacher with his eyes, and then answered Suche's words. Suche, if that's the case, please give some advice. Let's focus on training everyone in the past 2 days. The teacher who led the team looked at Zhang Raiji's expression, but he didn't know what he was thinking, so he shook his head with a smile, looked at Suche and said to Suche. Also, but my training is very hard, you guys are sure? Seeing everyone's hopeful eyes and the teacher's plea, Suche thought for a while, then showed a devilish smile and agreed to the other party's request. On Suche's face made Manian werewolf and Miu shudder when they saw it, and silently lowered their heads and ate their food. Guys are still too young. Master's training. But they were almost overwhelmed. You haven't realized the seriousness. The next day, in the morning, as soon as the alarm clock rang, everyone got up busy and set off towards the No. 3 sports venue. Since there was nowhere around, Suche planned to communicate with the staff and ask the organizer to lend them the venue for the competition. Originally, the organizer did not have this right, but because of Suche's application, the leaders of the Education Bureau and provincial leaders saw it before they agreed to Suche's request. Originally, several sports venues around were useless, so it was not bad to sell Suche a favor. Therefore, after getting the news, the students of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School praised Suche for being so good, and because of the venue, everyone was reluctant to be late. After everyone arrived at the competition venue, they greeted each other and waited for Suche's arrival. That's right, you read that right. Suche hasn't come yet. How come Suche hasn't come yet? He won't forget the time by himself. Exclamation mark quote. No, it should be preparing something, right? Swish. The blue light flashed by, and Suche's figure appeared in front of everyone, causing everyone to take a step back subconsciously and widen their eyes in surprise. However, after thinking that Suche has an elf with superpowers, he felt relieved and didn't make such a fuss. It seems that everyone is here, so let's start the special training. Looking at the classmates in front of him, Suche slightly said, but, how do you want special training? Looking at Suche in front of him, one of the classmates raised his hand and said to Suche in a questioning tone. Although it was very strange, looking at Joe's rock field, Suche didn't seem to have prepared anything for special training. Hey, good question. My special training method can't be used, and my strength is different from yours. If you use my method, your elves will probably be damaged. Hearing this, everyone's face changed. The origin of the elves was damaged. Is it so terrifying? But, in order for you to adapt, I specially weakened it. Multiple times. Come out, mates. Shanae. Woo, woo, woo. Looking at the people in front of them whose faces changed, Suche showed a devilish smile. He released his own elves directly, and when the elves opened up, several figures appeared in the white light, which were Shining Shinado, Bangira, the main rock werewolf in the dusk form, and the fossil pterosaur. Looking at Suche's elves, everyone had envious expressions on their faces, feeling the aura of those elves, and some timid students had their legs a little weak. My training is to put gravity on your elves and avoid the attack of rocks under the pressure of gravity. You can also let the elves avoid the rock attack, or attack the rock. In this case, after the gravity is withdrawn, your elves will be greatly improved in terms of speed, skill release, or strength. Then, without further ado, let's start special training now. Hey, Bangira, wait. Suche looked at the students in front of him, and told them the purpose of this special training, but Bangira suddenly hugged Suche and rubbed Suche hard, making Suche's cold image directly break 5. Okay, let go of your spirits. After comforting Bangira, Suche said to his classmates. However, the messy hair caused Suche's image to drop several grades, and Shinado on the side used his superpower to straighten Suche's hair, which made it look more pleasing to the eye. Quote. Ready, Shinado, apply the gravitational field to triple the gravity first. After seeing the classmates take out their spirits, Suche said to Shinado. Shinado looked at the elves, his eyes lit up, his eyes glowed with blue light, and he began to apply gravity, 3 times the force of gravity, making the elves miserable, but they could probably bear it. The ground beneath some elves began to sag downwards, and some of the classmates couldn't bear it, so Suche harassed them directly after hearing it. This is 3 times the gravity. My elves are trained with 10 times the gravity. Do you want to try? Listening to Suche's words, everyone didn't dare to make a sound. 10 times the gravity was too terrifying. If it were pressed on a human body, their internal organs would definitely be crushed by Limahao. Falling rocks. Looking at the elves on the opposite side, after hearing the order, the Bandera fossil pterosaur main rock werewolf quickly moved and roared, and pieces of uneven rocks attacked the opposite elves. After the elves understood this training, they began to try to move little by little. Because of the fear of being injured, Shinado also used the healing wave to heal the injured elves, intentionally or not. Shinado, who has broken through the peak of the championship, is now a half-step 3rd level god. Because of the power of the super slate, Shinado has always been, comprehend the law. I believe that after a period of time, Shinado will successfully break through the strength of the 3rd level god, and now Shinado's strength is much stronger than before. With the continuous practice, after a few hours, some elves also felt tired and were thrown out by Shinado and left to the side. Chapter 179, the game continues. The elf that was thrown out could obviously feel that his strength and speed seemed to be sublimated, but the pain in his body followed. However, they clearly felt that their strength was beginning to rise, and a ray of light appeared in the eyes of many elves, looking at Suche with hope. Of their elves, the leading teacher and the participating students looked at Suche in disbelief. It was the first time they knew about this training method. Moreover, this training method is so effective, it is really surprising. 3 times the gravity team is incredible for humans. If 3 times the weight of gravity is on you, people with good physique can bear it, but those with weak physique will faint and have adverse reactions. 3 times the gravity is a very suitable method for elves, especially for elite-level elves, and the most effective for quasi-king-level elves. But it seems to be 3 times the gravity, but it is actually the result of Shanedo's use of powerful superpowers, according to the physique of each elves. Otherwise, if it is really pressed down by 3 times the gravity, no matter what powerful the elves are here, 543 will also lie down. Some classmates hoped that Suche would continue to train the elves, but Suche's next sentence dispelled their thoughts. What are you thinking? This cultivation method of squeezing potential cannot be used directly. It should be used when the elves are at their peak. Are you trying to damage the origin of elves now? Don't go to the elf center to check the situation, otherwise what should I do if I get hurt? Hearing this, everyone's face changed greatly, one by one immediately. He took back his spirit and ran towards the spirit center of the stadium. Although, Shanedo also used Healing Wave to heal the elf's injuries just now, but it is still not as good as professional medical staff. Therefore, in case of injuries, it would be bad for the elf's future path, so when they heard Suche's words, everyone immediately took back the elf and ran towards the center of the elf. Forget it, forget it. No one will play with me, so I'll train by myself. Seeing that all his classmates had run away, Suche also sighed and said to himself. Then, Suche took out his Pokeball, and the teacher on the side stared wide-eyed, looking in Suche's direction in disbelief. The Pokeballs that Suche took out, they ranged from ordinary red and white balls to high-level yellow and black balls. There were at least a dozen Pokeballs. Come out, my friends. Looking at the surrounding arena, Suche threw his Pokeball into the air. After the Pokeball was opened, one after another roaring sounds rang out, and many figures appeared in the arena. Who ran to the distance clearly saw the elves appearing in the competition venue, and they all stared at the elves that appeared in surprise. Everyone's eyes were full of horror, and they looked at Su Shang in surprise, unable to believe that there were these elves in his elves. Then, they remembered the situation of their elves. They could only sigh, and ran directly towards the center of the elves. Okay, let's train everyone. Suche raised his hands and jumped up, and all the elves also roared loudly. After 2 days of inhuman torture on the day of the competition, the students of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School seemed to be reborn, with confident smiles on their faces. After the special training in Suche's hands, the strength of the elves has also increased a lot. The strength of the elves has also increased a lot, and the enhancement of the elves' strength has made them more confident. When the other players looked at the players of Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, their eyes also showed puzzled light, and they paid attention. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to watch the contestants here. I've made everyone wait for a long time. After 2 days of anticipation, are you already excited? Today we will start the competition. The top 8 will enter the semifinals. The host looked at the audience around, walked in from the dedicated channel on the side, looked at the audience in the auditorium of the competition venue, and was very excited. First of all, let's take a look at the people who are fighting today. On the display screens around, the distribution of the competition between the players appeared, and Suche and another player appeared on the screen. The game time of the 2 sides happens to be the second game in the morning. There are 4 games in total today, which means that the game is directly over in the morning. Suche looked at his opponent and recalled his opponent's information. This player seems to be good at ground and steel elves. A bit interesting, Suche also smiled slightly when he looked at his competitors. Then let's not talk nonsense and get ready to start today's game. In the competition between the top 8 and the top 4, the elves used are still 3 elves, and it is also a test of the player's comprehensive strength. Let's wait and see what kind of game will the players bring to us today. The host commentator looked at the surrounding audience, excitedly mobilized the audience's emotions, and shifted the audience's attention to the game scene. Okay, all viewers and friends in the live broadcast room, hello everyone. I'm your old friend. What you are watching now is the biennial college exchange competition in Hubei province. Because there is no other game to watch, so I will start commenting now, this game. So, what we learned is that the next game is still a 3-on-3 game. That is to say, this competition is still a competition that tests comprehensive strength. I hope everyone will learn and let you know how to play the game through my commentary. Okay, let's watch the game next. The first game is on. Watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room, I also used humorous vocabulary to explain. Haha, the teacher is not a human being. Weather team, space team, Hercules bunny girl. What can you do with a cold turtle? I can solve you with one move. The barrage in the live broadcast room was joking, and then I still focused on the live broadcast. In the following live broadcast commentary, everyone listened with relish, and in the commentary, it was also very helpful to some trainers. Chapter 180, Laplace debuts. The teacher has the identity of a trainer in the first place, because with his humorous explanation style and some of his own routines, he is liked by many trainers or students. Soon, the long-awaited match finally came, and it was Suche's battle. The audience in the live broadcast room were all excited, not knowing what kind of elves Suche would send out to fight this time. The scene of the competition. Hello everyone, next is Suche from Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, and Li Shui from E Province No. 3 Middle School, to compete. Competitor Suche, yesterday used a quasi-god elf like the cane-tailed scaled dragon, and in the competition a few days ago, the elf used was Dalong Baruto. Also, he has also used flashing spirits, and he is also a hot meow with excellent strength. So, in today's competition, will Suche still use these kinds of elves? And Li Shui is also an excellent trainer, good at using some ground-type and steel-type elves. Let's look forward to today's game. Okay, the game is about to start. What kind of spark will the two of them meet? The host commentator looked at the players in the next game, introduced the game to the audience, and explained the game in a puzzled and expectant tone. Please take the place of the contestants of both sides. The referee on the side looked at the two players who walked from the rest area to the competition venue, and announced according to the rules of the competition. Finally, I won't lose in 3 versus 3. Please come to a real game with me and let you see my strength. Looking at Suche on the opposite side, Suche came to his playing position, took out his Pokeball, and said to Suche on the opposite side with a cold voice. The same is true for me, so let's fight with all our strength. Don't have any regrets in the battle of the trainer. Suche also came to his own competition position, and looked at Li Shui opposite, also earnestly. The format of the game is a 3-on-3 game. When one side's elves lose their ability to fight, the game ends. Now, please send out both parties, their first elves. The referee looked at the players on both sides of the game and issued an order directly. Go, Dunjia. Looking at Suche on the opposite side of the playing field, Li Shui took out the Pokeball and threw it forcefully, and the Pokeball flew out in an arc. Bang! Dunba! The Pokeball turned on and a white light flashed, and a figure broke free from the white light. The powerful breath made everyone's eyes condense. The elf that appeared was a short gray pictographic elf, with a black nose extending to the tail, and a pair of tusks that looked very dangerous. It was a ground-based elf armor. It's my turn, Lotto. While Rotom's mobile phone was recording video, he used his own picture book to start the work of introducing the elf. Dun armor, armor-like spirit. Ground attributes, sharp and hard teeth, and strong skin, good at curling the body into a ball, rolling at high speed and slamming into the opponent's attack. Once it starts rolling, it is difficult to stop, and the house will be crashed by its hard body. The average ranger trainer will use this force to help roll down the slopes and block the mud on the mountain road. The stone is removed. Contestant Li Shui sent Dunjia. Although she is a girl, she is a practical elf, but she is unexpectedly strong. Then, what kind of spirit will Su Che use? Watching Dunjia appear in the arena, the host commentator looked at Su Che's direction expectantly, not knowing what kind of elf Su Che would use. Laplace, it's up to you. Wu, looking at Dunjia opposite, Su Che took out his Pokeball and threw it forward. The Pokeball turned on and a white light flashed. Laplace's figure appeared in the field of play, and an ethereal sound made everyone's eyes widen. Wow! Looking at Laplace below, everyone exclaimed, Laplace is really rare, because Laplace usually lives on the sea. Generally, where there is Laplace, it is often included in the protected area. If you want to conquer Laplace, you must rely on a certain amount of luck and Laplace's approval. So that's why everyone exclaimed when they saw Laplace. Flowers, it's actually a Laplace player who actually sent Laplace. Most of Laplaces live in the ocean, and a small amount is also distributed in rivers and lakes, but it is difficult to see Laplaces now. Because, in the past, they have been illegally fished so much that they are on the verge of extinction. Although humans have been protecting Laplaces in recent years, the number of Laplaces is mostly distributed in the Mati Islands, and it is difficult to see them in our country. Laplace is an elf of the water and ice elements. It can be said that he has natural restraint against an elf like Dunjia. Let's see what tricks the two sides will use to fight. Host commentator looked at the two elves in the arena and explained the race track expectantly. Competition, start. Looking at the two elves appearing in the arena, the referee on the side waved his arms and gave the order to start the game. Dumber, use a rolling attack. Listening to the referee's order, Li Shui's expression brightened, and she directly gave her order. Dunbar. After Dunjia heard his master's order, he quickly curled up and attacked Laplace in the distance. I have to say that the power of Dunjia's skills is still very strong. Dunjia jumped up and quickly used a rolling attack, like a tire, and quickly attacked Laplace on the opposite side. Laplace, use freezing ray. Seeing the attacking attack from the opposite Dunjia, Su Che silently calculated the situation of Dunjia, and his own attack distance, and immediately ordered to Laplace. Woo! The mouth opened, and Laplace's mouth gathered an ice blue light, attacking the opposite Dun armor. The ice blue freezing light hit Dunjia, and Dunjia's figure was frozen in the ice cubes and could not move. Dunjia in the ice cubes widened his eyes and looked incomprehensible. He didn't know why he was frozen for so long. Chapter 181. It's still a trick. Dunjia in the ice cubes widened his eyes and looked incomprehensible, not knowing why he was frozen. His attack speed is very fast. It is impossible to be frozen like this. Dun armor, who was frozen in the ice, widened his eyes and looked very puzzled. However, under the attack of the cold air, even if Dunjia has a strong skin armor, it cannot withstand such damage. Dun armor in the ice cube only felt that the cold air was directly attacking him, as if he had no strength in his body. Dunjia, hurry up and get rid of the ice. Looking at Dunjia's situation, Li Shui's face changed, and she quickly shouted to Dunjia. However, although Dun armor, which was frozen in ice, heard Li Shui's order, the ice formed after the freezing light was used could not let it break free immediately. 543. It's useless. I know the power of Laplace's freezing light best. It's impossible for Dun armor to break free immediately. Laplace, use the destruction light. Looking at Dunjia frozen in ice, Su Che shook his head to Li Shuidao, then looked at his Laplace and gave the order to attack. Woo! After Laplace heard his master's order, he acted directly and used his own tricks quickly. The orange ball of light quickly condensed in front of Laplace's mouth, and finally formed a ray of light that attacked the frozen dun armor on the opposite side. Crack! Boom! An ice-breaking sound rang out, and the destruction of the death light directly blasted away the hard ice cubes. The power of the light hit the armor, a violent explosion sounded, and the armor was directly knocked out. Dunbarton armor was knocked out and landed on the ground, a dull voice sounded, and a wave of air dispersed with smoke, making it impossible for everyone to see the situation in the arena. Smoke dissipated, and I saw Dungia collapsed in the field of competition with his eyes flashing circles, obviously losing his ability to fight. Dungia lost his ability to fight, and Laplace won, so the winner of this round is Suche. Please replace Li Shui, your own elf. Looking at the two elves in the arena, the referee on the side waved the referee flag and announced the final result. Looking at Li Shuidao. Appeared, Laplace first used the freezing light to freeze the armor, and after limiting the attack ability of the armor, he used the destruction of death beam. Destruction of the death light hit the armor could not withstand such an attack, and directly lost the ability to fight. I have to say that although Dungia's defense is strong, Laplace's attack ability is too strong, such an attack can't even withstand Dungia. Next, how will the game play out? Let's wait and see what kind of wizard Li Shui is. Looking at the game below, the host commentator explained the game, and then looked at Li Shui's direction expectantly. I can't believe how strong Laplace is. Double attribute elves, there seems to be no weak one. You're talking about attributes again, some elves are 4 times weaker than ice, what do you say? Are you connoting my dragon? The auditorium, the audience was discussing fiercely the situation in the competition venue. They couldn't believe it was such a result, but since it happened, they had nothing to say. Looking in the direction of Li Shui, his eyes were full of anticipation. Let's see how this game will play out. The one sent by Li Shui is Dungia. Dungia is not too strong. It can only be said that it is normal. The physical defense is okay, but the durability of the special defense is not good. Player Li Shui's armor starts with a rolling attack. Laplace used the freezing light to freeze the armor directly. This is a bit dangerous, sure enough. Laplace directly used the destruction of the death light, and the power of the destruction of the death light directly blasted the ice layer and hit the armor. Dungia was knocked out and landed at the back of the playing field. What will the result be? I actually lost the ability to fight with Dungia. Is it impossible for Laplace to be so powerful? This Laplace, is it the Laplace of Life Jade? It's unreasonable to have such a powerful trick. No matter what. Well, we still congratulate Dr. Suche for winning the first game. What kind of elves will the two sides send next? Watching the live broadcast of the game, on the Tiger Live platform, I also watched the live broadcast of the game in my own live room, and explained the game for everyone. Also, I am looking forward to the next game, watching the situation in the live broadcast, commenting with the situation of this game. How is it possible? Li Shui looked at her armor and was surprised and couldn't believe it, looking in the direction of Laplace opposite. However, a game is a game, and your strength and skills are not as good as others, so you have to face the reality. Come back, Dungia. Taking out Dungia's Pokeball, Dungia directly turned into a red light and returned to the Pokeball. It's up to you, come out, Queen Nido. Li Shui on the opposite side took out his Pokeball again and threw it towards the playing field. Roar! The Pokeball opened, a white light flashed, and a roar sounded, accompanied by a powerful breath, and a figure appeared in everyone's eyes. It was actually Queen Nido. Looking at the elf that appeared on the opposite side, Suche's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He raised his eyebrows and looked at King Nido on the opposite side. Queen Nido looked like a large blue bipedal elf. Combines some of the characteristics of mammals and reptiles. It has blue hard scales all over its body to protect it from attack. Nido's chin, 1. The chest and abdomen are white. It has a thick tail and mouse-like ears, and its forelimbs look very strong, with three tiny claws. After evolution, its hind legs have also become very thick, so Nido basically walks with hind feet. Nito's forehead up to the tail, along the spine, has a detox horn. Li Shui's second elf. The elf sent as Nito. Let's look forward to what kind of game the two sides will bring us. Host commentator, after looking at Nito who appeared in the arena, looked expectantly at the elves in the two arenas. Competition, start. Seeing that Li Shui used a new sprite, the referee waved the flag of the game and announced the order to start the game. Chapter 182, Nito vs Laplace. It's my turn, Lotto. The Rotom mobile phone that uses its own picture book function is online again. After Nito, the drill-type spirit. Poison, ground attribute. The body is covered with scales as hard as thorns, and when excited, the needle on the back will stand up. The hard scales can protect the body when attacked, and the majestic body can issue powerful skills. Then, race, start. Laplace, ice pick attack. After hearing the referee's order, Su Che immediately ordered his own Laplace. Reason why he attacked first was because Su Che knew the elves like Nito King Nito and Queen Nito well. Nito Queen's whole body is covered with needle-like hard scales, and its huge body can cause the ground to tremble. Such a weight-level body and physical strength, it can use Taishan's topping, earthquake and other moves. Similarly, as a poison attribute spirit, it can also use poison needles to release poison. In addition to this, it can also learn fire attribute, ice attribute, electric attribute and fighting attribute moves. Other words, as long as Nito gets close, or 16 people sees the opportunity, he is very passive. Therefore, in the face of such an elves, it is the best choice to have been attacking wildly to find opportunities, and giving a fatal blow directly is the best choice. Woo, whoosh. The ice cones formed by ice energy quickly spit out from Laplace's mouth and attacked in the direction of Nito. Laplace used the ice cone attack. To be honest, the power of the skill is actually not high. What is the reason for Su Che to do this? Looking at the situation in the competition venue, the host commentator was very puzzled, but he still mobilized the expectations of the audience and explained the game excitedly. After Nito, the big characters burst into flames. Looking at the blowing ice pick, Li Shui watched the incoming attack without panic, and ordered Nito. Roaring, it's unbelievable that Nito will actually use fire-type tricks. Li Shui's order not only surprised the audience for a moment, but also caused the host commentator's complexion to change greatly. I saw a mass of strong flame energy spurting out of Nito Hu's mouth, forming a large character in the air. Hit in the direction of Laplace, attack the ice cones along the way, and be instantly melted by the high temperature. Laplace, after dodging, use the water wave to attack. Looking at the large character explosion attacking from the opposite side, Su Che showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he still gave his order. Woo! Facing the attacking big character explosion, seeing Laplace leaning slightly sideways, he directly avoided the big character explosion. In the surroundings made Laplace's body have it, but it did not cause substantial damage to Laplace. Woo! Laplace whispered again. The huge water energy condensed and formed a one water ball in front of Laplace's mouth, attacking in the direction of Laplace. After Nito, use the big characters again to explode. Boom! The attacks of the two sides collided with each other again, and a white mist of water vapor spread out, causing everyone to narrow their eyes. After Nito, she actually has such a powerful fire-type trick. Some viewers were a little surprised. After looking at Nito, he said to himself, "What kind of powerful big character explosion is this? Contestant Li Shui's Nito Queen actually knows fire-type tricks." The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and explained the game excitedly. "That's enough distance. Then, Laplace, freeze light." After looking at Nito on the opposite side, Su Che silently calculated the situation after Nito, and immediately ordered to Laplace. Woo! His mouth opened, and Laplace's mouth gathered an ice blue light, and attacked the opposite Nito. The freezing light appeared, which is the ice-based skill that Laplace is proud of. Because Nito has ground attributes, if he is hit, Nito will be passive. The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and immediately explained the competition with excitement. What's not good? After Nito, use hold. That was attacking, Li Shui didn't dare to neglect, and gave her order directly. Roar. After Nito crossed his hands, the green energy light flashed around his body, forming a green energy mask, protecting the surroundings of Nito. Chi-chi. A strange voice sounded, and I saw that the ice blue light was swallowed by the green mask, and the freezing light was blocked. This Nito Queen is interesting. After looking at Nito on the opposite side, an unexpected light appeared in Suchei's eyes, and he said silently. This Nito Queen should be best at elemental attack skills. Although I don't know where this Queen Nito was caught, it is judging from the release and movements of this Queen Nito's skills. This Queen Nito is indeed good at elemental energy attacks. I'm afraid this Nito Queen will even have 100,000 volts. After calmly analyzing the situation of the other party, Suchei immediately understood the order that the other party would issue next. After Nito, 100,000 volts. At this time, Li Shui, as if confirming Suchei's thoughts, gave Nito an order. Roar. After Nito on the field, yellow lightning flashed on his body, and the powerful thunder and lightning attacked Laplace. Use the falling icicles to block it. Seeing the 100,000 volts coming, Suchei looked very calm, and gave Laplace an order. Wu dong dong dong. Several icicles appeared in an instant and fell in a straight line in the center of the competition venue, blocking the incoming lightning and refracting the lightning. Oh, what a powerful 100,000 volts. This one Empress Nito is really amazing. Player Suchei seems to be in danger. What will he do? The host commentator watched nervously. The scene on the field of competition mobilized the atmosphere of the scene. What's going on with that Nito who actually uses fire and electricity skills? Maybe there will be more. This Nito Queen seems to be different from other Nito Queens. That's right, this Nito Queen can use so many elemental attacks. I'm afraid its physical strength is also excellent. The voices of discussion came from the audience, and everyone was staring at the competition venue. Chapter 183. After defeating Nito. This Nito Queen is good at elemental tricks. I am afraid that using locking tricks, it is difficult to lock the opponent, so you can only use the same tricks to counterattack. After looking at the opposite Nito, Suchei quickly thinking about his own strategy, hoping to find an opportunity to attack, so that he can win the first opportunity. Oh, what a powerful 100,000 volts. This Nito Queen is really powerful. Player Suchei seems to be caught in a predicament. It's time. What will he do? The host commentator watched nervously. The scene on the field of competition mobilized the atmosphere of the scene. Isn't there any tricks? Then I'll start attacking. Nito will use 100,000 volts. Looking at Suchei, who is still thinking, and Laplace in the arena, Li Shui gave the order directly. Roar. After Nito heard his master's order, the roar sounded suddenly, and the whole body flashed with electricity, and the last bright yellow lightning attacked the opposite Laplace. After Nito used 100,000 volts again, is Laplace out of his skills? Suchei, what tricks will he use to face it? Looking at Laplace in the field of competition, the host commentator was very anxious, looking at Laplace's direction to explain the game. The audience looked at Suchei's direction with anxious expressions in their eyes. Li Shui's leading teacher and her classmates smiled and looked at the situation on the field with the appearance of winning. On the other hand, Suchei's classmates are very calm, because they know Suchei's strength best, but it's not. Those who can compare with ordinary trainers. Hey, there, Laplace changes the weather and uses hail. Looking at Laplace in the arena, Suchei gave his order. Indeed, the opponent's use of 100,000 volts is indeed a good choice, but she forgot that there are still several icicles in the playing field. These icicles are the icicles that blocked the first round of 100,000 volts after using the drop icicle trick, and they can be used now. Even if you can't stop 100,000 volts, it's enough for yourself to use the next trick. Woo! Laplace's voice rang out, and the sky instantly became gloomy, and bean-sized hailstones fell, and the hailstones quickly fell to Jean got a little hurt after a while. However, don't underestimate this little damage, but it directly caused the 100,000 volts after Nito to lose the follow-up power. Bang! Crack! The 100,000 volts hit the icicle in front of him, and the powerful current instantly blasted the icicle, and the icicle in front of him turned into ice chips. Past. That is, at this time, after the ice in the sky, the 100,000 volts used by Nito lost the follow-up power and dissipated directly when it fell in front of Laplace. Everyone stared at the situation in astonishment, unable to turn around for a while. Unbelievable, because Nito was injured later, the skill of 100,000 volts lost its follow-up ability. Moreover, after the weak icicles fell, the power of 100,000 volts, there was not much left, and finally dissipated between heaven and earth. Is this also Su Che's plan? It's incredible. Host commentator also widened his eyes and looked at the situation in the competition venue in surprise. However, after he reacted, he quickly explained. Audience came back to their senses, and they all looked at Su Che's direction in surprise. They couldn't believe that Su Che's mind was so deep. It's my turn. In the weather of hail, there is a skill that will definitely hit. After looking at Nito on the opposite side, Su Che's eyes showed a winning smile. Sorry, you're out. Looking at Li Shui on the opposite side, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, facing Li Shui. What does it mean? Listening to Su Che's words, Li Shui shook her head in confusion, but she was still vigilant. Laplace, use Blizzard. After looking at Nito on the opposite side, Su Che gave his order. Woo! There was a ray of light in his eyes, and with a direct cry, a storm with a biting chill formed a huge blizzard that attacked the opposite Nito. Not good, Nito will come soon. Looking at the blizzard, Li Shui's eyes showed disbelief. She immediately reacted and wanted to order Nito to avoid the attack, but it was too late. Roar! Nito was attacked by the blizzard, and the biting chill made Nito couldn't help but scream. The blizzard hit. Nito suffered a lot of damage. Can Nito hold up this attack? Let's wait and see. Looking at the situation in the competition venue, the host commentator quickly explained the competition track. My god, it's freezing cold. Suddenly the weather in summer is really uncomfortable. Fortunately, due to the influence of the electromagnetic barrier, weather-related tricks cannot be released in the auditorium, otherwise the brains will be completely smashed. The spectators at the competition venue also covered their bodies, and some spectators released their fire-type spirits, desperately resisting the attack of this cold air. Some audience members were thankful that the hail did not fall on the auditorium, otherwise the game would be over. Boom! The changes in the auditorium did not affect the situation in the arena. After the blizzard, Queen Nito appeared in the arena. Wait! Li Shui was happy. Nito suddenly collapsed in the field of competition, making a dull sound. Nito's eyes flashed. Circles, obviously lost the ability to fight. After Nito is incapacitated, Laplace wins. So, the winner of this round is Su Che. Please replace Li Shui with your own elf. Looking at the two elves in the arena, the referee on the side waved the referee flag and announced the final result, looking at Li Shui Dao. The final result came. Laplace used the hail first, interrupted the 100,000 volts after Nito. After limiting Nito's attack ability, he used a powerful blizzard. After the blizzard hit Nito, Nito couldn't bear such an attack and lost his ability to fight. Next, how will the competition go? What kind of spirit will Li Shui use? Let's wait and see. Looking at the game below, the host commentator explained the game, and then looked at Li Shui's direction expectantly. Chapter 184. Accident, Angry Su Che. Let's see, next, how this game will play out. Li Shui sent Empress Nito. Empress Nito is not too strong. It can only be said that it is normal. All the race values of Queen Nito are relatively balanced. If you encounter an elf who is very restrained on it, I am afraid that Queen Nito will be defeated directly. Laplace used the ice pick attack at the beginning. The power of this attack is not very high, and it may not bring much damage to Nito. After Nito used the big character explosion, and sure enough, the big character explosion melted the ice pick attack and attacked Laplace, but Laplace avoided the attack. Laplace uses freezing light again. If freezing light hits, Nito may be passive. After Nito used defend to defend the opponent's attack, it's really a good defensive skill. This Nito is a bit interesting, can't use 100,000 volts. Because everyone knows that Nito's huge body can cause the ground to vibrate, which allows it to use Taishan's topping, earthquakes and other moves. Similarly, as a poison attribute elf, it can also release poison with poison needles. Besides, it can also learn ice attribute, electric attribute and fighting attribute moves. Sure enough, after Nito used 100,000 volts, I'm afraid Dr. Suche didn't even think of it. Laplace then used the falling icicle to block the 100,000 volt attack. Great idea. The two sides are really fighting with gods, and whoever you come to me won't obey anyone. After Nito used 100,000 volts, Laplace changed the weather and used hail. Oh, because Nito was injured, the skill of 100,000 volts lost its follow-up ability. It just hit the falling icicle and pierced the falling icicle. Furthermore, after being weakened by the falling icicles, the power of 100,000 volts has little left, and finally dissipated between heaven and earth. Is this also Dr. Suche's plan? It's incredible. Then there was a blizzard. You must know that the blizzard in hail weather will definitely hit. As expected, the blizzard hit the opponent, and Nito suffered a lot of damage afterward. It is estimated that this blizzard will not be able to hold Nito afterward. After Nito lost his fighting ability, Dr. Suche won. Sure enough, Laplace is still very powerful. No matter what. Well, we still congratulate Dr. Suche for winning the first game. What kind of elves will the two sides send next? Watching the program of the live game, on the Tiger Live platform, I also watched the live game broadcast in my own live room, explaining the game for everyone. Similarly, I am also looking forward to the next game, watching the live broadcast and explaining the situation of this game. Damn, the victory belongs to me, I will lose the game. Come back, Queen Nito. Looking at Laplace, who suddenly closed his eyes on the opposite side, the anger on the other side was overwhelmed, and Nito turned into a red light and returned to the Pokeball. Come out, giant pincer mantis. Looking at Laplace on the opposite side, she sent his own elf. It was the giant pincer mantis. It was also at this time. On the opposite side, Laplace glowed with blue light, and his breath rose suddenly, which was obviously the performance of breaking through the bottleneck. Is this the Laplace of the Suche player? Is it going to be advanced? Is this level of breath, is it the advanced king? The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and felt the breath of Laplace. The host commentator explained in surprise. No matter what. Advanced or what, I won this game, Giant Claw Mantis Alloy Claw. Looking at Laplace on the opposite side, Li Shui's eyes showed a crazy look, and she directly gave orders to her giant mantis. Hee. Looking at Laplace on the opposite side, the giant pincer mantis doesn't care. What? He directly executed his master's order, and the two pliers glowed with iron gray light, hitting Laplace on the opposite side. Looking for death. Looking at the action of the giant pliers mantis opposite, Suche's eyes suddenly showed a bloodshot, and the superpowers of his whole body burst out instantly, staring directly at the direction of the giant pliers mantis. Bang bang bang. Boom. Several Pokeballs opened, and a figure instantly appeared in front of the giant pincer mantis. With one punch, the giant pincer mantis flew out, and the huge force threw the giant pincer mantis directly out of the field of play, smashing it hard against the wall behind. One after another cracks appeared, and the giant pincer mantis was embedded in the wall. In the same place, Lucario appeared in front of him all the way, and in front of Laplace, there were three elves protecting Laplace. It was Zoroark, Bangira, and Shinado. And in Li Shui's in front of him, a huge figure appeared in front of Li Shui, and his claws glowed with green light, which was the unique trick of dragon claws. Who appeared in front of Li Shui? The fire-breathing dragon was using the dragon's claws against Li Shui's throat at the moment. Li Shui suddenly came back to her senses, sweating all over her body, and stiffened in place. You are fine. Su Che looked at Li Shui on the opposite side with a blank expression, and looked at Li Shui with a dull gaze. Li Shui was furious when Su Che saw him, and stood on the spot uneasy. Some people who were familiar with Su Che who were watching the live broadcast, looked at Su Che's appearance and knew that Su Che was really angry. There is a rule in the elf world that it is forbidden to disturb the evolving or advanced elves. Because, when the elves evolve and advance, it is the evolution of the elves' life level. Evolving and advanced elves will definitely leave some dark wounds after they are suddenly attacked. This kind of dark injury is often fatal and will affect the future development of the elves. Therefore, in the elves' world, unless it is a relationship of life and death hostility, no one dares to do anything to ruin a person's future, but now Li Shui has broken this law. Moreover, his own Laplace, but the critical moment of the advanced king, if he did not succeed in the advanced, he would definitely go crazy. Referee, we abstain. Looking at Li Shui's direction, the leading teacher of the number 3 middle school in Yi province said to the referee anxiously. The safety of her students is the top priority. In her opinion, she must admit defeat in order to ensure the safety of Li Shui. You don't have the right to speak here, it's useless to abstain. Looking at a teacher who came to the side, Su Che's eyes sharpened, looking at the other party's unceremonious words. Chapter 185, Solutions. Shanae. Bang. Shanae duo on the side looked at the teacher who led the team, with a blue light flashing in his eyes, his superpower burst out, and he used his superpower unceremoniously to blast the opponent against the wall beside him. Wow. Kekiki the teacher who led the team suffered a heavy blow. He was half kneeling on the ground only to feel a tightness in his chest. He spit out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest and coughing non-stop. This series of changes took everyone by surprise, and the audience finally came back to their senses, looking at the situation in the arena, all widened their eyes and caused a commotion. What is the situation? How did things become like this? That, Li Shui can't afford to lose. He actually let the giant pincer mantis attack the opponent directly. The referee has not given an order yet. Shinado, such a powerful spiritual force, such a powerful superpower. Dr. Su Che is really angry, let's see how the two sides deal with it now. The spectators looked at the situation in the competition venue, and did not dare to let out the air, waiting for the final result. You guys are very good. Disrupting the competition order, attacking advanced elves without authorization, directly depriving Li Shui of his status as a trainer. The competition places after the number 3 middle school in Yi province have all been cancelled. To train such players, it can be seen that the education of number 3 middle school in Yi province is not qualified. Is there any problem with my handling? Looking at some of the leaders on the high platform, Su Che looked at them without emotion, making those leaders feel restless. They knew Su Che's identity, as the so-called stand tall and see far away. The relationship between Su Che and Dr. Damu, as well as the delicate relationship with Longdu, they all see it in their eyes. In the face of such a great god, if handling this matter improperly, it may cause a series of troubles. Many leaders, look at me, I look at you, and dare not respond to Su Che's judgment immediately. The opposite Li Shui heard Su Che's words, and immediately stood there with a pale face, very regretful in her heart, but unfortunately there was no regret medicine to take. Wu, Laplace's breath fluctuated at this time, and finally broke through his bottleneck, and the breath of the whole body obviously reached the level of the king. Wu, looking at the situation around, Laplace clearly knew what was going on just now, and immediately came to Su Che and rubbed Su Che's cheek frantically. Laplace, are you all right? Looking at Laplace in front of him, Su looked at Laplace with concern and asked Plath. Wu, Laplace shook his head and looked at it, indicating that he had no problem at all. Great. Suche was also relieved to see this, smiled and touched Laplace's neck, and then looked at the leaders on the high platform with a blank expression. What, have you made up your mind? Gujing Wubo's stressful voice sounded, making everyone's scalp go numb, and some of the audience's gazes involuntarily turned to the leaders on the high platform. Many leaders looked at Suche's eyes, and when they heard his tone, they almost wanted to scold her, but when they thought of Suche's identity, their faces changed from blue to white. They are in high positions. Over the years, no one has said such things to them, but Suche's strength and identity, so they have to think carefully, how to deal with this matter. Why don't you deal with it? Well, then I'll let someone deal with it. Looking at the leaders of the Education Bureau on the high platform, Suche directly picked up the phone, preparing to connect the call below. Wait a minute, we'll give you an explanation. At this time, Wang Yuan, the person in charge of the Provincial Department of Education, came to the competition venue beside him. Although his expression was gloomy, he still looked at Suche respectfully. This world's strength is respected, this is the eternal truth. Your strength and identity are not as good as others, you can only be a person with your tail between your legs, not to mention the fact that the other party is wrong. If it is me, I am afraid that both openly and secretly, I will cause some trouble for the other party. Yo, hello everyone, I'm Longdu. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared on the big screen, looking at all the audience with smiling expressions, handsome faces and self-introduction to let everyone know who appeared on the big screen. My God, Champion Longdu. It's really Longdu, this matter has a bad ending. Is it directly connected to the live channel? This time the incident is really big. Looking at Longdu appearing on the screen, some audience members were discussing in a low voice, watching this time with an attitude of eating melons. Then, let's talk about the decisions of the Alliance Trainers Association and the General Education Bureau. Looking at the situation at the game, Longdu was also sitting in his office and said to a communication machine in front of him. After the discussion just now, we have made a deal, I hope everyone can know. First, the result of this game, it's obvious who wins in the end, I won't tell you anymore. Secondly, because of privately sabotaging the competition, Li Shui was deprived of his status as a trainer, and Li Shui will not be allowed to participate in any competitions again in the future. Thirdly, in response to Li Shui's behavior, the school's leading teacher did not immediately come up to stop it, and it was regarded as unfavorable supervision and the teacher's qualification was cancelled. Hearing the second and third solutions, Li Shui and the teacher on the opposite side seemed to be drained of all their strength. After hearing the news, they fell pale, sitting on the ground. Fourth, because of Li Shui's impulsive performance, the number 3 middle school in Yi province is also responsible for cancelling the qualifications of the number 3 middle school in Yi province, and will not be allowed to participate in the future exchange competitions of the 3 realms. Please ask the teachers of the number 3 middle school in Hubei province to strengthen the education of students. Similarly, each school should also strengthen the education of students, and the same situation as today must not occur. This is the conclusion of our alliance and the National Education Bureau. In the end, I hope everyone will achieve a good result. Wow. There was a round of applause in the competition venue, and most of the audience recognized this way of handling. I'll give you this face today, come back. Friends. After listening to Longdu's words, the resentment in Suche's heart also dissipated a little. Although there is still some resentment, he will not show it on the scene again, otherwise he will lose the face of the alliance and Longdu. Chapter 186, Semi-Finals, Opening. At present, he is not completely strong, and when he has strong strength, he will not care about the alliance. Taking back his friends, Suche glanced at Li Shui opposite him again, threw his big hand, and returned to the rest area of his school. The classmates in the lounge looked at Suche with adoring eyes, making Suche a little uncomfortable. Is nothing to say about the next game. All the players are timid when they play the game, and the commentators and referees are a lot more cautious. Watching the changes in the competition venue, the organizers and the members of the education office have a headache. This event is really an education, and it has taught these young people a good lesson. The students of number 3 middle school in E province went back to their school immediately after the incident with the car. It is said that Li Shui was severely criticized because he lost his status as a trainer. Li Shui can only choose other careers in the future. I don't know how Li Shui will choose in the future. Moreover, her giant pincer mantis was seriously injured. Although the source was not damaged, it is estimated that the improvement of strength will be very slow in the future. In addition to teaching the students a lesson, the deeper layer is, the main person responsible this time was Su Che. Because of Su Che's strength and identity, everyone, even some members of the alliance, had to choose such a judgment method. However, Su Che's elves still left a deep impression on people. Regardless of whether it is Lucario or other elves, from the shot that day, you can roughly see their strength. The exit of the number 3 middle school in E province did not affect the game, and the exchange game was proceeding in an orderly manner. In the end, Zhangcheng number 2 middle school's top 4 players included Chen Qing, the current head of the discipline inspection department, and Su Che, who successfully entered the top 4. And because Lu Feng and Wu Yu faced off against other opponents, after a series of duels, they were still narrowly defeated by their opponents. However, they also achieved good results, and there is no regret in this exchange competition. There are 2 other players who successfully entered the semi-finals. One is Sun Yao from Zhangcheng number 6 middle school, and the other is E province. A player in 1. Okay, everyone, the match between the quarterfinals and the quarterfinals is over. Let's take a look at the semi-finalists. Host commentator watched, and the many contestants who appeared on the screen immediately explained to all the audience, and also announced the next process of the contest. Because the battle of the semi-finals is coming to an end, it also means that the finalists can be determined after the 2-to-2 duel, so the semi-finals are also called semi-finals. Because of the maintenance work of the competition venue, the semi-finals will take place a day later, and during this time, I hope that many players will abide by the rules of the game. Then, today's game is here, in 2 days. After that, the host commentator walked out of his own commentary platform for the first time, and some audience members also left in an orderly manner. If you want me to say, today's player, is the punishment a little heavy? I also think it's too serious. Just deprive the trainer directly. Even the school and teachers are punished. Has the league's handling gone too far? I can't tell. Maybe it was made for Su Che to see. Yes, have you forgotten that Su Che has the identity of a doctor? That's right, it's good to have an identity. It would be great if I had such an identity in the future. Don't talk, do-and talk. You see. Who were discussing in the cafeteria looked at the group of Zhangcheng number 2 middle school who appeared in the cafeteria and closed their mouths one after another. Su Che, you have become a star now. Looking at the eyes around him, Zhang Raiji also smiled and said to Su Che. Is that so? Shouldn't he be a scolded force member? Hearing Zhang Raiji's words, Su Che's voice was deliberately raised by 1%, so that everyone could hear what Su Che said. In the cafeteria frowned upon hearing Su Che's words, and some of them almost stood up to reason with Su Che, but the people around them quickly suppressed him. Oh, they may think I'm too much, that's what they think. If I say, they haven't experienced something. It's their elves. When they evolved, they were attacked and their power was lost, and their strength could not be improved again in the future. I'm afraid, they won't talk slander here anymore, but will hug and cry. Su Che sneered and shook his head, and glanced at the players who were talking idle, making those players blushing and staring fiercely in Su Che's direction. After eating, do you go to training and work hard so that you won't encounter this situation in the future? Of those players and said to Zhang Raiji and the others. Go. Listening to Su Che's words, all the students in Zhangcheng number 2 middle school nodded and responded to Su Che's words. I'm done eating, I'll wait for you at the number 3 stadium. After receiving a response, Suche stood up directly, emptied the food that he hadn't eaten, put the plate back on the recycling table, and left the cafeteria. What do you mean? Why do you say that? He's right, don't say it. It's estimated that people are still angry, and it's justifiable to say some harsh words. He's right, but I just can't stand his arrogant look. In fact, one day's training is not much, because Chen Xing is going to participate in the competition, so he and Suche are doing battle practice. The spirits of the other classmates were under the gravity of Shinado, and began to inhumanly tortured, which made the classmates feel very distressed. However, Suche laughed strangely, and began to let the students exercise their physical strength. According to Suche, in the wild, in addition to the strength of the elves, one's own physical fitness is the most important. Amidst the wailing of the classmates, a day passed, and the day of the competition soon came. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy that you can be here and watch the players compete. After a few days of competition, it's finally here. After the 4 contestants compete today, the 2 contestants in the semi-finals will be decided. The host looked at the audience around, walked in from the dedicated channel on the side, looked at the audience in the auditorium of the competition venue, and was very excited. Chapter 187, Yi Yibu. First of all, let's take a look at the people who are fighting today. On the display screens around, the distribution of the competition between the players appeared, and Suche and another player who advanced yesterday appeared on the screen. The game time for both sides happened to be the first game in the morning. There are 2 games in total today and the game can be finished in the morning. Suche looked at his opponent and recalled his opponent's information. This player seems to be good at some attribute lineups. Looking at the players he was competing against, Suche also smiled slightly. A lineup of this type should not be underestimated. The so-called attribute lineup is the kind of elves and skills that can be used against the opponent, and it is the so-called lineup in which the tricks are mutually restrained. Then let's not talk nonsense and get ready to start today's game. Today is the semi-final, and the elves used are still 3 elves. It is also a test of the player's comprehensive strength. Today, fellow players, let's wait and see what kind of game they will bring us. The host commentator looked at the surrounding audience, excitedly mobilized the audience's emotions, and shifted the audience's attention to the game scene. Okay, all viewers and friends in the live broadcast room, hello everyone. I'm your old friend. What you are watching now is the biennial Hubei University Exchange Competition. So, what we learned is that the next competition is still a 3-on-3 competition. Moreover, this cars race is the beginning of the semi-finals, which means that after this race is over, you can know the opponents in the final. Okay, let's watch the game next. The first game is on. Looking at the live broadcast of the live broadcast in the live room, it may be because today's game is a semi-final, and the game is explained in a different style. Okay, the game is about to start. Let's see who the players in the first game are. Oh. The players for the first match came out. They are Suche from Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School and Li Gang from Yi Province No. 1 Middle School. The elves used by Li Gang, because of the tricks his elves use, can relatively restrain the opponent, so he came here with his own tactics. Let's look forward to what kind of wizard Li Gang will use today. Player Suche used a variety of elves before. What kind of elves will player Suche use today? What kind of sparks will the spirits of the 2 sides collide? Let us applaud the 2 players to enter the arena. Host commentator looked at the sub-screen of the competition venue, explained the opponents of the game to the audience, and mobilized the enthusiasm of the audience at the same time. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Looking at the 2 players entering the competition venue, the audience also applauded, looking forward to the next competition. Please choose the game of both sides. The referee on the side looked at the 2 players who walked from the rest area to the competition venue, and announced according to the rules of the competition. Finally, although I know that I may not be your opponent, please come to a real match with me and let you see my strength. Looking at Suche on the opposite side, Li Gang on the opposite side of the arena came to his own match. Match position. After taking out his Pokeball, he looked at Suchei's direction and said to Suchei opposite him in a cold voice. The same is true for me, so let's fight with all our strength. Don't have any regrets in the battle of the trainer. Suchei also came to his own competition position, looking at Li Gang opposite, also earnestly. The format of the game is a 3-on-3 game. When one side's elves lose their ability to fight, the game ends. During the competition, the two players can replace their elves at will. Now, please send out both parties, their first elves. The referee looked at the players on both sides of the game, waved his flag, and gave the order to start the game. Come out, Yayibu. Holding his Pokeball, Li Gang on the opposite side threw it out, a white light flashed through the Pokeball, and a figure appeared in everyone's eyes. Woo! The elf that appears in the playing field is an elf with the appearance of a cat and a fox. Its body is tan, its paws are dark brown, and the color between its eyes and ears is also dark brown. It has some leaves on its body, which makes it look a bit like a plant. This elf is a Yayibu. There is a long leaf in the center of its forehead. In the animation of the previous life, its move, Leaf Blade, is released using this leaf. Yayibu's ears and tail also look like leaves. Yayibu is actually a bit interesting. It seems that the other party's family is unusual. Yayibu is a kind of elf that evolved from Ibrahimovich. Because of the instability of Ibrahimovich's genes, it can be evolved into many forms. And Yayibu is one of the evolutionary forms of Yibu. However, the distribution of Yibu in the wild is extremely rare. If you want to evolve into Yayibu, it is different from using the leaf stone to evolve directly in the previous game. Yayibu's evolution is very demanding. You have to work hard to accumulate your own strength in an environment full of life force, and use the leaf stone during the day to successfully evolve. After evolution, the leaves on its body are very sharp, so it can learn Leaf Blade, Cross, Scissor, and other moves that use sharp leaf attacks. It can make its own ability, let the surrounding air, become again, a new look. Oh, contestant Li Gang sent Yayibu, although it is a grass-type Yayibu, because it is the evolution of Yibu, it will also use the tricks used before evolution. Seeing Yayibu appearing in the competition venue, the host commentator's eyes lit up, and he immediately explained to the audience excitedly. What a rare elf, it's time for me to show, Loto. Yayibu, the spirit of the new green grass attribute, will photosynthesize like a plant, so the surroundings of Yayibu are full of fresh air. It does not like to fight, because there are some cells like plants. It will carry out photosynthesis and supplement its energy in the body. It's really rare to see such an elves in an exchange competition. Hurry up and record Lotto. Chapter 188, Fossil Pterosaur vs Yayibu. It's really rare to see such an elves in an exchange competition. Hurry up and record Lotto. Seeing the spirits appearing in the venue, Rotom turned his body on his phone. Point the camera of the mobile phone at the game venue and record the next game. Contestant Suchei, please send his own elf. Seeing that Suchei hadn't released his elf for a long time, the referee on the side reminded Suchei and asked Suchei to send his elf quickly. Yibu, Fossil Pterosaur, it's decided to be you. Looking at Yayibu on the opposite side, Suchei took out the Pokeball that had been registered for a long time, and threw it towards the playing field. The Pokeball opened, a white light flashed, and a figure appeared in the sky. Roar! A roar sounded, a figure broke free from the white light, and a powerful breath spread out to the surroundings. Its gray skin, pterosaur-like body, and fierce teeth all symbolize its identity. The elves sent by Suchei are the elves of the ancient times, the fossilized pterosaurs known as the overlords in the sky. Fossil pterosaur, as a spirit of rock and flight, has excellent physical attack and speed, and with its characteristics, Suchei will send the fossil pterosaur to participate in the competition. Fossil pterosaurs and Yayibu have their own strengths, and from their respective race values, both are good at physical attack and speed. However, judging from the aura on Yi Yibu's body, Yi Yibu's strength should also be that of a quasi-celestial king. The two sides are likely to compete on attack speed and the reaction ability of both sides. But in general, this game has an advantage for Yi Yibu, because Yi Yibu's physical defense is extremely high. For the fossil pterosaur whose attacks rely on the combination of characteristics and carry out physical attacks, and elves like Yi Yibu seem to be the same as Tianq fossil pterosaur. However, in the end, it is still uncertain who will kill the deer, so this competition also a suspense. For the spectators want to see this kind of game that is uncertain and evenly matched. Competition, start. The referee watched the two elves wave the referee flag and gave the order to start the game. Yibu, high-speed star. Facing the fossilized pterosaur in midair, although Yi Yibu is very passive, as long as he is not approached by the fossilized pterosaur, then there is no problem. So, Li Gang gave Yi Yibu the order of high-speed stars, hoping to fight pull battle. Ulu. After Yi Yibu heard the order, the leaves on his head were thrown out one by one, and they attacked the fossil pterosaur on the opposite side. Fossil pterosaur, move at high speed to avoid attacks, use Yanwei. Seeing Yi Yibu's attack, Suche's eyes lit up and he gave the order to the fossilized pterosaur. Roar. The fossilized pterosaur roared loudly, and the figure suddenly jumped out of the air, dodging all the attacks while moving at a high speed. Then, the fossilized pterosaur turned back in midair, wrapped in a large amount of airflow, and attacked in the direction of Yi Yibu. Bang! Yan Hui's attack was so fast that Li Gang didn't have time to issue an order to Yi Yibu, and was directly hit by the fossil pterosaur's attack. A dull voice sounded, Yi Yibu was beaten and then backed out, leaving a trace on the field of play. Oh, the fossil pterosaur's attack hit, Yi Yibu was hurt, and Yanwei's skill can be said to be outstanding. Looking at the two elves in the arena, the host commentator excitedly explained the game. The speed of the fossil pterosaur is faster than that of Yi Yibu, then I will use this trick. Yi Yibu, use the flying leaf knife. Looking at the fossilized pterosaur across from him, Li Gang showed an unconvincing expression in his eyes, and ordered Yi Yibu to use the flying leaf knife. Ulu. After Yi Yibu heard the order, he looked at the direction of the fossilized pterosaur, the leaves on his head swayed, and the leaves appeared suddenly, turned into sharp flying knives, and attacked in the direction of the fossilized pterosaur. Yi Yibu used the flying leaf knife, but the flying leaf knife is not very effective against the fossilized pterosaurs of the rock and flight systems. Could it be that Li Gang has something behind him? Looking at Yi Yibu in the arena, although the host commentator was a little puzzled, why did Yi Yibu use such a trick as the flying leaf knife? However, the host commentator still did his due diligence, aroused the emotions of the audience, and made the audience look forward to watching the game in the arena. This is not a simple flying leaf knife. Using the flying leaf knife skill to bring the sleeping powder skill over, by the way, isn't it easy? After looking at the trajectory of the flying leaf knife, Suche felt slightly thinking with a smile. Fossil pterosaur, storm. Seeing Yi Yibu's attack, Suche directly ordered the fossilized pterosaur. Roar. Hearing Suche's order, the fossilized pterosaur's wings slammed violently, and the powerful force formed a violent storm, which blew directly towards Yi Yibu on the ground. The storm's attack broke out instantly, and the flying leaves were slashed along the way. Bounced back. Yade, use hold. Seeing the incoming storm attack, Li Gang knew that his face changed greatly. Although his Yi Yibu defense was okay, the storm was absolutely unstoppable. Looking at his Yi Yibu, Li Gang's face changed greatly, immediately. Facing his own Yi Yibu, he issued a new order. Ulu. After hearing his master's order, Yi Yibu took a step back and quickly used his defensive moves. The leaves on his forehead fluttered back, and his whole body was wrapped in a pale green light curtain. Then, a green light lit up on Yi Yibu's body, protecting himself from the incoming storm. Chi-chi. The storm flicked the flying leaf knife on the light curtain, and after making strange noises, the storm lost its sight. After the follow-up strength, the attack stopped. It's a pity. Suche looked at Yi Yibu, successfully resisted his own skills, and shook his head regretfully. Yi-Yibu, attack with parasitic seeds. Looking at his Yi-Yibu, Li Gang quickly issued a new order to his Yi-Yibu. Woo! I saw Yi-Yibu's forehead glowing green, aiming at the fossilized pterosaur in midair. Seeds emerged from the green light on their foreheads and attacked the fossilized pterosaurs in midair. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 189. Fossil Pterosaur, Win. The trick of parasitic seeds is somewhat inexplicable. In the game, its effect is to steal the opponent's physical strength every round. However, when the parasitic seeds are placed in the real world, the parasitic seeds can also have the effect of immobilizing the body. This skill is really good. Fossil Pterosaur, using air cutting. Seeing the parasitic seeds rushing over, Suche directly gave his order, facing the attack of the parasitic seeds. Suche immediately. Let the fossil pterodactyl attack. Ow! After hearing Tianyu's order, the fossilized pterosaur immediately moved and began to flap its wings. The irregular wind energy formed powerful wind blades one after another, hitting Yi-Yibu in the arena. After the attack of the wind blade cut the parasitic seeds, they continued to attack Yi-Yibu below. NT escape, all the roads were blocked. Li Gang on the opposite side looked at this scene on the field, his expression changed, and he quickly gave an order to Yi-Yibu in the field. Yabe, magic leaf attack. Woo-hoo. Yi-Yibu nodded in response to his master, shouted, and a large number of leaves began to appear around him, cutting to greet the incoming air. Swipe. The magic leaf was cut by a sharp air cut, and pieces of green powder and white fell as the leaves were broken. Oh, yes. Can the magic leaf and hypnotic powder be mixed together? Yes, this Yi-Yibu it's good to cultivate the fighting consciousness. Sure enough, some grass-type elves like it. When using tricks, they subconsciously use it together with hypnotic powder. Ah, I actually used grass-type skills to block flying-type skills. Under the training of Li Gang, this Yi-Yibu has greatly surpassed the average Yi-Yibu. Commentary stage. The host commentator watched the collision of skills in the competition venue and explained to the audience excitedly. My Yi-Yibu is very powerful. Yi-Yibu, magic leaf. Looking at the fossilized pterosaur in the air, Li Gang listened to the commentary of the host commentator next to him, nodded arrogantly, and issued a new order to Yi-Yibu. Woo-hoo. Yi-Yibu uttered a cry, and leaves flew out from the leaves on his forehead, suspended in midair. These leaves form a trail of blade knives, attacking the fossilized pterosaur in midair. Fossil pterosaur, hurry up and use high-speed movement to dodge. Looking at the attack from the opposite side, Su Chezi Xialong gave his order. Roar! The fossilized pterosaur that heard the order circled straight in the air, dodging Yi-Yibu's attack directly. The two sides have attacked for several rounds, and now, at present, no one can do anything to the other. Next, let's wait and see what changes will happen to the game. Host commentator looked at the fossil pterosaurs and Yi-Yibu in the competition venue, and explained the competition track with an expectant tone. Fossil pterosaur, use a flash of electric light, and then connect to Yanwei. Seeing Yi-Yibu such on the opposite side, his eyes lit up, and he gave an order to his fossilized pterosaur. Roar! After the fossilized pterosaur in midair heard Su Che's order, a roar sounded, and the white light flashed across its entire body into an electric light, heading towards Yi-Yibu's direction. Rushed towards. The fossilized pterosaur in midair swooped down, wrapped in a large amount of airflow, which is obviously a sign of Yanwei's skills. No, Yi-Yibu uses it. Bang! Wooloo! Li Gang's order has not been issued yet, and a series of reactions made him subconsciously widen his eyes. In the field of competition, Yi-Yibu was kicked out by the fossilized pterosaur, and a scream rang out. Yi-Yibu rolled into the arena, his eyes flashing circles, obviously losing his ability to fight. Yi-Yibu lost his ability to fight, and the fossilized pterosaur won, so this game is won by Su Che. Please send a new elf from Li Gang. The referee watched the game, waved his flag, and quickly announced the result of the game. I'm going, but Yanwei cooperated with the flash of electricity to kill Yi Yibu directly. How is it possible? Could it be that Dr. Suchei's fossilized pterosaur is also the strength of the Heavenly King? How can other players fight against Dr. Suchei's strength is really too strong? Quote, quote. The spectators looked at the situation in the competition venue, and they all came back to their senses, discussing the competition track. The result is out. Yi Yibu lost his fighting ability, and the fossilized pterosaur won the final victory. Let's congratulate Suchei for winning the first game. The host commentator looked at the competition venue below and excitedly explained the situation of the competition. Okay, the game starts. Hello everyone, I'm your old friend. Let's see how this game will play out. Contestant Li Gang sent Yi Yibu. Yi Yibu is a very strong elf, because his speed is very fast. If he trains properly, he can become a trump card. Similarly, Yi Yibu's physical defense is very good, but the durability of special defense is not good. Dr. Suchei is using a fossilized pterosaur here. It seems that he wants to use flying tricks to face Yi Yibu. However, elves like fossil pterosaurs are also elves that focus on attacking things, so I'm afraid they have some disadvantages in the face of elves like Yi Yibu. Li Gang's Yi Yibu starts off with a high-speed star attack, so he can even fight if he wants to. Oh, the fossilized pterosaur used Yan Wei, and Yan Hui's attack directly hit Yi Yibu. This time, Yi Yibu received a lot of damage, but because Yan Wei is a physical attack, Yi Yibu may not lose his fighting ability at once. Sure enough, Yi Yibu used the flying leaf knife, but he also brought the sleeping powder with him. Now the fossilized pterosaur is a little dangerous. Oh, Dr. Suchei also has a way to deal with it. The fossilized pterosaur used the storm to bounce Yi Yibu's flying blade back. Similarly, the storm attack is also attacking in the direction of Yi Yibu. What will Yi Yibu do? Yi Yibu used hold and resisted damage, yes. But Yi Yibu used parasitic seeds, and fossil pterosaurs used air cut. Yi Yibu used the magic leaf. The fossil pterosaur dodged the attack, and Yi Yibu used the grass-type skill to resist the fossil pterosaur's flying tricks. Chapter 190. The Bag Beast appears, Mega evolves. Oh, fossil pterosaur used a flash of lightning, combined with Yanwei's attack, to hit Yi Yibu. Can this move determine the outcome? Appeared, Yi Yibu lost his fighting ability, and the fossilized pterosaur won. No matter what. Well, we still congratulate Dr. Suchei for winning the first game. What kind of elves will the two sides send next? Watching the program of the live game, on the Tiger Live platform, I also watched the live game broadcast in my own live room, explaining the game for everyone. Yi Yibu lost his ability to fight, and the fossilized pterosaur won. Please send a new elves from Li Gang. Looking at the situation in the arena, the referee on the side waved the referee's flag to give an order. Come back, Yi Yibu. Yi Yibu turned into a red light and returned to his elf ball. Looking at Suchei and the fossilized pterosaur across the playing field, Li Gang took out his elf again. It's up to you, kangaroo. Looking at the fossilized pterosaur opposite, Li Gang took out the Pokeball and threw it forward. The Pokeball opened instantly, and with a strong momentum, a figure appeared on the field of play. The white light, a figure appeared on the field of play. This bipedal beast-shaped elf was mostly brown in color, with grayish-yellow ears and belly. There are many protrusions on the shoulders and legs, like armor used for protection. It is the bag beast. The pouch in front of the belly has its baby in it. The body of the pouch is lavender, and the rest is very similar to its mother. It's my turn, Lotto. Kangaroo, a parent-child elf. General attributes: the female raises the baby in the belly bag, and is good at continuous punching attacks. The baby is in the pouch on the mother's belly, hardly ever comes out, and leaves the mother after about 3 years. Raise your own baby in a belly bag. In order to protect the baby, you will not back down when you encounter any enemies. Oh, contestant Li Gang sent a kangaroo, which is a rare elf in the wild, because it is rare to see a single kangaroo. Generally, they live in groups. Even if you see only one baby kangaroo playing in the wild, you should never catch it. Because of this, the mother near it will be very angry. Faced with the pouch, Suche, are you still going to use your own fossilized pterosaur? Looking at the marsupials that appeared in the competition venue, the host commentator explained the competition by looking at the direction of the fossilized pterosaur after analyzing it. Come back, fossil pterodactyl. It's up to you, Bagheera. Looking at the bulging stone next to the pouch in the pouch, Suche seemed to understand something, and took back the fossilized pterosaur, and sent Bagheera. Roar! The fossilized pterosaur turned into a red streak light returned to the pokeball, and with a loud roar, a figure like a behemoth of war appeared in everyone's eyes. The figure that appeared was Bagheera, and when he saw Bagheera's figure, he was immediately excited. Appeared, contestant Suche sent a quasi-spirit, Bagheera. Let's wait and see what kind of game the two sides will bring us. Looking at the figure appearing in the competition venue, the host commentator said excitedly, and even the background music in the competition venue was tense. Lot began to rise gradually. Get up. Bagheeras are also called Bagheeras in some places, and this kind of spirit can often be seen in the deep mountains or deserts. Bagheera also has a nickname, known as the Behemoth of War and the Tyrant of the Desert. Competition, start. Referee waved the referee flag and announced the start of the game, and then stepped aside. Two huge figures made the referee subconsciously step back. Bagheera is really a strong opponent, but we won't give in easily. Beast, use the booster fist. Facing Suche's Bagheera, Li Gang also knew how powerful Bagheera was. He defeated the evolved Gengar at the League Open a few months ago. But that doesn't frighten him either, and a true trainer should move forward. Similarly, this time, you can also see where the gap between yourself and the top trainers is. Roar! The kangaroo roared and charged in the direction of Bagheera, with a flame-like light on his hand, and flashing electric light. It is the fighting skill enhancement fist. The kangaroo used a booster fist. How will Suche tell Bagheera to deal with it? Looking at the situation in the competition venue, the host commentator quickly explained the situation of the competition. Bagheera, stop. What? Everyone looked at Bagheera expectantly, but Suche just gave such an order to Bagheera, which made the audience look at Suche in confusion. Boom! Bagheera grinned and stretched out her arm, facing the opponent's fist with a fist. A dull voice sounded, the fists of Bagheera and the tadpole collided, and a wave of air spread out. Everyone looked at the playing field subconsciously, only to see that Bagheera was motionless, and the taupe stepped back several steps before stopping. Oh, the first round of the competition is out. Bagheera's strength is better than that of the tadpole, and the tadpole was easily suppressed. The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and looked very surprised, explaining the competition track. Bagheera, sword dance. Seeing that the pouch beasts on the opposite side were forced back, Suche gave the order again. Roar! With a loud roar, Bagheera stepped on the spot, and a circle of sword-shaped power quickly rose, which was exactly what the sword dance used. Sword dance. Beast, we also use sword dance. Seeing that Bagheera on the opposite side had increased his strength, Li Gang quickly gave an order to the bag beast. Roar! With a loud roar, the sword dance is used, and the bag beast also increases its attack. The two sides have increased their attacks. Do they want to fight against each other? Let's wait and see how the two sides will perform. Looking at the situation in the competition venue, the host commentator looked at the two elves with anticipation, and excitedly explained the competition track. Get ready to start our show. Are you ready for the kangaroo? Looking at the pouch beasts in the arena, Li Gang took out a stone-like bracelet, which was the evolutionary accessory, the evolutionary keystone. Roar! When the bag beast heard Li Gang's words, it also roared loudly. The bag beast touched the small bag beast in its pouch, and the little bag beast took out a one round stone. Evolution. Chapter 191. The characteristics of the Mega Bag Beast. Get ready to start our show. Are you ready for the kangaroo? Looking at the pouch beasts in the arena, Li Gang took out a stone-like bracelet, which was the evolutionary accessory, the evolutionary keystone. Roar! When the bag beast heard Li Gang's words, it also roared loudly. The bag beast touched the small bag beast in its pouch, and the little bag beast took out a one-round stone. Evolution. Are you here? All the audience, excitedly looking at the direction of the kangaroo, with excitement in their eyes. The phenomenon of evolution transcends the evolution mode of the original elves. Some of the spirits that were originally thought to be unable to evolve again break through their original limitations and obtain further temporary evolution. The super-evolved spirit can release the hidden power in a short time, and exert the power that ordinary evolution can't match. Of evolution currently only appears on certain elves. In the game of the previous life, in order to evolve, the elf must carry the corresponding stone before the battle, and it also has a certain degree of affinity. In each battle, your team can only have one elf, which can evolve. However, there can be multiple spirits carrying stones in the party. Until the battle is over, the evolved spirit cannot return to its original form. Even if it is exchanged, it is the same, and even if the evolved spirit is dying, other spirits cannot evolve. After being resurrected, it can only return to its normal state and cannot evolve again. After the battle, the evolved spirit will return to its original state. In this world, it is different. Unless the competition is restricted, only one elf can be evolved. Otherwise, evolution can be used multiple times. Likewise, the evolved sprites that are defeated will return to their original state. At the end of the final battle, the evolved spirit will hear the master's command and exit the evolved state. Roar! The evolution keystone on Li Gang's bracelet and the evolutionary stone in the hands of the pouch beasts glow at the same time. The evolution keystone emits rays of energy, which are quickly linked in the direction of the pouch in the nursery bag. One yellow-black stone on the pouch's hand emits a dazzling light, and it also stretches out energy rays one by one, facing the rays of light behind them one by one. Finally, a large amount of energy wrapped around the body of the Sasquatch and injected it into the body of the Sasquatch. The body of the Sasquatch emitted 7 colors and began to change slowly. Finally, after the colorful rays of light, the beast's body figure, in front of everyone. After the bag beast evolves, it becomes a bag beast. The bag beast has not changed. The child in its bag has become much bigger. The eyes are red, and there is a blush below. The belly and knees grow out, and the tail has a spike. Maybe it was because the boosting power was too small, and the Pokemon came out of the pouch and appeared in the playing field. The bag beast looks like after evolution. Oh, the bag beast has evolved, and the power of the bag beast of Li Gang has increased. What will Suche do next? What? The host commentator looked at the evolved pouch, widened his eyes in surprise, and explained the race track. Come on. Dr. Suche, come on, go, go. It's actually evolution. Contestant Li Gang used evolution. This is the first time an elves have appeared in a college exchange competition. Seeing this, the host commentator couldn't hold back any longer, and his excitement was loudly explaining the situation of the game. Who actually evolved Li Gang should have some power in his family, otherwise he wouldn't be able to collect such rare items. Countries have strict control over evolution stones and evolution keystones. To obtain evolution stones and evolution keystones, they must be registered with the Elf Alliance. Otherwise, the Alliance will confiscate the evolution keystone, which is also to strengthen the control of props, lest some evil forces obtain these props. However, it is also not easy to get some evil forces. In the hands of the cadres, at least one elf can evolve. The Alliance just registers this item and controls it to a certain extent. Beast, use the enhancement fist. Looking at Bagheera on the opposite side, Li Gang seemed to be very confident, and immediately an order was given to the kangaroo. Roar! 2 roars sounded, and the kangaroo and the small kangaroo together, the fists of the 2 elves were blazing, and attacked in the direction of Bagheera. Sure enough, it's that characteristic. However, you still underestimate Bangira. Bangira, the rock blocks form a wall. Seeing the attack used by the pouch on the opposite side, Suche calculated silently in his heart, and then gave an order to his Bangira. Roar. Listening to Suche's order, Bangira also executed the order without hesitation and began to mobilize her power. A circle of rocks quickly emerged and fell in front of Bangira, layer upon layer forming a rock wall. Boom, boom. Two figures, one big and one small, used boosting fists to smash the heavy rock in front of them and dashed towards Bangira. Sure enough, the evolved bag beast has become a parent-child love. You can use 2 attacks in a round. Now it uses Enhanced Fist, which is equivalent to a sword dance with an attack, a sword dance move that can deal damage. The kangaroo used the boosting fist to smash the rock wall in front of it. It's so powerful. Will Bangira lose the game like this? Looking at the dominant marsupial in the field of play, the host commentator stared wide-eyed and excitedly explained the situation in the field of play. Come on, Bangira. Come on, Dr. Suche. The bag beast is really powerful. What should the characteristics of the evolved pouch beasts be able to do continuous attacks? The spectators in the auditorium watched the game below and discussed the game situation one after another. Bag beast, use explosive punch. Because Bangira is rock and evil, using fighting type moves is the best choice. Chapter 192, The Mighty Bangira. Bag beast, use explosive punch. Because Bangira is rock and evil, using fighting type moves is the best choice. Combined with the parent-child love characteristics of the evolved pouch, the pouch can attack twice in a row. Therefore, it is the best choice for the kangaroo to use the blasting punch. As long as the attack hits, not only will Bangira suffer 2 attacks, but Bangira will also be beaten into a state of confusion. The bag beast used a burst punch. If it is hit, the effect will be outstanding, and it will also put Bangira into a state of confusion. This situation is not good. The power and stamina of the evolved pouches have been greatly improved, and the power of the ultimate move has increased by at least 1 level. Now Bangira is in danger. Looking at the fierce situation on the playing field, the host commentator also narrowed his eyes subconsciously. Looking in the direction of Suche and Bangira, he explained the situation in the arena. Not bad power, but don't underestimate it, my Bangira. Bangira, attack with sharp stones. Seeing the blasting fist attacking, Suche just smiled slightly and gave an order to Bangira. In the face of the charging pouch, Suche decisively gave his order. Roar. Bangira roared loudly, her fist smashed directly to the ground with white light, and a powerful force suddenly surged. A blue stone blade rose from the ground and attacked the opposite bag beast. Before the bag beast approached Bangira, it was directly hit by the sharp stone attack of Bangira. Bang! Roar! The sharp stone attacked the pouched beast, the latter also let out a scream, and the pouched beast also stopped the attack and looked in the direction of its mother. Oh! Bangira used the sharp stone attack to interrupt the attack of the tadpole. I can't believe that, after the evolution of the kangaroo is still no match for Bangira. Bangira uses a skill to push the opponent back. Next, what skills will the 2 sides use to compete? The host commentator looked at the competition venue below, quickly explained the competition track to the audience, and also looked at the 2 elves with anticipation. Everyone sit tight, Bangira, earthquake. Seeing the other side's evolved pouch beast, Suche immediately. After a loud warning to the audience, he gave an order to Bangira. Roar. Bangira let out a loud roar and stomped the ground with her foot. The khaki-yellow energy under her feet spread, and the entire stadium began to vibrate frantically. Audience also began to sway left and right, and the audience who stood up unsteadily fell to the ground and let out a cry of pain. Oops! It hurts. My God, what a terrible earthquake trick. Earthquakes can change the terrain. This is the powerful strength of Suche's class. My God, if my elf is attacked like this, even if he doesn't lose his ability to fight, he will definitely be seriously injured. Looking at the earthquake tricks below, some trainers on the high platform also widened their eyes and said very seriously, "What a powerful earthquake, how will the bag beast fight back?" "Oh." The host commentator on the commentary stage. "I was also very excited, and just wanted to stand up, but was affected by the power of the earthquake and fell under the seat." At the scene, the earthquake was getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, the staff of the Alliance responded quickly and directly released some ground-based elves to stabilize the entire stadium. However, this kind of ending is a smash, click. Some glass that is not stable is directly shattered by Bagheera's earthquake trick. Fortunately, it was the external situation, not the internal damage, which fortunately did not cause a large number of casualties. Boom! Roar! With a scream, the kangaroo still couldn't bear the damage of the earthquake, and fell directly into the arena, with both eyes open. Circle obviously lost its ability to fight. A ray of light flashed through the whole body of the kangaroo, and the kangaroo and the little kangaroo withdrew from the state of evolution and appeared in the competition arena. Pouch! Seeing the situation of his own pouch, Li Gang was in a hurry, jumped off the stage directly, and came to the field to check the situation of his pouch. "Don't worry, it just passed out, not seriously injured." Seeing Li Gang's appearance, Suche also comforted him. "Thank you, show mercy." Li Gang was relieved after hearing this, and thanked Suche, but Suche just smiled and shook his head. The kangaroo loses its ability to fight, and Bagheera wins, so this game will be won by Suche, and please send Li Gang a new elf. The referee watched the game, waved his flag, and quickly announced the result of the game. "I'm going, how can this Bagheera be so strong? The other party is an evolved bag beast. How can this be unreasonable? Could it be that Dr. Suche's Bagheera is a champion-level existence? If this is the case, how can other players fight against Dr. Suche's strength is really too strong? After the evolution of the bag beast, the strength should be in the early days of the king. The elves that can firmly suppress the junior king of the king should be at least the existence of the peak of the king." Quote. The spectators looked at the situation in the competition venue, and they all came back to their senses, discussing the competition track. The result has appeared. The bag beast lost its ability to fight and retreated from the state of evolution. Bagheera won the final victory. Let's congratulate Suche for winning the second game. Right now, Li Gang only has one elf left to use. If Suche beats the opponent, then Suche can enter the finals. However, everything is uncertain. I don't know what kind of spirit Li Gang will use. Let's wait and see if he can turn defeat into victory. The host commentator looked at the competition venue below, and excitedly explained the situation of the competition, and also had a feeling of anticipation for the player Li Gang. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Li Gang has already lost the game. The game just ended, now let's see how this game will play out. Li Gang sent out a kangaroo. The kangaroo is actually quite strong. Overall, it is very balanced, and one of its characteristics can make it hit the ghost-type elves. Chapter 193, Aluminum Steel Dragon. The game just ended, now let's see how this game will play out. Li Gang sent out a bag beast. The bag beast is actually quite strong. Overall, it is very balanced. Also, it has a feature that allows it to hit ghost-type elves. That's right, this characteristic is courage. Both general and fighting elves with this characteristic can hit ghost elves. Here, Dr. Suche is using Bandera. Oh, the quasi-god is on the court, and this round of the kangaroos is going to be hard to beat. Because, elves like Bagheera are elves that focus on attacking things, and facing a Pokemon like a kangaroo, they have an advantage in facing the kangaroo beast Bagheera. However, some quasi-god elves may also have obvious weaknesses, such as Bagheera and Earth Dragon, and their attributes may be restrained 4 times by a single attribute. Player Li Gang's bag beast starts by strengthening his fists to attack. If the attack is not as strong as yours, it is also a good choice to cause damage and increase your own strength. Oh, Bagheera didn't care. He blocked the opponent's attack directly, and the attack of the boosted fist hit Bagheera, but Bagheera didn't seem to be hurt at all. Okay, here the pouch and Bagheera compete for power and lost to Bagheera. Bagheera used the sword dance. Is she trying to defeat her opponent directly? The bag beast also uses the sword dance. Well, the bag beast has evolved directly. This is the first time I've seen the evolution in the high school exchange competition. Oh, Dr. Suche's Bandera, don't you need to evolve? It seems that Dr. Suche is very confident in his Bandera. Okay, the bag beast has begun to evolve, and the bag beast has used a booster fist, which is a good choice. The evolved kangaroo has the characteristic of parent-child love. With this feature, two kangaroos, big and small, can attack at the same time. Bagheera used a rock blockade, but the rock blockade could not stop the attack of the kangaroo, and the rock wall was directly destroyed by the kangaroo. The kangaroo is now equivalent to using a sword dance with damage. The effect is really good. The bag beast used a blasting punch. If this blasting punch hits, it will be a little uncomfortable. If the blasting punch hits, even if Bagheera can hold it, she will be in a state of confusion, so Bagheera will be somewhat passive. Okay, Bagheera used the sharp stone attack to block the opponent's attack, and the sack beast is a bit passive. Oh, Bagheera has now used the earthquake trick. What a powerful earthquake. Did the whole playing field start shaking? Did the glass break? If I were me, I might be cold. Appeared, the kangaroo lost its ability to fight and withdrew from the state of evolution, and Bagheera finally won. No matter what. Well, we still congratulate Dr. Suche for the victory of this game. What kind of elves will the two sides send next? Watching the live broadcast of the game, in the Tiger live broadcast, I also watched the live broadcast of the game in my own live room, and explained the game for everyone. The kangaroo loses its ability to fight, and Bagheera wins, so this game is won by Suche. Let's ask Li Gang to send out new spirits. The referee watched the game, waved his flag, and quickly announced the result of the game. Come back, bag beast. The kangaroo turned into a red light and returned to its Pokeball. Looking at Suche and Bagheera across the playing field, Li Gang took out his Pokeball again. It's up to you, Aluminium Steel Dragon. Looking at Bagheera on the opposite side, Li Gang took out the Pokeball and threw it forward. The Pokeball opened instantly, and with a strong momentum, a figure appeared on the field of play. The white-silver body, yellow eyes and sharp claws all show that it is a regional elf of the British Empire. Steel and Dragon Elf Aluminum Steel Dragon. The metal that makes up the body of the aluminum steel dragon is very hard, but the weight is very light, only about 40. So different from what it looks like, the action of the aluminum steel dragon is light and flexible. But on the other hand, the metal body has low corrosion resistance and is easy to rust. Aluminium dragons are often encountered in Bagheeras, which inhabit the same area. In the mountains of the region, these two kinds of spirits can be seen fighting with each other from time to time. Roar! The aluminum steel dragon looked in Bagheera's direction and roared loudly, while Bagheera also looked at each other seriously. The information fed back from the bloodline made it not want to lose to the opponent. It's actually an aluminum steel dragon. The elves of the aluminum steel dragon are rare in China. Let's wait and see how the two sides will respond. Of the aluminum steel dragon with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but still explained the racetrack to the audience. Aluminum steel dragon is an elf of the steel attribute and the dragon type. Because of the steel attribute, the resistance of the steel attribute is very strong. A result, the physical attack of the aluminum steel dragon is not very powerful. The special attack and physical attack of the aluminum steel dragon are not too different, and the strength of the aluminum steel dragon is also good. Competition, start. Looking at the two elves in the arena, the referee on the side gave an order and waved his referee flag. It's actually an aluminum steel dragon. I have never encountered such an elf. I hope your aluminum steel dragon is strong enough. Bagheera, use tile splitting. Looking at the aluminum steel dragon on the opposite side, Suche directly gave an order to Bagheera. Roar! Bangira roared loudly, his fists glowed with white light, and attacked in the direction of the aluminum steel dragon. Bangira doesn't seem to be fast, but it's really different to act. Bangira directly charged towards the aluminum steel dragon on the opposite side. The sound of shaking the mountain sounded. Bangira came to the front of the aluminum steel dragon, raised a fist, and was about to attack with a fist. Bangira used tile splitting. How would the aluminum steel dragon use such a skill? The host commentator looked at the situation of the two elves and quickly explained the situation in the game. Aluminum steel dragon, wide area destruction. After watching Bangira attack from the opposite side, Li Gang did not dare to be careless and gave his order to the aluminum steel dragon. Chapter 194. The winner is decided. Aluminum steel dragon, wide area destruction. After watching Bangira attack from the opposite side, Li Gang did not dare to be careless and gave his order to the aluminum steel dragon. Roar! The steel-like roar sounded, and the aluminum steel dragon condensed its own strength, and an energy tail appeared behind it, and greeted Bangira's attack. Bang! The sound of air waves spread out, and a lot of smoke and dust also spread out. All the spectators covered their eyes subconsciously, and then looked at the two elves in the arena. At this moment, the two elves in the arena had already stepped backwards, marking a trace in the arena. The weight of the aluminum steel dragon is not very heavy, its center of gravity is unexpectedly stable. Although it flew upside down, it was not damaged. The unique moves of the two sides collided with each other, and the two elves flew backwards again. You can see that the elves on both sides were not damaged. Looking at the situation of the two elves in the arena, the host commentator excitedly explained the race track. Aluminum steel dragon, use the cannon. Looking at Bangira on the opposite side, Li Gang knew that his aluminum steel dragon might not be as powerful as Bangira, so he made up for it with special attacks. Cannon cannon electric cannon luster. Gather the light of the body at one point and release it, sometimes lowering the opponent's special defense. Roar! The steel-like figure sounded, and the aluminum steel dragon relaxed, stomped his feet fiercely, stared at the opposite Bangira, and began to use his own tricks. The iron-gray light condensed in front of the mouth, towards the opposite direction of Bangira, and finally formed a beam of light to attack Bangira. Bangira, destroy the light. Destroy the dead light. Seeing the iron-gray light attacking him, Suche directly gave an order to Bangira. Roar! Bangira, who roared violently, began to condense his strength and quickly used his own tricks. Bangira's mouth condensed, one yellow energy ball, the huge energy began to gather, and finally formed a beam, attacking the incoming beam. Boom! It was accompanied by a sky-shattering sound, accompanied by a mushroom cloud of fire. A huge explosion appeared in the field of competition, and a large amount of smoke filled the air, spreading out with a wave of air. Ah, today is the world, nuclear. What a peaceful day. Looking at the explosion in front of him, Suche just looked at it lightly as if he didn't care. Oh! The destruction light and the cannon collided with each other, and there was an explosion in the arena. Such a powerful force formed an explosive mushroom cloud. Bangira and Al Steel Dragon, who is better? Let's wait and see. The host commentator looked at the smoke field and looked at the situation of the two elves expectantly. The audience looked at the competition venue excitedly, watching the competition with wide eyes, unwilling to let go of every detail of the competition venue. The smoke dissipated, everyone looked at the two elves, and found that the two elves were not seriously affected. Hit or damage, the attack just now completely cancels it out. Impossible, Bangira's destructive light. It is impossible not to break the cannon, there is no reason. Could it be that Bangira himself weakened the power and deliberately showed it to the aluminum steel dragon to let it know his own strength, and the Banhila? Is it very weak in comparison? Thinking of this, Suche looked at Bangira speechlessly. This stupid big guy should not be so boring. However, looking at Bangira's strange and contemptuous look, it is really possible. Bangira, stop playing. Just use the blasting punch. Looking at Bangira's eyes and small movements, Suche also shook his head helplessly, and directly issued an order to Bangira. Roar! It seems that Suche hit the key. Bangira touched it embarrassedly head, showing a look of embarrassment. Then, in Suche's plain eyes, Bangira subconsciously became serious and used his own tricks. With fire on his fist, Bangira quickly attacked in the direction of the aluminum steel dragon. Bangira used a blasting fist. This skill has a certain effect on the steel-type aluminum steel dragon. The host commentator looked at Bangira in the competition venue and explained Bangira's tricks for everyone. You said that you underestimate my aluminum steel dragon. Aluminum steel dragon, use metal claws. Looking at Bangira, who was attacking from the opposite side, and listening to what Suche had just said, Li Gang was also very angry. Looking at the direction of the aluminum steel dragon, Li Gang immediately gave his order. Roar! The steel-like voice sounded, and the aluminum steel dragon also condensed its own strength. Its claws glowed with iron-gray light, and attacked the opposite Bangira. The aluminum steel dragon used the metal claws, and Bangira used the blasting fist. Who will be better at both sides? Looking at the two elves below, the host commentator looked at the two elves below and quickly explained the game. Boom! Roar! The aluminum steel dragon was knocked out and landed on the ground. The burst punch hit the aluminum steel dragon, and the powerful force hit the aluminum steel dragon directly on the ground. Smoke dissipated, and the aluminum steel dragon's eyes flashed circles, and fell into the big pit, obviously losing its ability to fight. The aluminum steel dragon lost its ability to fight, and Bangira won, so the final winner is Suche. The referee watched the game, waved his flag, and quickly announced the result of the game. The result came out. Bangira's attack was still very effective, and the aluminum steel dragon lost its fighting ability. Let's congratulate Suche for his final victory, and congratulations to Suche for entering the final. The host commentator looked at the two elves in the arena and explained the final game. Come back, aluminum steel dragon. That fainted in the arena. He retracted the aluminum steel dragon into the Pokeball and faced the Pokemon in the Pokeball. Bangira, well done. Hey, it hurts. He touched Bangira next to him and said to Bangira, who was also holding Suche's head and lightly biting Suche's head with his teeth. You really are powerful, Dr. Suche. Li Gang walked to the center of the arena and looked at Suche, who was opposite him, reaching out his hand and said politely. You are not weak. The strength of the bag beast is also very powerful. Suche looked at Li Gang in front of him and said to him with a smile. Hopefully I can continue to play with you in the future. Same. Chapter 195, Hudi vs Gen Ghost, the Mega Evolution Showdown. After Suche finished the match, Chen Xing of Zhongcheng No. 2 Middle School and Sun Yao of Zhongcheng No. 6 Middle School started the match. In addition to the main flame horse, Sun Yao's elves have two other elves, one is Gengar and the other is Ninetales. These two elves can be said to be very popular elves, because Gengar and Ninetales. No matter in this world or in the games of the previous life, these two elves will appear in the Elves of the Gym Trainers. It has to be said that the appearance rate of these two elves is really high. The Ninetales are fire-type elves and the Ninetales also have regional forms, which everyone knows. Ninetales were originally fire-type elves, but in the Madeira Islands, Ninetales were ice-type and fairies, elves with attributes. It was because of this that most trainers knew the Ninetales very well. And Gengar is more familiar. In the past, there were haunted legends in the city, and there was a family of them, and Gengar could also evolve. Let's see, the next game. Looking at Hudi and Zhengui in the competition venue, the host commentator explained the competition track. The game has reached a critical period, and Chen Xing's Hudi and Sun Yao's Zhengui have a match against each other. It's really a fateful duel. Gengar has the attributes of Ghost and Poison, just to restrain the super-type Hudi. Hudi is an elf of the super-power system, restraining the Gen Ghost with the Poison system. Gengar, evolve. Hudi, evolve. Of brilliance lit up at the same time, causing the audience to subconsciously exclaim. Light flashed, and Hudi's figure appeared in everyone's eyes. After the evolution of Hudi, the armor part of the body has become a purple robe. The overall color remains the same. A red crystal has grown in the middle of the forehead, sharp horns have emerged on the top of the head, and the yellow mustache has turned into a huge pale beard. Feet together and use your superpowers to float yourself in the air. The number of spoons increased to 5 again, and they were no longer held in their hands, but were lifted into the air by their superpowers. As for the evolved Gengar, the attributes and special attack of the whole body have improved a lot at the same time, and he will not be at a disadvantage in the face of the evolved Hudi. Oh, both sides have evolved at the same time, incredible. Incredible. Looking at the situation in the competition venue, the host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue, and everyone looked at the two elves excitedly. It's really a fight between gods. It's actually evolution. I can't believe it. My god, after the Li Gang player, there has been an evolution of the elves. I really can't believe it. Come on. Players Sun Yao and Chen Xing, two distant players, cheers. I have to say that starting evolution in the exchange competition will attract attention. For those who want to show off, this is a good way. However, Chen Xing and Sun Yao are obviously not so boring. They just want to play a serious game and then compete with the highest trainer. Gengar, use the Shadow Ball. Looking at Hudi on the opposite side, so did Sun Yao. Seriously, his eyes brightened, he pointed at Hudi on the opposite side, and ordered Gengar with blood boiling. Jenga. Zhang listened to the order, and quickly condensed a black shadow ball in front of him and threw it directly at the opposite Hudi. Hudi, use your spirit to strengthen your thoughts. Block the shadow ball. Looking at the attack of the shadow ball, Chen Xing seemed extremely confident, and ordered to his Hudi. Hudi. Hudi gave a deep drink. Looking at the incoming attack, he seemed to be calm and unhurried. He quickly stretched out his hands and held Gengar's shadow ball with powerful spiritual power. What? Looking at Hudi's handling, Sun Yao couldn't believe it, and stared at Hudi opposite him with wide eyes. Not only Sun Yao, but also the referee, the spectators watching the game, the audience in front of the TV, and the people watching the live broadcast were all frightened by Hudi's actions. You know, the shadow ball skill is very easy to explode. Generally, after contact, the mass or energy in the shadow ball is unstable, and it is easy to be detonated, causing huge damage. But now, Chen Xing's Hudi can actually block it with his spiritual power. Unbelievable, Hudi actually blocked Zhang Gui's attack. What does Chen Xing want to do? The host commentator looked at the situation in the competition venue and explained it very excitedly. Throw the shadow ball back. Staring at the Zhang Gui opposite, Chen Xing ordered to his Hudi. Hudi. Hearing the order, Hudi snorted and mobilized his energy around the shadow ball, wrapping a layer of blue spiritual power. Then, the powerful superpower was activated instantly, holding up the shadow ball, aiming in the direction of Gengar, directly throwing the shadow ball towards Gengar, and throwing it back. Not good. Gengar, hurry up and use the shadow ball. Block the attack. Sun Yao was still in shock when he saw the shadow ball being thrown back. His face changed greatly. He immediately woke up and shouted to Zhang Gui. Zhang Gui watched solemnly. His attack was returned, and at a faster speed than usual, he gathered his skills and threw a one shadow ball again. Chi chi chi. A strange sound sounded, and two shadow balls collided in the air. The strange thing is that at the moment when the two shadow balls collided, the violent energy did not explode, but cancelled each other out. Hudi, use Phantom Light. Looking at the Zhang Gui opposite, Chen Xing didn't miss the opportunity and quickly gave his order. Hudi. Hudi snorted, the spoons suspended in the air quickly collided, and colorful rays of light attacked Gengar. Hudi used the Phantom Light. After the evolution of Hudi, the power of his skills has been multiplied. Will the powerful superpower make Gengar lose his ability to fight? Watching Hudi's attack in the arena, the host commentator couldn't help worrying about Zhang Gui. Gengar, use 100,000 volts to fight back. Looking at the attacking phantom light, Sun Yao also gave an order without admitting defeat. Chapter 196, Picnic. Gengar, use 100,000 volts to fight back. Looking at the attacking phantom light, Sun Yao also gave an order without admitting defeat. In the elf world, most of the Gengars are special attackers. Sun Yao this Gengar also focuses on special attacks, and several skilled skills are basically special attack skills. Zhang Ga. Hearing Sun Yao's order, Zhang Hui used his power again, and his whole body was covered with bright yellow electricity. The powerful 100,000 volts scattered attack and greeted the phantom light. The 100,000 volts and the phantom light fought against each other, and the scattered energy made several big holes around it. The gorgeous competition opened the audience's eyes. What a gorgeous scene! If this is a gorgeous contest, both sides will be deducted points. Evolved elves, are they actually so powerful? It seems that I should also look for them, evolution stones and evolution keystones. You think too much, even if your elf has enough feathers, but your elf's strength has not reached a certain level, you can't bear the power of evolution. Everyone in the auditorium looked at the competition situation in the competition venue and discussed the competition situation fiercely. The skills of the two sides collided again, and it was a gorgeous battle. Now neither of the two sides is willing to admit defeat. In the end, who will win the final victory? Looking at the two elves in the competition venue, the host commentator was also excited and explained the game seriously. 100,000 volts, a one shadow ball collided again, and the smoke spread out, causing everyone to narrow their eyes subconsciously. Hudi. In the end, Hudi was still the first to be unable to hold on. The light flashed on his body, and he exited the state of evolution. The problem of physical strength was still the shortcoming of the superpower elves. In the end, Hudi fell to the ground unwillingly, exhausted, and his eyes were staring. The circle lost his ability to fight. Hudi lost his ability to fight, and Zhang Hui won, so the final winner is Chen Xing. The referee watched the game, waved his flag, and quickly announced the result of the game. The result is out. Neither of the elves on both sides can do anything to the other, but Hudi's physical strength is still the first to run out. Even though Chen Xing is defeated, he is still honored. Similarly, let's congratulate Sun Yao for his final victory, and congratulations to Sun Yao for entering the final. Tomorrow he will face off against Su Che. What kind of game will these two players bring us? Let's wait and see. The host commentator looked at the two elves in the arena and explained the final game. Swish. Gengar, well done. Keep on oiling. He came to the arena, watching Gengar exit the evolution state, panting in place. Sun Yao touched the Gengar next to him and said to it, Zhang Ga. The latter also laughed strangely, adjusted his breathing, and slowly recovered his physical strength. You are really strong, Sun Yao. Opposite Chen Xing walked to the center of the arena and looked at Sun Yao, who was opposite, extending his hand and said politely. You're not weak. Hudi's strength is also very strong. If it weren't for the lack of physical strength of the super system, I'm afraid that the loss will be. I am. Looking at Chen Xing in front of him, Sun Yao also smiled and said to him. Although you beat me, but the last one is big, you have to cheer. Looking at Sun Yao in front of him, Chen Xing seemed very open-minded to Sun Yao. I will try my best. Listening to Chen Xing's words, Sun Yao of course understood who the other party was talking about, but just nodded seriously, indicating that he would definitely take it seriously. Come on. After Chen Xing encouraged each other again, after shaking hands, they walked towards his rest area. Today's game is over, and the next game will be tomorrow's final. Su Che decided to be ready to reward his elves. After greeting the detailed teachers and classmates, Su Che came to a wild environment and began to do some preparatory work. Here is a wide meadow, right on the edge of a lake, and the trees stop growing in this direction at a great distance. The sparkling lake, the clear air, and the beautiful scenery make people relax at once. Su Che took out a large amount of fruit and meat, some fresh meat and some ingredients that were exchanged from the system, and Suche exchanged them all. My team is very large, and there is not enough food at all. Unless it is the kind of high-calorie and high-nutritious food, my elves will really be hungry. Fortunately, my things are all exchanged for the system's gain gold coins. If it is not enough, I can go on to play the 4 Kings champions in various regions to earn a lot of gold coins. 4 Heavenly Kings, you are afraid of a devil. I have been pushed by you many times. Taking out a large amount of fresh ingredients, Suche directly prepared a large pot and a huge barbecue grill, and started to make food. The huge barbecue grill is the best Highland beef in this world. After being processed by Suche, there is no fishy smell, but a faint medicinal fragrance. Then a minute to put it on, and the oil was so hot that it sizzled. Voice. A drop of oil slid down playfully, fire came out of the charcoal, and the red and white beef turned golden, and finally turned black. Sprinkle a little cumin, and a little chili, and the aroma of the barbecue spreads out to the surroundings. Bang bang bang. The pokeballs were opened one by one, and the elves in the pokeballs seemed to smell the smell. They surrounded Suche and stared at the barbecue in Suche's hands. All the elves looked at the direction of the barbecue with saliva. Their expressions made Suche unable to laugh or cry, but he shook his head helplessly and continued to cook the barbecue. After applying the honey of the 3 bees at the end, the aroma of the beef reached its peak, and the elves drooled even more. All the elves looked at Suche, or more precisely, at the barbecue in Suche's hands. Okay. Leaving a part of the roasted meat behind, throwing the rest of the roasted meat backwards, all the elves' eyes suddenly turned red, and they all used their magical powers to grab the roasted meat. Roar! The elves behind them tasted the roasted meat, with a fascinated expression on their faces, and let out a roar of happiness. Chapter 197. Lai Kong sits on the scene. Ignoring the elves behind him, Suche looked at the cauldron beside him, watching the boiling water, and immediately put the chopped fresh vegetables in the water. Then put a lot of hand-beaten frozen beef balls, and then put some seasonings on it, and let the beef balls roll in the water. After a while, the aroma of the broth came out again, and the surrounding elves subconsciously started to speed up while eating the barbecue. Just kidding, there will be delicious food next, how could I miss it? Even if I eat enough, I can't leave a little food for the other party. With this thought in mind, a large piece of beef disappeared in front of their respective spirits. Seeing the food of the elves, Suche twitched the corners of his mouth and shook his head helplessly. Why do you have to decide between the winners and losers when you eat, especially the fire-breathing dragon Fast Dragon, and the 3 big idiots of Bangira? Shinado is eating her own food gracefully. According to, it is said that it is a combination of meat and vegetables. Looking at the 3 big fools, Shinado's eyes showed humanized contempt. Excuse me, when has the master treated us badly? Although we are his elves, we are more of the company of the family. How could we not have our share of the food we ate? Why make it look like she hasn't eaten for decades? It really loses her identity. Shinado was silently complaining while eating her own food, but its eyes were also fixed on Suche's movements. Che, Tsunere eldest sister, she's really not frank. Looking at Shinado's appearance, Bangira's fire-breathing dragon and Fast Dragon just muttered silently in their hearts, and didn't say it out loud. If I say it out loud, I am afraid that I will be stripped of a layer of skin. Big sister's strength is getting stronger and stronger, if I don't use restraint tactics, otherwise I really can't beat the big sister's head. Stare, death stare. The three idiots turned their heads to look in the direction of Shinado, and immediately got goosebumps all over their bodies. It was really terrifying, that line of sight. After a laugh, Bangira's fire-breathing dragon and Fast Dragon continued to destroy their own food, not daring to look in the direction of Shinado. It's really too terrifying. Is the telepathy of the eldest sister so strong? Sure enough, it is indeed the existence of the divine beast, which can be powerful enough to spy on the opponent's heart. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful strength. Humph. 3 guys, I must wear small shoes for you in the future. Shanado looked at the three elves and thought maliciously in her heart. Bangira's fire-breathing dragon and fast dragon only felt a chill, but they didn't feel anything when they looked around, and continued to work hard on the beef in front of them. Are you here? An aura quickly emerged, and when they felt this aura, they instantly became serious, but after they carefully sensed it, they also relaxed. Unexpectedly, it actually came. Looking at the Yuan spirit in midair, the surrounding elves also felt relieved, and it really was it. The green figure, the powerful momentum and the dragon claws all showed the identity of the visitor. It is, yo, Lai Kongzai, how are you doing recently? Have you fought with Deoxys? Feeling Lai Kongzai's unsteady aura, Suche knew what happened to Lai Kongzai recently, and asked. Lai Kong sat down. Deoxys is derived from the mutation of a cosmic virus, and can use incredible cosmic power to change his form. They mainly inhabit the interior of an asteroid 1 in space, which is located in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, and often appears near the auroras. It is precisely because of this that when they visit the Earth, they are often considered to be invaders, and the strong airsat patrolling in outer space will sense it and stop it. Lai Kong's main mission in the world is to resist the fall of large meteorites and invaders from outer space. Roar! Lai Kong sat in front of him, crossed his body, looked at Suche in front of him and roared softly, indicating that he was fine. To be honest, Lai Kongsi was actually excited. Was because, with his own strength, fighting against Deoxys was to stabilize the other side, but it would take some time to decide the winner. However, with his own strength now, with only a few dozen moves, Deoxys had to avoid the edge, or he would definitely be seriously injured. This kind of change was brought about by this divine envoy in front of him. Seeing Lai Kong sitting smugly, Suche couldn't help laughing. Then, add your own beef meatball soup and the other elves, put out the remaining flames, put a pot of beef meatball soup at room temperature and hand it to Lai Kongzai. Just put in some herbs and let Lai Kongzai's injury has stabilized. Here, yours. Looking at the beef ball soup in front of him, Lai Kong couldn't help but move his index fingers, and the corners of his mouth were full of ambergris. What could be happier than this? What I only ate before I still have to eat the dust in the atmosphere, but now I still have something to eat after the fight, so I can heal my wounds. I am so happy. Moreover, since I ate the body tempering pill that Suche gave me, there are impurities in my body. It seems to be expelled, which really makes me feel incredible. Most of the impurities in the divine beasts are dark wounds and blood stasis caused by the performance of the priesthood. For a long time, this kind of dark injury is very terrifying and irreversible. However, this divine envoy actually recovered his dark wounds, and his body seemed to be reborn. It is precisely because of these dark wounds and bruised impurities that Lai Kongzai's strength has been limited all the time, and now he has a loose bottleneck. Lai Kongzai now also subconsciously regards Suche as his companion, or even his master. Come and see. This is the first time that Lai Kongzai has actively recognized and even wanted to follow a human being. Oh, by the way, last time I got the grass-type origin slate, it seems that it was dropped by Arceus, and I also felt the feeling of peeping. It is likely to be the three dragons. Seeing Lai Kong sitting in front of him eating Zhenghuan, Suche also thought of something, and said to Lai Kong. Roar, you got another slate. Are you so lucky? Chapter 198. Furious Lai Kongzai, Unusual News. Roar, you got another piece of slate. Are you so lucky? Looked at Suche suspiciously and looked very strange. Oh, did you say Lugia? Last time, I helped a descendant of their ethnic group find the child and gave me this thing. What's the matter? Ding bell, ding bell. The silver soul bell made a crisp sound. Suche took the silver soul bell and looked at Lai Kong sitting, and asked with a puzzled expression. Roar, do you know what this thing symbolizes? Didn't Lugia tell you? No. Just say you can help me out once. Hearing Lai Kongzai's words, Suche was very puzzled, but still responded to Lai Kongzai's words. Roar, where is that dead bird now? I want it to fall asleep a few years ago. Looking at the fiery empty seat in front of him, which is inseparable from Lugia, a few black lines appeared on Suche's head. Using strange the light looked at the direction that Reek was sitting in. Who? That dead bird actually robbed me of the god's envoy. Did you think I was easy to bully? He didn't report to me. Did you think I was easy to bully by sitting in the sky? Who? What if there is a god of the sea for thousands of years of labor and capital? When you crushed Groudon and Kyogre, you didn't know where the person who grabbed me was now, and you didn't report it to me. Roar. Okay. Lugia, are you floating or I can't take it? The knife is on. Next time the labor and management must destroy you and pull out all your feathers. Rumbling. The clear sky is accompanied by the turbulence of Lai Kongzai's emotions, and the silver snake dances wildly covered with dark clouds. The feeling of heavy rain. It also called you a stink bug. Seeing Lai Kong sitting in front of him, Suche, accidentally. He just said this, and when he remembered it, he covered his mouth and looked at the silent Lai Kongzai. Quiet, the surrounding environment was silent, all the elves looked in horror at the direction where Lai Kong was sitting, the unique pressure of the super beast made them breathless. Is my master an idiot? Why is it so heartfelt? You can say it casually. Really? Looking at Suche didn't look like a fake, and looked at Suche quietly. If it weren't for the cloudy weather in midair, Suche would have almost sat in the air without losing his temper. Lai Kong, sit down. Look. You can't justify Chia now. You've finished your meal, and you've recovered, and once you've improved your strength, isn't it good to crush Lugia? Seeing Lai Kong sitting staring at death, Suche only felt his scalp tingle. From Lai Kongzai's eyes, Suche understood Lai Kongzai's thoughts, and now Suche can only appease Lai Kongzai's frizzy hair. Roar. I want to find trouble with that dead bird right now. If it doesn't show up, I'll go and lift the nest of the 3 stray birds first. Don't, calm down, calm down. Seeing Lai Kongzai's runaway appearance, Suche also comforted Lai Kongzai with a wry smile. In fact, Suche knew in his heart that Lai Kong's sitting was just out of anger, because Lugia had classified himself as its divine envoy, which made Lai Kong's sitting a little uncomfortable. Lai Kongzai is now just venting his emotions, not rushing. Go up and fight Lugia. After all, both sides have priesthoods. If they violate their own priesthood and fight in this world, I am afraid that Arceus will not agree. Same way, if something happened, the 3 dragons would also come out to stop the chaos of the 2 priesthood elves, which would not be worth it. Moreover, as 2 super divine beasts and a divine envoy with a divine elf, Suche will also take on a part of the responsibility. After all, the responsibility of the gods is the same as that of the priests, equivalent to the spokespersons of the priests, and has the responsibility of supervising and maintaining the balance of the world. Hiccup. This meat is so delicious, and Lai Kongzai also understood what Suche meant, and changed the subject now, but still, I remembered Lugia in my heart. Yes. Seeing Lai Kong sitting beside him, burping and not having a good meal, Suche also sat down to Lai Kong with an angry smile. Then, Suche continued to process the beef he brought, placing the beef on the grill, while Lai Kong sat aside. While waiting for Suche to feed him, he constantly muttered something in his mouth. By the way, Lai Kong sits. It's been okay recently. Seeing how Lai Kong was sitting, Suche still asked some questions as usual. Huo. It's nothing, but sometimes some alien creatures come over, but they are all repelled by our family. Lai Kong sat on the side, eating roast beef with the other elves, while answering Suche the problem. By the way, don't go to that big or small empire recently, the magnetic field there is a little chaotic, as if there is some strange energy. Lai Kongzi, who is eating barbecue, seems to have remembered something in the same way, he instructed Suche. Obviously it's the British Empire, etc. Could it be, Lai Kongzai, you say, will Wujitai keep his sanity after he wakes up? Facing the news of Lai Kongzai, Suche seemed to have thought of something and asked Lai Kongzai. Huo, then how do I know? Hey, you said that Wujitai is impossible. It has been sleeping for thousands of years. It makes no sense to wake up so quickly. Huo. According to my clan elders, Wujitai reappeared because of carelessness. The dark night disturbed the balance of the world and was sealed. Roar. Wait, what kind of eyes are you looking at? You don't really suspect that it was Wujitai. Lai Kong sat and saw Suche looking at him calmly. He was a little flustered for a while, but still insisted on his guess. Although, Wujitai was defeated by King Shang and Zhangmaran thousands of years ago. But its energy has also leaked, and it has become the source of the current giant phenomenon. You won't be unaware of this news. Seeing Lai Kong's eyes, optimistic look, Suche shook his head helplessly, and analyzed Lai Kong's eye. Moreover, the historical record is the ability of Wujitai, which affected a large number of elves, and began to go mad after being gigantic. That event was also called Dark Night. Roar. I know, I will pay attention. Lai Kong sat looking at Suche's serious expression, and also said to Suche seriously. Chapter 199. Finals, start. I know, I will pay attention. Lai Kong sat looking at Suche's serious expression, and also said to Suche seriously. You know what your own divine envoy is like. Although he is low-key and humble, don't think that his strength is not strong. Contrary, Suche's strength is very strong, so strong that he can face some first-level divine beasts alone, but generally, first-level divine beasts will not attack at will. Therefore, the current Suche is equivalent to the strongest trainer in the world. Of course, this does not include those ancient family trainers who signed contracts with divine beasts. Talking with Lai Kongza for a long time, and having a good meal with the elves, Lai Kongza left here. Back in the ozone layer where he lived, he began to monitor space and his own airspace. And Suche was also preparing to pack up and prepare for tomorrow's game. It was already dusk now, and an extraordinarily strong light shot out from the treetops, dyeing the white clouds bloody and the green hills bloody. Admiring the beauty of the sunset, Suche took his elf back into the elf ball, cleaned up the scene, and left here. Tomorrow is the final, and the 3 elves to play have been arranged. Although some elves didn't play, fortunately, the elves understood Suche very well, so they didn't have any complaints. Tomorrow is the last game, and I may have to make up classes when I go back. Because it is the October game, the school specially asked for 2 weeks off for their students who competed, but they still have to make up classes when they go back. This afternoon, the message sent by the group is as follows. Hello fellow contestants. You have worked hard. You are the pride of our school who are working hard in the East Province Stadium. First of all, congratulations to everyone on your good results. Tomorrow is the final. We also hope that everyone can cheer for Suche, and we also hope that Suche will not have too much pressure. Suche in the end, because of everyone's competition, the school's curriculum also needs to be supplemented. I hope everyone can understand. Well, come on. The school has also prepared a gift for you, waiting for your triumphant return. Ah, my God, do you have to make up lessons? Hearing this news, Zhang Raiji suddenly changed his face, sighed, and collapsed on the stool. Indeed, for today's students, what everyone wants to do most is to go out for a trip after school early, and don't want to go to school. Compared with learning theoretical knowledge, students tend to care more about practice, so most students will try to go on short trips to increase their knowledge during vacations. However, the teachers of the school know that at the level of self-generation, if you do short trips it's alright, but not for long-distance travel. They don't have the strength to deal with any danger they encounter. Some restricted areas and some deep mountains and old forests, they must not go. Therefore, now they must have at least 3 elves with the strength of quasi-kings before they can travel. Of course, this requirement is only for ordinary students. Students from some large families can already travel for short distances, even for short distances. It's time to challenge the gym. Suche, come on for tomorrow's game and avenge Senior Chen Xing. Zhang Raiji on the side. Looking at Suche, he said to Suche seriously. I will definitely win. Listening to Zhang Raiji's words, Suche just nodded and responded to Zhang Raiji. Bang 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 sounded like the sky, and fireworks lit up in the air. Today is the final of the college exchange competition in Hubei province. The release of the fireworks means that the competition will start soon. The sound woke up, and looked in the direction from which the sound came. That is, the direction of the province stadium. Next, no matter what. Who are engaged in what kind of work look at the direction of the province stadium, and their eyes are filled with excitement. Time passed slowly, the sun was high, and all the spectators and game personnel entered the stadium. Looking at the spectators who were already in the stadium, they couldn't wait to watch the game. A host platform was raised next to the game venue, and the host's voice sounded. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is about to start. Please focus your attention here. Cheers to the contestants. Oh! Warm applause broke out. Everyone looked at the host and applauded enthusiastically, hoping that the game could start soon. Ladies and gentlemen, after a few days of competition, are you already excited? Today is the final of the college exchange competition, and the final winner will be decided. The host looked at the audience around, walked in from the dedicated channel on the side, looked at the audience in the auditorium of the competition venue, and was very excited. First of all, let's take a look at the people who are fighting today. On the surrounding monitors, Suche and Sunyao appeared on the electronic screen. Then let's not talk nonsense and get ready to start today's game. Today is the final, and the elves used are still 3 elves. It is also a test of the player's comprehensive strength. Let's wait and see what kind of game the 2 players will bring us today. The host commentator looked at the surrounding audience, excitedly mobilized the audience's emotions, and shifted the audience's attention to the game scene. Okay, all viewers and friends in the live broadcast room, hello everyone. I'm your old friend. What you are watching now is the biennial Hubei University Exchange Competition. So, what we learned is that today's final is still a 3-on-3 game. Okay, let's watch the game next. The game is about to start. The 2 players are Dr. Suche from Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, and Sunyao from Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School. We already know the elves used by Sunyao, but they are still the standard 3 elves. Ninetails, Flaming Horse and Gengar. However, I don't know if Dr. Suche's elves are too many or what. The elves are different every time they appear. Let's look forward to Dr. Suche's elves. Looking at the live broadcast of the live broadcast in the live room, it may be because today's game is a semifinal, and the game is explained in a different style. Chapter 200. The first game, Ninetails vs. Main Rock Werewolf. Today's competition is the final of the college exchange competition. The 2 finalists are Suche from Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School and Sunyao from Zhangcheng No. 6 High School. I believe everyone already knows the sprites used by Sunyao. They are the 9-tailed flame horse, and there is a Gengar who can evolve. As for contestant Suche, he used a variety of elves before. What kind of elves will contestant Suche use today? Let's wait and see. What kind of sparks will the spirits of the 2 sides collide? Let us applaud the 2 players to enter the arena. The host commentator looked at the electronic screen in the competition venue, explained the opponents of the game to the audience, and mobilized the enthusiasm of the audience at the same time. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Looking at the 2 players entering the competition venue, the audience also applauded, looking forward to the next competition. Please take the place of the contestants of both sides. The referee on the side looked at the 2 players who walked from the rest area to the competition venue, and announced according to the rules of the competition. Finally got it right. From the time of military training together, I knew you were not easy. Although, I know that my current self may not be your opponent. But please come to a real game with me. I want to know the gap between us. Looking at Suche on the opposite side, Sunyao on the opposite side of the playing field came to his playing position and took out his Pokeball. Sunyao looked at Suche's direction seriously, and said to Suche on the opposite side. Is that so? I know. Suche also came to his own competition position and looked at Sun Yao opposite, also earnestly. I won't let you surpass, but I want to keep moving forward. Looking at Sun Yao, Suche thought to himself. The next finalists are Suche from Zhangcheng No. 2 Middle School, and Sun Yao from Zhangcheng No. 6 Middle School. The format of the game is a 3-on-3 game. When one side's elves lose their ability to fight, the game ends. During the competition, the two contestants can replace their elves at will. Now, please send out both parties, their first elves. The referee looked at the players on both sides of the game, waved his flag, and gave the order to start the game. Come out, Kyubi. Holding his Pokeball, Sun Yao on the opposite side threw the Pokeball out, a white light flashed through the Pokeball, and a figure appeared in everyone's eyes. Woo! A four-legged elf with the appearance of a fox appeared in the arena. It is covered in beige hair and has a pair of bright red pupils. Its body is well proportioned and it looks noble and elegant. The 9 tails are smooth and slender, with golden highlights at the end. When it was on the court, the temperature in the entire playing field rose a lot. Oh, Sun Yao sent out 9. Is the fire type 9 tails, but because of its powerful mental ability, it can also use some superpower-related tricks. Watching the mid-play in the competition venue, the host commentator's eyes lit up and explained to the audience appropriately. It's my time to act, Lotto. 9 tails, the spirit of the fox type, the fire attribute. Divided into. Jofun's beautiful tail contains incredible power that has existed for 1,000 years. Can emit strange light from its bright red eyes, and can freely manipulate the opponent's mind. 9 tails, if it's not the sunshine characteristic, it should be the fire starting characteristic. Then, it's up to you to be the main rock werewolf. Looking at 9 tails opposite, Suche took his Pokeball and threw the Pokeball out. Bang! The Pokeball opened instantly, a white light flashed, and a figure appeared in everyone's eyes. Woo-hoo! Oh! Player Suche used a special sprite again. The general main rock werewolf is divided into day and night forms. However, the main rock werewolf of contestant Suche has no form records. Could it be that contestant Suche's main rock werewolf is also a shining spirit? Who appeared in the competition venue, and found that there was no record in the data, so he made a bold guess. I'm so envious, is it another kind of sparkling elves? Why is it a flashing elf again? Although Suche is a doctor, his strength is too strong. That's right. It's impossible to be in contact with elves at birth. Strength and age are completely incompatible with each other. What's going on? Of the host commentator, the audience also looked at the main rock werewolf in disbelief, and discussed the situation of the main rock werewolf. Some of the doctors who were watching the game also lit up when they looked at the main rock werewolf. Then, thinking of something in general, I began to write and draw in my notebook, looking for materials to prove my ideas. Rotom, make a record. Looking at Rotom's phone beside him, Suche said directly to Rotom's phone. No problem, leave the record to me. Lotto. Seeing the spirits appearing in the venue, Rotom turned his body on his phone. Point the camera of the mobile phone at the game venue and record the next game. Competition, start. Although he was amazed at Suche's main rock werewolf, the referee waved the referee flag after looking at the 2 elves and gave the order to start the game. 9 tails, shoot flames. Looking at the main rock werewolf opposite, Sun Yao also came back to his senses and quickly gave his order. Woo! Looking at the main rock werewolf on the opposite side, the tail behind Jue is automatic without wind, and the powerful fire energy is condensed in the body. The next moment, a fiery column of fire spewed out of his mouth and attacked the main rock werewolf. Main rock werewolf, rock blockade defense. Looking at the attack of the 9 tails on the opposite side, Suche calculated silently in his heart, and then gave an order to his main rock werewolf. Woo-hoo! Listening to Suche's order, the main rock werewolf also executed the order without hesitation and began to mobilize his power. The main rock werewolf jumped up after hearing the order, and a circle of rocks quickly emerged and fell in front of the main rock werewolf, forming a rock wall layer upon layer. Boom! The jet flame hit the rock wall, and a roaring sound sounded, causing everyone to widen their eyes subconsciously.